A Minecraft kid of, well, I mean, you can read the title. Normally, I tell you guys to grab something to eat, but dear God, please do not grab anything to eat while you listen to this story. Anyways, let's call the subscriber Nico, and subscribe if you like stories anyways. The subscriber who sent in today's story, which you can send into my Instagram, we're going to call him Nico, right? So this all happened one day when, Nico was in class, and he was kind of just chilling, thought it would be a normal day, but his teacher comes in and announces that today is going to be a really special day, and it's not even going to be a special day, it's going to be a special fun day. So not like, ooh, it's special because we have a massive final exam, but ooh, it's special because we're going to be doing only fun activities today. And it was kind of a surprise that the teachers of the 5th grade, by the way, Nico was in 5th grade when this happened, the two 5th grade teachers decided that they wanted to collaborate and give their students a break and also make it kind of a surprise. So the teacher announces that the other class, the other 5th grade class, as there were two 5th grade classes for his 5th grade, the other 5th grade class was going to come into their room, they were going to randomly partner up, and then they were going to do a lot of fun activities today. The entire class was really stoked, and so was Nico, because dude, he didn't want to be doing any homework. He didn't want to be doing any math. You know how it is. And to be surprised with a really fun day, it's just a good day, man. Things are going to be good. So anyways, right, almost on cue within as the teacher said the other class will be coming in, they hear a knock on the door, and the other 5th grade teacher opens it up and says, "Hi guys, I hope you guys are ready for your surprise today." Everyone is like, "Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a good day." Well, it's not. At least not for Nicholas, or Nico as we're going to call him. Because, everyone else is going to have a great day, but you already saw the title. You already know how bad this is about to get. Anyways, right, so they were assigned with random people from the other class. And there was this kid in the other class who every single day wore the same creeper hoodie, every single day without a doubt. He wore the same creeper hoodie. I think you guys know them. It's the hoodie that you can buy that has the creeper head on it and then the creeper design. Look, if you wore that, that's totally fine. As long as you don't wear it every single day without washing it, you're fine in my book. But the thing is, right, this kid either had 7 identical creeper hoodies, or he just wore the same thing every day without washing it. And by the smell of it, not by the look of it, you could definitely tell that he was not washing it, and this was the 101 copy. Anyways, right, so being randomly assigned someone, Nico gets gets the short straw, you know how it is, and he gets assigned with the Minecraft kid. We're just going to call him the Minecraft kid because he's always wearing that hoodie. And so the Minecraft kid walks over to Nico's desk, sit down, and says, "Hey man, how's it going?" And Nico's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And immediately as the kid sat down, Nico had to prepare, he had to make sure he didn't gag, just gag on reflex, because there was an aura of stench. The odor probably had a mass that was heavier than the air around it. In fact, it was probably heavier than water. It would be sinking, the water would be floating, it was that crazy, right? So he sits down and Nico's like, "Ooh, how's it going, man?" And the thing is, right, sometimes kids don't smell that good. I don't know, maybe you just didn't take a shower, maybe you forgot the deodorant. That's totally okay, but normally there's not an aura of stench, Normally they're not so stinky that if you were 5 feet away, you would smell them. It's normally not that bad. And Nico wouldn't have really cared if the kid wasn't the best smelling kid ever. He wouldn't really care if I don't know, he lifted up his his underarms and oof, that kind of smelled kind of bad, right? But the fact was the Minecraft kid literally had an aura of stench around him. So Nico was like, "All right, I'm just going to power through today, right? It's fine." And the teacher at the front of the class said, "Guys, we have some this is we have a really fun activity. And the first activity planned for you guys, it's going to be an outdoor activity and it's going to be a fun game." And the whole class is super excited. And the thing is, right, Nico's actually kind of excited too, because he's thinking, all right, outdoors, the stench will probably dissipate or at least be less strong if it's outdoors. So this is a massive win for me. It was a massive win until the teacher announced that this special outdoor activity would be hide and seek in teams. And Nico's just thinking to himself, "Oh no, oh no," because he realizes, right, hide and seek means that him and the Minecraft kid with his stench aura, or they're going to have to hide together. They're probably going to have to hide together in very compact, close places. And the stench aura, Nico assumes, is only going to get more and more intense and terrible the closer you get to the origin. which like he was 5 feet away from the Minecraft kid and he was barely making it. So like imagine being like directly there. Nico was like, man, I gotta practice not breathing for like an hour at a time because that's the only way I'm surviving this. But anyways, they all head outside. And real quick, the secret word of the day. It's Minecraft. I know, it's nothing that creative, but it is what it is. So comment Minecraft down below. I'll try and heart your comment as a way to say thank you for making it this far into the video. When you guys watch my videos for a long time, it really does help out the channel. And also, if you want to binge watch these videos, make sure to let me know in the comments and I'll try and say thank you back, as it really, really does help the channel. But anyways, right, they head outside and they're preparing for their hide and seek adventure type thing. And so they go out there and the teacher's like, all right, so we're going to choose who is going to be the, the one who's going to seek, and we're going to figure out like everyone else is going to go hide. Nico was praying to God that he was going to be the one, or his team of him and the Minecraft kid were going to be the seekers. Because if they were the seekers, dude, they didn't have, like, Nico didn't have to worry about being in a tight, cramped space. He just had to, like, he could be literally, like, 20 feet away trying to, like, he'd be like, oh, let's split up so we can divide and conquer, which, aka, like, I mean, it is a more effective strategy, but the real goal, the real intention is to get away from the stench aura, because you already know what it is. But no, a different team was picked, and he was like, okay, great. And the Minecraft kid is like, dude, I am so good at hide and seek. I know the best hiding spots. And, Nico's like, let's just hope that these hiding spots are not really kind of like cramped. And sure enough, the Minecraft kid is leading him. He's like, dude, let's go. So they got 60 seconds, or the seekers had to count till 60, and they were counting pretty loud. And the Minecraft kid's like, come on, quickly, quickly. And sure enough, right, the Minecraft kid leads both Nico and him to this spot, and the spot was like, yeah, unfortunately, it was super cramped. So the spot was like behind the building and was behind this bush. And the thing was, right, the little spot behind the bush that like someone could hide in, it was really only a good hiding spot for one person, and it would have been incredibly cramped for two. The Minecraft kid's like, don't worry, man, like I can squeeze in. We totally got this. No one has ever found me in this hiding spot. And Zach is thinking to himself, wow, this is actually a really good hiding spot, because it was. However, the problem is the better the hiding spot, right, the longer the duration that he's going to have to stay in that hiding spot. And also the longer the duration that, he's going to be in that hiding spot with the Minecraft kid with his like literally like life-threatening stench aura. And he's like, okay, this is going to be the hardest challenge of my life. And the Minecraft kid hops in there. He's like, dude, come on. And Zach is like, I don't know. And the Minecraft kid grabs him by the hand and drags him in. He's like, don't worry, bro. I know this place is good. And Zach is like, whoa. And legitimately, Zach has to wait there for 15 minutes. And Zach is, he's not trying to be rude, but he's like breathing. He like pulls up his like sweatshirt and breathes into it. And that makes the air a little bit less toxic, but it's still really, really bad. And Zach is, not Zach, sorry. That was the guy in the last video. I stole my notes up from that one. Nico is struggling right now. He's just like, he's breathing in air. He's coughing it out. And the Minecraft kid's like, shh, stop coughing. You're gonna get our hiding spot. They're gonna figure it out because you're being so loud. And Nico's just thinking to himself, man, I'm just trying to survive this. I'm not asking for much, man. I'm just trying to survive. That's literally it, bro. I just want to see my parents, dude. So Nico and the Minecraft kid are just sitting there, and they sit there for legitimately like 20 minutes. And then eventually the seekers come around, and they're around in the bush. And Nico's just like, all right, I'm going to have to sabotage this because this hiding spot is just too good. So Nico like forces out a fake sneeze, and the Minecraft kid is like, no! And the seekers eventually come over and find them. And the Minecraft kid's like, bro, couldn't you hold it in? And Nico's like, sorry, man, I had to sneeze. Like, I couldn't hold it in, right? So then Nico and the Minecraft kid also become seekers, because it was kind of like the zombie tag, where if like one person got tagged by the zombie, they would also become like someone who is it as well. And it was like a massive swarm of zombies like that. It was the same thing with this game, where if you got tagged, you also became a seeker as well. And the Minecraft kid was just ruthlessly just going around just like finding people, is like, got you, which I mean, that's how you play the game. I can't really complain like that. But eventually everyone gets found and the teachers are like, all right, guys, I hope you had fun with that. We're going to head inside for one last activity before the day is over. And so they head inside and they head back to the tables, and the teachers are like, all right, we're just going to have a nice little like kind of like arts and craft type thing. And they show these big bins with all these art supplies and whatever, right? They're like, all right, man, come up and make whatever you want to make and just have a good time talking to your new partner, or not your new partner, but your new friend. It's not a new partner. Nico would have been so happy if he got a new partner at this time. And but no, it's the same guy. So, the Minecraft kid and Nico, they go up, they grab some supplies, they sit back at the table, and Nico's getting more and more used to the smell. And he's like, you know what, man, I'm going to make it through the next couple hours. And while they're sitting there making whatever they're making, the Minecraft kid is like, all right, man, let's get to know each other a little bit better. Tell me some fun facts about you. So Nico's like, okay, I don't really know, but I guess like I got a dog. I like to go on hikes. I walk my dog every morning. And when I do that, I listen to music. That's what I do personally. But back to the story. I don't know. I really, I enjoy playing Fortnite with my friends. What about you, man? And the Minecraft kid was like, well, I obviously am kind of a fan of Minecraft, as you can tell by my hoodie. By the way, nothing's wrong with liking Minecraft, bro. I love Minecraft. It's probably one of my favorite games of all time. It's the background gameplay I use for almost every video, and it has a lot of nostalgia. When I say Minecraft kid, I think you know what I mean. I don't mean someone who just plays Minecraft. But anyways, right, and he goes on to say, I also have these beliefs. And I don't know, people get really mad at me, and they hate me for my beliefs, and it really makes me sad. And Nico, not really knowing what this guy was talking about, probably thinking that, I don't know, maybe he was religious and people were hating on him for that, which isn't okay. Nico was like, oh man, like, what's the problem? Like, what's these beliefs? I promise you, like, as long as they don't hurt anyone else, I'm all for you. I'll support you no matter what. Like, what are people hating on you for? And Nico, or the Minecraft kid, is like, well, I really believe in being natural. I think that we should kind of return, like, there's a lot in our modern day society that, we're straying too far away from like what we were supposed to be. He said, may that be from processed foods or stuff like that. And that's like kind of legit. Like, there is a lot of the food we eat is actually kind of poisonous because it is so far away from what we're supposed to be eating. That's pretty legit. But then he goes on to say, and like, my mom is such a hater because the truth is, I want to hear some facts. And, Nico was like, sure, I want to hear some facts, whatever. He's like, caveman, they didn't take, when they went to the bathroom, man, they weren't using these like really high chemical toilet paper. And Nico was like, bro, what? And the Minecraft kid is like, yeah, it's so crazy. My mom is such a hater about this. But you know what? I want to return to the good old natural days. And so I don't even wipe when I go to the bathroom. And when I take showers, I only let water pour on me, and I never use any of the chemicals and the soap or whatever. All these man-made inventions like soap and toilet paper, it's really just bringing us farther away from where we should be. And Nico was like, well, I can't say I'm necessarily shocked, but oh my god, what? And then the Minecraft kid turns to Nico. He's like, Nico, what do you think about this? Returning to the natural element. And Nico is just still stuck on the fact that the Minecraft kid is basically bragging about not wiping. And he's like, I mean, like, yeah, man. I mean, I think that, like, specifically with like a lot of like fast food and junk food and like trans fats and like dyes and whatever, like that's definitely something we should remove from the diet. I don't know if I'm 100% with you on not wiping and like not using soap, but I definitely am with you with the whole like, I don't know, artificial stuff in the food. And the Minecraft kid is like, well, I don't really care about the food as much. I mean, whatever. I bet the caveman ate dirt or whatever, and that can't be good for you either. I'm just more concerned with all the chemicals and artificial stuff in toilet paper and soap. And Nico's not trying to be rude, but he's like, man, I don't know how bad toilet paper is for you. I mean, I really don't think that there's like that harmful of chemicals in it. And maybe like it's going to be more harmful in the long run if you don't use it. And the Minecraft kid is like, no, 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 you don't understand. I wouldn't really expect you to understand, as I've done a lot of research myself. Bro, just a little note from me. Whenever someone says they've done their own research, no, just stop listening to them. Just stop listening to them. But he's like, I've done some research myself, and I really think what I'm doing is going to be the healthiest for me. And that ended the day, but Nico was just so startled by what he heard that he actually contacted one of his friends who was in the other 5th grade class. Nico really was wishing that he was going to be partnered with his other friend in the 5th grade class, but it didn't work for him like that. And he said, hey, man, that kid with the creeper hoodie? And the dude's like, yes, I saw you got partnered with them. You smelt it too. And Nico's like, yeah, do you know why? And the kid's like, yeah, because he doesn't wipe, lol. And Nico's like, bro, what? He tells everyone that? And the other kid in, like, Nico's friend in the other class is like, yeah, bro, he's bragged to everyone about it. Like, legit, everyone here knows. I should have given you a heads up. I just wasn't able to. I'm sorry about that. And Nico's like, wow, like, I spent a day with them. You got to spend, like, the entire year with them. You're a trooper. And he's like, dude, I know. I once got partnered with them. I had to go to the bathroom to, the insides of his stomach came out on the outsides is what I'm trying to say from the smell. And anyways, Nico was like, you know what? I'm so excited to go back tomorrow because we're going to have a normal day of school. And Nico never thought he'd ever utter those words. Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. Today we get a story of probably the cringiest emo kid, and when I say the cringiest, I mean the cringiest emo kid of all time. Leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call him Daniel. So anyways, right, one day, Daniel was in the mall with his friends. And Daniel and his friends decide that they want to go into Zoomies, which is it's a store that has like a lot of like skater type clothes. They also, like, I used to go in there a little bit, even though I was never kind of like a skater kid. I just like the shirts with the cats with the middle fingers in them. I always thought those shirts were pretty funny, and honestly, I'd probably rock one of those today if I still had some of those shirts with me. But anyways, right, Daniel and his friends, they decide to go into the store, and they're kind of just looking around, browsing the t-shirts, looking if there's anything they want to buy. And Daniel kind of goes towards the back of the store, and towards the back of the store is where there's a bunch of skateboards or whatever, and there's these two kids, and they're like long dark hair. There's like I don't know, a lot of like black eyeshadow and makeup, all black clothing, kind of like dripped out with like skull chains, whatever, dude, just like kind of looking like this guy. So anyways, right, Daniel doesn't like think anything of it. He's like, oh, that's interesting, I guess. Because here's the thing, Daniel doesn't really care how you dress. Daniel doesn't really care how you act. As long as you're like decent to other people, he literally doesn't care if, I don't know, man, like you can do whatever you want. But anyways, Daniel's kind of walking towards the back of the store when he sees one of the two emo kids look at him, go up to him, and hold out their hand, kind of like someone, like, the traffic guards like go out and hold up their hand to say stop. And the emo kid's like, hey, bro, only emo kids back here. You wouldn't get us anyways. And Daniel kind of looks at him like, bro, I'm just trying to shop in the store. So obviously, Daniel's like, dude, like, I'm just going to go back here real quick. I just want to see what they have. I'm not going to like spend too much time here. You don't have to worry. And the other emo kid steps up and he's like, dude, I don't have to worry because you're not coming back here, because you're not one of us. We can tell that everyone understands you, unlike us, because society doesn't get us like how we get each other. And Daniel's kind of just looking at these two kids like, bro, what's going on here, bro? Like, I don't really understand, like. And Daniel says, all right, man, like, I'm sorry, society, like, does you so dirty or whatever, dude. And Daniel's like, I'll just be a quick second. And the other emo kid kind of, like, snaps back at him like, don't you step 1 foot further. You're not welcome back here. You're not one of us. You're not an emo kid. I don't know if he literally said emo kid. I don't know if they refer to themselves like that, but he's like, you don't get us, man. only people like us, societal rejects, the people that nobody understands and how deep it is and how hard it is, can be back here, and you're definitely a normie, bro. I can just tell. You step 1 foot back here, and, you know, I'm gonna send you back to, and he takes like a second to think of something. He's like, Pain Town with my knuckle sandwich. And Daniel's looking at him like, bro, 2006 called and they want their entire aesthetic back. But whatever, dude. So Daniel's like, all right. And then Daniel completely ignores what he says and takes 1 step forward because he's trying to go to the back of the store to see what they have. He's probably not even going to buy anything. He's definitely not going to linger back there with those kids there. He doesn't want to hang out with them. Dude, trust me, Daniel does not want to be there as much as they don't want him there. He's just going to go in quickly, but he's also not going to not go to the back of the store because these these kind of like edgy edgelord kids are like, dude, society doesn't understand us. Leave us alone, bro. Like, nah, dude, he's still gonna go there. And like, honestly, like, I don't know if I would have done the same because I'm very not confrontational, but I would have been pretty annoyed. So sure enough, right, Daniel takes 1 step to the back of the room. And the thing is, Daniel didn't even take 1 step like aggressively towards the emo kid. He literally took it past the emo kid. He was taking a step in the direction of like the back of the store, not towards the emo kid. And Daniel like doesn't even really understand what's happening, but he just feels this like this force on his face, and all of a sudden his entire face is stinging and his head is like ringing a little bit. And then all of a sudden, right, he kind of comes to and realize that the emo kid just punched him in the face. And Daniel looks at him, he's like, dude, what did you like, did you just punch me, bro? And he's like, dude, I said only societal rejects allowed back here. You just didn't heed my warning. And so the guy, like, at the Zoomies, like, the front of the desk of Zoomies is seeing what's going on, sees the kid punch him, is like, you guys got to get out of here. Like, I'm not having any of this in my store. And the emo kid is like, bro, this kid literally attacked me. And at this point, Daniel's like, dude, what? Dude, I was just trying to go to the back of the store. You say all this cringe stuff, and then you punch me in the face. And then when we're told to leave, you said that I attacked you? And the emo kid's like, bro, look, he's lying. Look at the way that he's so angry. He's getting so angry because he's lying, dude. And he's talking to the guy at the front desk. He's like, don't kick me out and my friend. Kick this guy. This guy's causing up a huge storm. And the guy at the front desk is like, I really don't care. I need all of you guys out of the store immediately. And, you know, Daniel's other friends are at the other side of the store, and they're looking over, like, what is happening? So Daniel looks up the guy at the front desk, and he's like, all right, man, like, just so you know, this guy attacked me, but, like, whatever. I'm not trying to make your job harder. Look, I've worked retail before. I get it. I know it's hard. I'll just step out of the store. And the 2 emo kids were like, life is so unfair. Society strikes once again. And they like slowly lumber out of the store. But dude, you might be thinking that the cringe is over here. No. That's where you're mistaken. Comment emo down below if you'd like a heart on your comment. Emo is going to be the secret word of the day. And while you're down there, follow my Instagram. It's in the description. That's where you can send in the stories. Turn on notifications, join the Discord server. And anyways, right, Daniel and his friend and the emo kid and the 2 emo kids all walking out of the store. And the emo kid is like, bro, I was like, where am I going to go now? Zoomies was the only place that accepted us. And Daniel's like, dude, you should have thought of that before you punched me in the face. And then all of a sudden, right, you know, there's this mall cop that's walking around, kind of just patrolling the area. And one of the emo kids is like, Mr. Police Officer, Mr. Officer, whatever, we need you real quick. And the police officer's like, okay, like, he wasn't really doing anything. But, you know, he's not trying to really do his job either, so he's like, fine, what is it? He walks over, and the emo kid is like, this kid literally punched me in the face. I need you to kick him out of the mall. And the officer's like, oh, and he turns to the kid, he's like, all right, is this true? And Daniel's like, dude, what? No, this guy punched me in the face. The officer's like, all right, well, if I only have conflicting stories, I'm going to be forced to, like, kick you guys both out of the store. And Daniel's like, oh, I didn't do anything. I just went into the store and he just punched me for not being emo. And the officer looks at Daniel, is like, all right, your story's sounding a little suspicious. You're telling me that this kid punched you because you aren't, like, emo or something? I don't think I can believe that, man. And Daniel at this point is like, kind of like, he's like, Daniel's lost for words because this is like the craziest thing that's ever happened. However, shout out to Daniel's friend, because Daniel's friend is like, hey, I saw a security camera in there. Like, I'm pretty sure that whatever altercation happened was caught on camera. And as he said that, one of the emo kids, like, their faces both dropped. And the officer's like, oh, yeah, like, I can actually, like, it's pretty easy for me to request that. And if it's a certain type of camera, they can actually play it back directly in the store. And they walk back into the store, and the guy behind the cash register is like, oh, you guys are back already? And then he looks at the officer. He's like, oh, boy, what did you guys do now? And so anyways, the officer goes into the store, goes up to the register, and asks the guy if he can see, like, the camera. There was some kind of camera that was able to, like, you could play it back instantly or something. Or it's very easy for the officer to check the cameras on site. So anyways, he goes to the footage, looks back at it, is looking at the kids, like, kind of like looking at the camera, then looking at the kids, kind of to make sure that he's, like, seeing who is who. And he puts down the camera, and he looks at Daniel, and he's like, all right, son, like, you can go, like, you can do whatever you want. And then he turns to the emo kid, and he's like, why? He just says, why? Like, why would you call me over when it's very clear that, like, this, like, you confronted this kid, and then you punched him square in the face. He didn't even, like, return a punch to defend himself, which, if he did, I'd still have to kick him out of the mall, but that would have been more understandable. Like, why would you call attention, like, to this whole situation? And you're gonna get kicked out of the mall because I'm gonna have to do that. It's part of my job. And the emo kid is just like, society once again strikes. No one understands me. And the two emo kids are like, ugh, society. And the police officer looks at the emo kids and is like, guys, this is not society doing you wrong. You literally punched some guy in the face and then told a police officer that, like, or a mall cop that he punched you. And then when you caught on your lies and got caught, like, attacking someone, you're shocked that you got kicked out. Are you serious? And once again, the emo kid is like, society, you wouldn't get it, bro. Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a good day. Today we got some crazy emo kid stories that I know for a fact you will enjoy. So sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new. And let's call the first subscriber who submitted this story Hank. By the way, all these episodes are on Spotify, and they normally come out a couple hours early on Spotify, so make sure to check that out. First link in the description. Anyways, back to the story. So we're going to call the first subscriber who submitted the story Hank. And anyways, this all happened when Hank was shopping at the mall. So Hank used to always go to the mall to shop with his friends. It was just a fun place to hang out. They didn't really have a lot of other places that they could go in the town that they lived in, so the mall was probably their best bet. And sure enough, one of these days, one of Hank's friends wanted to shop at this place called Hot Topic. If you don't know, Hot Topic's a place where they have a lot of t-shirts and other kind of apparel that is very, I don't know, like fast fashion-y, brand-centric. Like, it's very much like, you'll have a lot of different brands, or kind of like, you'll find a lot of band t-shirts, a lot of kind of like, okay, so a lot of different stuffs at Hot Topic, but one kind of theme of clothing that you'll see at Hot Topic is emo style clothing, if that makes sense. So, like, really black clothing, edgy clothing, stuff like that. And just so you know, like, I have nothing against it if you dress like that. I think it's a cool enough style. I think you're fine even if you identify as like, oh, I'm emo in the way I dress or act or whatever. I don't really care. Live your life. However, as long as you don't act like the kids in these videos, especially this one, you're chill with me. But anyways, Hank just was like, okay, man, like, you want to go to Hot Topic, that's fine. Hank hadn't really been in that much, so he didn't really know what to expect. So Hank was walking into, the Hot Topic, and he was looking around, and there was a whole host of people, and Hank's friend was like, all right, man, like, I'm going to go to the back of the room. I know what I want. I'm going to go in their skateboard section. You can kind of just wander around here. I'll be out when I'm done. So Hank was totally fine with this, and Hank kind of like was wandering around, and he walked over to one of the t-shirt aisles, or one of the t-shirt rack aisles, and that's when he accidentally bumped into this kid. And this kid turns around. And just to paint the picture, this kid has super long black hair. He's got like black mascara on, black lipstick. He's got black painted nails. He's got a spiky collar. He's got like a black band t-shirt. He's got like long black jeans, and then those like big black stomper boots. I don't know if you know if you know what I mean, but like those big, kind of like those big rubber black boots that are pretty popular right now. And he turns around and he's like, dude, what the heck, bro? And Hank's just like, all right, my fault. Like, I didn't mean to bump into you like that. I was just looking around and wasn't paying attention. And the emo kid's like, dude, you're shut up, bro. Hank's kind of just looking at him like I don't really know what you mean. Like, I didn't do anything. Like, are you good? And the emo kid's like, bro, like, I don't need to hear that sass from you, bro. Like, I really just don't need to hear that. And Hank says once again, like, dude, I don't know what you're saying. Like, I'm sorry. I'll just go the other way. And Hank kind of turns around to de-escalate because he doesn't feel like, escalating anything. It's just not a good idea to get into fights like that. And that's when the emo kid's like, yeah, you would run. You're dressed like one of those jocks anyways. Which, like, Hank kind of turned around because he didn't know what that even means. First of all, I mean, isn't jock a positive thing? Like, I get that there's a bit of a negative connotation of, like, oh, you're a dumb jock or something. But I would have thought that, like, jock would have meant, like, oh, you're an athlete, which isn't that a good thing? Like, I'm kind of confused right now. Is that not a good thing, And Hank, kind of turns back and he's like, dude, like, why? Like, why are you, like, making a problem with me? I don't have a problem with you. You're kind of the one that's making this into something. Because Hank really did believe, like, I'm not the one doing anything. It's, like, 100% this guy who's making it something, And, the kid's just like, well, like, you're just looking like a dumb jock. Oh, isn't that right, guys? And he turns around, and there's two other emo kids. And they look very similar to the main emo kid, but they kind of just, they're dressed slightly different, but really, I mean, it's funny how, like, I saw this on South Park, but it's funny how, like, non-conformists all dress the same. I'm just like, well, I mean, you are conforming to something, but anyways, right? So the other two kids, the other emo kids are kind of there along too, laughing. And, Hank is starting to, like, get upset by this because he doesn't really care about, like, these random kids, what they think, except, he's got three kids standing there pointing at him, laughing in his face when Hank didn't deserve it. Like, Hank was thinking, like, look, if I deserve this, if I was being, like, an absolute, like, if I was being a jerk to them or for some reason I actually did something, sure, maybe I deserve this. But Hank's just thinking to himself, like, dude, I don't deserve this. I was literally just chilling here. I actually bumped into this kid. Like, I'm sorry about that. Like, my fault. Once again, my fault. But that's when Hank turned the tables on the emo kid. And the thing is, right, the emo kid was wearing a band t-shirt. And the thing about band t-shirts is, you don't necessarily need to know everything about some place that you rep. Like, if you wear a t-shirt that's from Starbucks and someone's like, okay, well, then name all the flavors of, like, cappuccino you can get. It doesn't have to be like that. But the thing is, a lot of people wear band t-shirts because the band t-shirts look sick, and they don't know any of the songs from the band, which, I guess is fine. But, like, at the end of the day, a lot of people will kind of pretend to know it and not actually know it. So, Hank was like, well, screw it, bro. He's like, all right, buddy. And he looks at the main emo kid, and the main emo kid looks at him back. And he's like, all right, buddy, name me 3 songs from that band. And he points to the emo kid's t-shirt. And I don't know, maybe it was like Nirvana or something. Like one of those kind of like t-shirts or whatever, and the emo kid looks at him, and he has this kind of look of shock. This look of, oh my God, like, you caught me. Kind of the look of, like, man got caught in a trap right here type of look. And the emo kid's kind of just like, how about you name me 3 songs from this band, bro? And the emo kid turns to look back at his emo kid friends as kind of like, oh, what's their reaction to that sick burn? And they kind of just look at him blankly. I think the emo kid was kind of expecting he would turn around, he'd look back to his friends, and he'd be like, oh yeah, wasn't that a crazy burn? I totally got them. But his friends look back at him kind of just like, dude, like, I don't know how to break it to you, but you didn't get him. So the emo kid turns back around. He's like, I don't need to do anything you say, bro. I'm not going to conform to your standards. And then the 2 emo kids were like, yeah, that's right on, bro. You're so right. And they, like, dap him up. And Hank at this point, he's just so done. He's just like, bro, because he realizes, like, Hank's like, you know what? I'm not going to fight with these kids. These kids are obviously a lost cause. This is not worth my time. So Hank gets up, he turns around, and he kind of says, like, whatever, man, like, go live your life. Hank turns around, starts to walk away, and that's when he feels a tug on his pants. And he turns around, and he sees the emo kid failing to pull down his pants. So basically, the emo kid couldn't wanted to he couldn't let Hank just leave by himself. Like he couldn't let him just do that. So when Hank turned around and started to walk away, the emo kid went to jump and try and pull down his pants to pants him, to embarrass him, to impress his emo kid friends and be like, "Oh my god, I totally owned him, dude." So at this point, Hank is like, "Dude, stop pulling down my pants, bro." And the emo kid's like, "Oh, sorry, I just slipped." And he's like, And his emo kid friends laugh along as well. At this point, Hank's getting really annoying. He's like, "Sorry, bro, I'm not into you like that." And he's like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, you're trying to pull down my pants. So you're telling me you're not trying to get a peek?" And the emo kid's like, "Dude, it's not like that. I was trying to pants you." And Hank's like, "Yeah, you wanted to pants me so you could see my bare bottom. Did you really want to see my bare bottom that bad?" And at this point, the other two emo kids start laughing a little bit. And the main emo kid turns around and he's like, "Stop laughing, it's not funny." Turns back around, he's like, "Dude, you don't know what you just did." And the emo kid walks up to Hank with his chest puffed out. He's like, "Bro, you literally don't know what you just did. You don't know who you're messing with." Okay, I don't know if he started to tear up or anything, but at the exact same time, the mall cop that happened to be going around the mall to make sure that nothing's happening looks into the Hot Topic and sees basically this kid walk up to this other kid with his chest puffed out. So the mall cop outside kind of slows down walking and looks inside. And sure enough, Hank is like, "Hey, look, I'm not looking for any trouble." And the emo kid's like, "Yeah, that's what I thought. You're freaking scared, bro. Don't tell me otherwise. You're freaking scared." And at this point, Hank's like, "Dude, I'm not scared. It's not like that. I just don't want any trouble. You're not worth my time." And he's like, "I am worth your time. I'm worth all of your time plus some because I'm worth more than you, dude. You don't know who you're messing with." At this point, right, the emo kids was really kind of just showing his true colors and being like, kid's insecure. That's fair enough. He's trying to act all tough in front of his friends. So once again, Hank's he turns around and he's like, "All right, man." He's like, "Dude, I'm just not doing this. Once again, have a good life." Hank turns around, and as Hank's turning around, the emo kid is in his head, he's like, "I can't let this slide." So the emo kid literally raises up his hand and swings on Hank. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, go ahead and comment emo down below. I just want to see how many people made it to the end of this video, as I do appreciate you guys. Best way to support the channel, as always, is just watch a bunch of the videos. The more watch time you give to the channel, the more we get promoted in the algorithm, and I really, really do appreciate it. Let me know in the comment section what you do while watching my videos. I genuinely want to know. Just so you know, all these episodes are on Spotify. It's in the description, the first link. Please rate us 5 stars when you have a chance. If you want to submit these stories, and please do, because, that's how I make these videos, go to my Instagram or Twitter. They're both in the description, but they're also at Connor Pugs. I got a Discord server, link in description, code ConnorPugs for 10% off gamer subs. Let's get back to the story. So Hank, remember, he turns around and Hank's like, "Dude, I'm not going to deal with you like that. It's just not worth my time." So Hank turns around and the emo kid, who's like, I can't let Hank one-up me. I can't let this random kid kind of alpha me in front of my emo kid friends or whatever. So as Hank turns around, the emo kid swings on him, takes his fist. The thing is, though, the emo kid's not a trained, fighter or boxer or something. So obviously the emo kid doesn't make contact with Hank. Instead of making contact with Hank, the emo kid nearly misses Hank, and his right hook goes right through a rack of clothes. The emo kid was really putting his full force into this too. Because once the emo kid misses and whiffs on Hank, the emo kid flies forward into the rack of clothes. So he basically pushes himself into a rack of clothes, fails to swing on him. The mall cop, however, did see the emo kid try and swing on Hank, so he walks in there. Hank turns around, and he sees the emo kid on the floor in a pile of clothes, and he's just so confused on what happened. And then Hank turns around the other way to see a mall cop standing in front of him. So Hank's really confused at this moment. He's like, "Okay, 1 second ago, I turned away from the emo kid, and a second later, the emo kid is sitting face first in a pile of clothes, and a mall cop is standing above me. This literally makes no sense." And sure enough, the mall cop's like, "Hey, hold up, everyone, I gotta talk to you guys. And the two emo kids, like, from the back, like, they get scared and they literally run off. They disappear into the rest of the story. It's like, hey, you get back here. But also the mall cop didn't really care that much because the two people that he really wanted to talk to were both Hank and the emo kid who swung on him. So the emo kid gets up. He's like kind of panting a little bit. He's like, and the mall cop's like, hey, I saw you swing on this kid. I know you didn't make contact, but you did try and swing on this kid. It's 100%. Like, what's going on here? The emo kid's like, dude, I was just defending myself. And at this point, Hank's like, that's not the case. Like this kid and I were kind of talking back and forth. He tried to pull down my pants. I made fun of him for doing that. I turned around and he tried to swing on me. At this point, right, the mall cop kind of witnessed the last 60% of this altercation. So he knows for a fact that he saw the emo kid try and pull down the pants and then have an argument. So the emo kid says, well, after I pulled down his pants, this kid tried to swing on me and I just defended myself. And the thing is, right, that was a mistake for the emo kid because the mall cop had been watching the whole thing. So the mall cop knew for a fact that that wasn't the case of what happened. So the mall cop goes on to say, like, dude, I know for a fact that's not what happened. I saw you guys kind of like bickering in the store and I wanted to make sure that we had no like nonsense going on. Obviously some nonsense did go on and I watched the whole thing. I saw you try and pull down this kid's pants. He did not swing on you. I don't know what he said to you that offended you or anything, but it's very clearly that, you're the aggressor here and like, I can't have that. So he's like, hey, I'm going to need you to come with me. And the emo kid's like, all right, buddy, go ahead with him. And the emo kid is like looking at Hank and kind of giving him this look of like, come on, bud, like, go ahead. He's asking for you. When in truth, that, the mall cop is not asking for Hank. The mall cop is asking for the emo kid. So the mall cop's like, sorry, man, you must be mistaken. I'm not asking for this guy over here, pointing to Hank. He's like, I'm asking for you. And he points at the emo kid. And the emo kid is so absolutely stunned by this revelation. He's like, at this point, the emo kid is practically speechless. The emo kid is standing there, is just like, you must have some kind of mistake or something. Like, you can't be talking about me. That's insane. Like, there's no way. Like, what do you mean? Hanks is looking at the emo kid with this bit of a smirk, and the mall cop is kind of like, come on, bud. Like, we don't want to have any trouble here. Make this nice and easy for all of us. And just come along with me. And, at this point, the emo kid is looking at Hank and kind of just giving him this look of like, this isn't over, buddy. This isn't over. And Hank is kind of just like, wow, this like a lot just went down in the last 5 minutes, because this was like no longer than like 10 minutes of an altercation. And as soon as the mall cop basically drags the emo kid away, his friend comes rushing up to him, and he's like, dude, like, I just checked out the thing I was getting, and in his hand, he had this, like, skateboard thing or whatever. He's like, dude, I just saw, like, a mall cop over here. I saw some kid getting dragged out of the store. Did you happen to see what happened? And Hank just looks at his friend, and is like, did I happen to see what happened? He's like, buddy, I lived what happened. Okay, so we're going to call the subscriber for the next story Bobby. I got a little King the Hill theme going on with these names because I got Bobby and Hank. If you know, you know, and you're cool. Anyway, so Bobby was like hanging out at home one day and one of his friends hits him up. And, Bobby, doesn't see this friend this often because they happen to be going to two different schools, even though they live relatively in the same area. They're both in high school and they're both seniors in high school. So Bobby's friend, who we're going to call Ben, actually happens to have a car at this point. And, Bobby's friend Ben hits up Bobby one day and Bobby's just chilling at home and he gets a text from Ben saying, hey, do you want to like hang out today? And Bobby was feeling kind of lazy. So he's like, maybe, like, what do you want to do? His friend's like, dude, I want to go to the skate park. And Bobby in his head, he's like, I don't know if I want to go. Like, this is, I don't know. I don't know, man. I really don't know. And Bobby should have stayed home that day based on what was about to go down, but he didn't because he wanted to see his friend Ben, and he was like, wait, what else am I going to do today? Watch Netflix? I know for a fact by the end of the day, if I'm just sitting here watching Netflix, I'm not going to be a happy camper. So sure enough, Bobby texts him back. He's like, yeah, man, like, I don't got a ride, but if you can pick me up 100%. So sure enough, this friend, I don't know, an hour later, pulls up to Bobby's house and says, hey, man, get in. And, Bobby shows up to the window. He's like, hey, what's up, Ben? Haven't seen you in forever. Just so you know, I don't have a skateboard, just so you're aware. And Ben's like, dude, I got two in the back. Don't worry about that. I got you. So sure enough, Ben hops into the car with Bobby. And, they drive, or Bobby hops into the car with Ben. They drive over to the skate park, which is like 15 minutes away from where Bobby lives. And they get out, and, Bobby used to skate a little bit back in the day with his friend. It's been a while, so he's not going to do any tricks or anything like that, but he's just getting along, he's just getting on the board. He's kind of riding around a bit, just getting a little bit of exercise. And mostly he's out there just to hang out with Ben, because he hasn't seen Ben in a second, and they used to be really tight. So sure enough, Bobby and Ben are just chilling at the skate park. They're having a good time. They're kind of just living their life. And that's when a very specific looking group, of these emo kids. They pop out of nowhere, basically, and they just appear at the end of the skate park. So this skate park is pretty big. It's not like a massive one. It's not like where you'd have a professional skater event or something. But it's a pretty big skate park. Like, the city definitely put some, like, a good amount of bread into making this. So sure enough, they're looking over and they see this group of kids. And this group of kids has, like, a ringleader that's, like, standing in front of the other two. And he's kind of dressed like they're all dressed like kind of like the other emo kids in the last story time. So I'm not going to go ahead and describe them. They're dressed a little bit differently, but it's all kind of the same, if you know what I mean. So sure enough, the kids are just standing at the end of the park. And it's really awkward because, like, Bobby goes over to Ben. He's like, dude, like, see those kids? And Ben's like, yeah, I've just been staring at them. And Ben's like, dude, they just been looking at us for, like, the last thing. Checks his watch. He's like, dude, they just been looking at us for, like, the last like, 2 minutes, bro. That's really freaking weird. And, Bobby's like, yeah, man, like, this is kind of weird. I don't totally know, like, what's the deal with all this. Like, do you know what's up with them? And Ben's like, dude, I don't go to this skate park. Like, this is your skate park. And Bobby's like, yeah, I don't really skate anymore, so I don't know. Maybe this is, like, a place they normally go to. Either way, this is kind of weird. Let's just stay on this side, and hopefully they'll stay on their side. And if they come over, hopefully they're cool. Spoiler, they're not cool. Yeah, they're the farthest thing from cool. But anyways, Bobby and Ben try and ignore these kids, as these kids literally, the thing is, these kids, they don't even have skates they don't even have like a skateboard with them. And you don't need to have a skateboard to hang out at a skate park. A park is a park, and it's a cool place to just hang out with some friends. That's 100% true. However, I will say it is a little weird to, like, show up in a group of kids or a group of, like, a bunch of people, stand there and watch other people without saying anything to each other, without doing anything like that. I will say that itself is pretty weird. So sure enough, Bobby and Ben are just kind of standing there like, dude, this is really freaking weird. What's going on? And that's when they look over, and sure enough, they see the emo kids start to walk closer to them. Like, the emo kids were just standing there for a good solid, I would say 10 minutes. And that's when the emo kids start to walk over to Bobby and Ben. And at this point, Ben turns over. He's like, dude, what is up with your neighborhood, bro? Like, why do you always get the weirdos? And Bobby's like, dude, it's not my fault. I don't go here this often. I don't know. And that's when the group of emo kids shows up. And there's, like, very clearly, like, this is going to sound weird, but, like, an alpha one. Like, okay. I'm not trying to use, like, weird, like, alpha male terms or whatever. Oh, Connor, which one's the sigma male? Shut up if you say that in the comment section unironically, dude. Actually, shut up. But anyways, sure enough, the kind of like the alpha of the pack, whatever that even means in emo pack words, is like, hey, you two, I need a word with you. And Bobby and Ben kind of just look at each other just like, oh my God, like, what's going on here? It's just kind of strange. Ben kind of like whispers over to Bobby like, dude, we are never going back to your park ever again. And Bobby kind of just gives him this look of like, dude, I can't control this. So sure enough, the emo kid, let's just call him the alpha emo kid. No, I can't say that for much longer. The main emo kid, King the Pack or whatever, walks up to them. He's like, bro, do you not know? And Bobby and Ben kind of look at each other, and, Bobby speaks up and says, no, like, knows what? Like, no what? The emo kid laughs. He's like, oh, you don't know then. This is our turf, dude. And Bobby and Ben kind of look at each other, and Ben speaks up like, turf? Emo kid's like, yeah, man, you don't understand. This is our turf. And Bobby just means like, what does that even mean? And they're like, dude, you don't want to mess with us. And one of them, like, legitimately pulls out, like, a wand. Not like a knife or something, not like actually trying to be intimidating. Like, this isn't like, oh, they think they're like actually in a gang or something. This is their turf. They pull out a wand, like a freaking Harry Potter magic wand. And, the main emo kid's like, bro, my boy over here knows magic. You don't want to mess with him, dude. And so Bobby and Ben kind of look at these kids, and, Ben speaks up. Ben's a little bit more brash. Ben's a little bit more, I don't know, confident is maybe the wrong word, but I'm going to use that word than Bob. Confrontational, that's right. Ben's a bit more confrontational than Bobby is. So Bobby would have been fine literally just going somewhere else. It's not like there's not a lot of other places. I mean, there's not a lot of other places they could go, but it's not like Bobby's a big skater in the first place. He just wanted to hang out with Ben. And Ben literally goes up. He's like, dude, what are you going to do with that little magic wand? You're going to wave it around, put a spell on me? It's this freaking Harry Potter, dude. We don't care. You guys don't have turf. That's ridiculous. Like, look, we're not taking up the whole park. This park's massive. You guys chill over there. We'll do our thing over here. There won't be any trouble. The emo kid's like, dude, there's going to be trouble if you guys don't leave or at least pay respects. And, Ben at this point's like, the frick you mean pay respects? Like, what is that? Like, what do you even mean by that? And at this point, Bobby's starting to realize that Ben is kind of finding this amusing more than concerning. Bobby's more concerned by this just because they outnumber them like 4-2. And these emo kids definitely like aren't hitting the gym every day. But at the same time, like 4-2, it doesn't matter like how big you are. Like you're not taking them one-on-one. So like Bobby didn't want anything like that. Even if it's that emo kid smoke, he didn't want it in the first place. So sure enough, Bobby kind of looks at Ben and kind of gives him a look of like, hey, like, come on now. And Ben is like, no, I'm going with this. And Ben's like, all right, man, you know what? Put a spell on us, bro. Like, if you honestly, like, you know what? We're going to take the punishment. Put a spell on us. And the main emo kid looks at them and is like, dude, you don't want our smoke like that. You don't want us to, like, drop a spell on you like that, bro. You don't know our power. You don't totally get it. And Bobby is just looking at them. And Bobby's like kind of like completely freaked out at this point. Not that they're going to actually put a spell on him and, I don't know, curse him or something. Bobby's just so freaked out by everything going on. That he just doesn't want anything to do with it. So Bobby is like, I don't know, man. How about we just like, we stay here and you go over there. And the emo kid's like, I'm not talking to you, little boy. Which like Bobby was like so taken aback by this. And Ben was like, you don't call my friend that. Come on, if you're such a big guy, little boy. And at this point, Ben says little boy back to them. If you're not such a big guy, little boy, put a spell on us. And he points to the guy in the back. And there's like a little emo kid in the back with like a little magic wand or something. The main emo kid says, you know what? Gentlemen, I don't want you guys to be seriously hurt. So I'm going to give you one more chance to leave the premises. Or my friend will put a spell on you, and you will be cursed so badly that you will not make it out of this park alive. We have magical powers that you simply don't understand. And Ben is looking at them, and Bobby is looking at them, and the emo kids are looking back. At this point, it's a classic. It's one of those classic Texas standoffs, like who's gonna shoot first, but instead of shooting, it's either staying there or shooting your magic spells through your wand or whatever. And, Ben was like, all right, no, we're staying here. Put a spell on us. Do it. And the emo kid is like, fine, you've sealed your fate. And all of them walk away. At this point, Bobby and Ben look at each other. Bobby's like, dude, those kids are weird. Like, I have no idea what's going on. Ben is like, really is your neighborhood spawning out the most NPCs in the world, dude? Like, this is crazy. And, Bobby and Ben were probably going to go back and forth a little bit about how weird these kids were, but they were unfortunately interrupted by chanting. So they look over and they see the emo kids like holding hands, chanting, like kind of like going in a circle, like kind of like moving in a circle, holding hands, chanting like demonic tongues. At this point, Bobby's like, bro, I'm kind of freaked out. And Ben's like, dude, this is a comedy routine. Please, like, chill out. And at this point, they do, like, the chanting gets louder and louder. And it's kind of weird. Like, it's really strange. It's like they definitely been rehearsing this. And Bobby admits to me that for a split second, he was thinking, like, dude, what if these kids actually have magic powers? Spoiler, they don't. They're just weird, right? And by the end of the chant, one of the kids comes over. The main one grabs the wand, starts swinging it around, and starts walking over to them. He's like, one last chance, boys. I'm giving you one last chance to literally survive. I'm giving you one more chance unless you want to, if you want to leave here and see your parents again. And Bobby was just in his head like, dude, this kid's legitly weird. And Ben says, Yeah, bring it on, dude. I want to see the worst you have. And Bobby was like, he admits, he was a little bit concerned just because, I don't know, just like the confidence these emo kids had was kind of startling. And the main emo kid's like, fine. Takes up his wand. He starts like saying a bunch of like random gibberish and waving his wand in a circular motion, pointing it at Bobby, right? Or at Ben, not Bobby. And Ben, kind of looks at Bobby and gives him a wink. And Bobby knows that, but Ben's about to be up to some mischief. And the kid is like, ha-da-da-da, ha-da-da-da, ha-boah, or does like what is very clearly like the final motion. And Ben literally like opens his eyes super wide, clutches his heart, and drops to the ground and doesn't move. Bobby is like a little bit freaked out, but he also remembers that Ben just like gave him a big wink. And you hear all the emo kids, like some of them are in the back like, oh my God, it actually worked. The spell actually worked. And the main emo kid has this look on his face, like the most scared look you've ever seen. The main emo kid was terrified because for for a good 30 seconds, the main emo kid actually thought that he just killed this kid from his like magic spell or whatever. So sure enough, the emo kid like drops his wand, rushes up to Ben and is like, no, the spell, it was too powerful. I should have held back. And Bobby's just looking at him. And the emo kids, the other ones, are standing like talking to each other. And they're like frantically talking to each other. They're really concerned about this. They're like, dude, do we call the cops? Do we bury the body? Like, what do we do? Like, what if our parents find out? All this kind of nonsense, right? And that's when you hear giggling. It started as giggling, but then it just evolved into laughter. And that's when Ben flips over and you can see that he's just been laughing. He couldn't hold it in any longer. And he gets up, he's like, oh my God, you fell for it. This is the funniest thing ever. He's like, guys, you're not wizards, you're just weird. Go to that side of the park. We're gonna be here, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's when I think the emo kids kind of realized that, they weren't going to scare them out of there, and they definitely were not going to fight them out of there either. So sure enough, the emo kids they don't even say anything. These kids they're kind of done with trying to scare like Bobby and Ben out of there. So they pick up their stuff, they get up, and they leave. And Bobby and Ben, they go back to doing their whatever they were doing before. But it really was just never the same after that, because like for the rest of the day, Ben would just continuously make emo kid jokes and Bobby would laugh and make them back. So in fact, the rest of the day was better than ever before. And this happened a long time ago. Like this happened like 4 or 5 years ago. And Bobby and Ben actually reunited about a year ago. And literally the only thing they did during their when they reunited was retold this story and made jokes about it the entire time. And this is probably, if you want to continue supporting the channel, please
click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
How's it going, everyone? Today we have a story of one of the cringiest emo kids of all time. So sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're calling today's subscriber who submitted the story Brent. So this all happened when Brent was at soccer camp. And so Brent went to the soccer camp every single year. And it just happened that this year he encountered the emo kid at soccer camp. So anyways, this was just another summer of Brent going to soccer camp. His mom dropped him off, and once again, he was pretty excited to go. Unfortunately, some of the friends he made from the year before, they didn't show up this time, so he was very proactive about finding people, meeting new people, and trying to make some new friends. So anyways, in the very beginning of soccer camp, they had kind of a get to know other people type deal. And all of a sudden, right, Brent sees this girl, and she was at kind of the girls' soccer camp. So it was kind of split up like boys' soccer camp and girls' soccer camp. However, it was all under the same umbrella of the soccer camp program. So they would eat lunch together, do non-soccer activities, but the morning soccer practices were kind of split up by gender like that. And so anyways, right away, Brent saw this girl, Emily, and he immediately kind of fell in love with her. Not actually, but was like, OMG, lol, she's cute. I'm going to try and hit. No, I'm just kidding. He's I don't know. He's going to soccer camp. He's not trying to hit, bro. That's crazy. But anyways, right, so she's going to be an important character later on. But for the meantime, we don't need to think about her because someone much more important comes into the picture. So while Brent is thinking about oh my God, look at that girl over there. I got to start talking to her. That's crazy. He accidentally bumps into this guy and he turns around. This guy is I don't know, a little bit bigger than him, a little bit heavier than him, just like kind of a bigger guy. And he's got this like long black hair that's swooshed over. He's wearing like the standard soccer cleats, but otherwise it's like this black band heavy metal t-shirt. He's got like black painted nails. He's got like a spiky wristband on or whatever. And he turns around, he's like, yo, what did you bump into me, bro? And Brent's like, oh, my fault, like, didn't mean to do that. He's like, you don't think that I'm an alpha? Is that what you think? Brent's like, what? He's like, I'm an alpha male, just in case you weren't aware, which I know that you subconsciously were, because, all betas instantly know when there's an alpha present. And Andrew was the guy from like 7 stories ago. Brent was like, what? He's like, bro, do you not know what beta males and alpha males are? Well, basically, beta males are like you and lame, and alpha males are strong, powerful, and dominant in the pack. And with that, like, the emo kid does a big, like, swipe of his big, long, black hair, so, like, his bangs would no longer cover his eyes. It immediately fell back in front of his face. He's like, yeah, just so you know, kid, get out of my way. And the emo kid, like, shuffles away. And this was Brent's first interaction with the emo kid. So he's like, okay, that's cool, man. Like, okay, see you around, buddy. Bye-bye. So anyways, let's fast forward a little bit. After soccer practice in the morning, Brent was actually one of the better kids there. He was pretty good at soccer. They had lunch, and in the afternoon, they had activities such as like this, like, I don't know, like tag, capture the flag, all kind of like random camp activities. And today was capture the flag, and Brent happened to be on the same team as Emily. So immediately he goes over there. He's like, hey, how's it going? Like, my name is Brent. Emily's like, hey, like, my name's Emily. Nice to meet you. And Brent and Emily immediately hit it off. They're having a good time. They're talking with each other. They're enjoying each other's company. You simply love to see it. And, like, from very far away, Brent catches the eye of the emo kid who's on the other team and is just staring him down for some reason. Brent doesn't really think much of it, and then, like, he goes back to talking to Emily. So they're playing capture the flag right now, and Brent, runs over to the other side, gets the flag, right, and starts running back to his side. If you don't know capture the flag, there's like this little penny on both sides, or like a little piece of cloth or something, and while you're on the opponent's side, if they tag you, you're in jail. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to run over there, grab their flag, and run back to your side without being tagged. However, there was a stipulation that it had to be a tag. This isn't tackling. You can't push someone. You can't, like, punch them or anything. You have to tag them if they're on your side. So, Brent is running over there. Sorry, I have a list of names in front of me and from other stories. Brent is running over there. He grabs the enemy team's flag and is running back to his side, and he's really close when he just, like, immediately slams into the ground. And that's when he realizes that there's a big guy on top of him. And that's when he realizes that the emo kid tackled him. So the emo kid's like, nice try, buddy. Next time, try not to fight the alpha males. And then camp counselor comes over and says, hey, we said no tackling. You're on the sidelines, points to the emo kid, he's disqualified or whatever, has to sit on the sidelines. Ooh, so alpha, man. But anyways, right, so the penny's returned, but also Brent isn't in, like, jail. He goes back to the other side, and the emo kid has to sit out for the rest of capture the flag. And Brent continues to talk to Emily, and the entire time, the emo kid is just, like, looking over, and he's, like, all angrily staring at Brent. So Brent is now his official enemy. Brent kind of just assumed that they were enemies because of when he bumped into him and also when he got him disqualified, which, did Brent really get him disqualified, or was it because he's an idiot and jumped on him? That's why he got disqualified? Who knows, man? But there was another reason why the emo kid hated Brent. There was another reason that Brent did not realize at the moment, but was very, very, very potent, and is going to be very, very important for later on in the story. I'm gonna give you guys a hint. It starts with an E and ends with a Emily. Did you guys get it? Starts with an E and ends with a Emily. Emily? I'm just going to tell you, yeah, it is Emily, the girl. So emo kid likes her. Anyways, so Brent and Emily talk for the rest of that capture the flag game. The entire time the emo kid is staring Brent down. Brent just simply assumes, well, this kid hates me for that reason only. But let me just say that the next week of soccer camp was the craziest week that Brent has ever had. So anyways, right, his mom picks him up. He goes back home. His mom's like, hey, how was the first day? And Brent says, oh, I met this really weird kid who tackled me. And she's like, oh my God, are you okay? He's like, yeah, actually, I have barely any scrapes on me even. But he seems to not like me, so I'll keep you updated on that. So Brent is dropped off the next day, and he walks over there. And that's when the emo kid, is just staring him down. And, Brent is kind of walking over because there's a little bit of like a 5, 10, 15-minute period where the kids are just standing around talking with each other, waiting for them all to be dropped off. And then the soccer camp officials or camp counselors would then split them up into groups, do soccer drills, play games, whatever, standard kind of affair. And he's just kind of waiting around. And that's when the emo kid comes up to him and says, so you're challenging my authority as the alpha man. And Brent is kind of just like, what? He's like, I'll say it again, just in case your little beta ears couldn't hear me. So you're challenging my authority that I am the alpha male of the pack. If we were wolves, which we kind of are, and Brent was like, what? If we were wolves, as we kind of are, as I said, I would be the alpha male, alpha wolf, and you would be the beta wolf, and I would be banging your wife while you watch little cuck beta wolf. Whoa. And Brent is looking at this kid, and this kid is like, no offense, but this kid is like the opposite of what a stereotypical alpha male would look like, right? One of those red pit alpha males. It just looks the complete opposite of that. But anyways, Brent's not gonna get into like he's not gonna rebuttal this kid, because like, what is there to rebuttal? Everything, man. Like this kid has no argument. But anyways, Brent's like, okay, and the emo kid's like, well, you say okay, but remember yesterday when you got me kicked out of the game, which you obviously tipped off the ref? And Brent's like, bro, you tackled me. It's very clearly stated in the rule books that you're not allowed to tackle anyone. How is this on me? He's like, dude, it was so clearly on you because the ref understood that I was the alpha male and I was simply asserting my dominance, bro. And, Brent's just like, dude, the frick are you talking about, dude? Like, I paid him off with what? The $5 allowance I get a week? With what? My used smelly, stinky socks? What do I have? And he's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe he took his daughter on a date because his daughter's so ugly she'd never get a date. Oh. And Brent's like, was that a diss? Like, does he even have a daughter? He's like 20, bro. What? And the emo kid's like, anyways, I just wanted to let you know that I'm the alpha man. You're the beta man. I will do your wife when you have one. And scene. And the emo kid walks away. And Brent at this point is like, what? Why? Why is this my life? Anyway, so skip forward to the soccer practice. They're put into groups, and the emo kid was in group B earlier, so they basically split them up into group A and group B. So the group A is the better players, and group B is the I'm just kidding, the players who are newer to soccer. And the emo kid apparently was on the cusp of group A. It was at the very top of group B, and because his performance was good enough, he was actually moved up to group A. So now Brent, instead of having a morning to himself to focus on soccer, now had to deal with the emo kid being, thrown into the mix here. So anyways, they're doing some drills with the soccer ball, and they're kind of like kicking them around cones. You had to kind of keep control of the ball while you were running. And the emo kid, they said, okay, line up into 3 groups. And the emo kid immediately ran behind Brent. And Brent kind of looks behind him. He's like, what? And the emo kid said, nothing, Brent. Just letting you know that I'm the alpha male here. And Brent's like, okay, fine. Let's just do the drill. So the ref blows the whistle. Brent starts kicking the ball and moving with it. And the emo kid immediately runs up behind him and trips him. He's like, oh, sorry. And the ref's like, hey. And the emo kid's like, it was an accident, I swear. And the ref's like, all right, be careful. And Brent is starting to get really angry because, if you get an injury in soccer, especially if you get, a foot injury, he could be out for the entire week. I mean, this is, one of his favorite camps that he has every single summer. He loves going to it. It's one of his favorite things to do. And this emo kid, for the second time in the last 24 hours, has, has gotten really close to causing him a pretty big injury. He could have jumped. He jumped on him yesterday. He ran behind him, knocking him over. What if he twisted an ankle? What if he, I don't know, fractured something in his leg. Like, it's not that hard, especially when you got a big old kid jumping on top of you every 5 minutes. It's difficult. It's not that difficult, man. So anyways, Brent, for the next activity, waits to get into line before the emo kid does, because he doesn't want to be in the same line as the emo kid. But it turns out that, like, everyone else lines up, and it's literally just Brent and the emo kid waiting for each other to move, because the Brent wants to go where the emo kid doesn't go, and the emo kid wants to go where Brent goes. And the refs are, or not the refs, but the soccer coaches are like, come on, kind of like, guys, get into line. And Brent's like, okay. And he sprints to the end of the line, and then the emo kid sprints to the back of that line. And the coach is like, emo kid, says his actual name, can you go to another line? Like, that line's too long. And the emo kid's like, okay, moves over one line. And when the coach turns his head, the emo kid literally runs back into the line with Brent again. So when the coach turns around, he's like, wait, emo kid, I said, could you go to that line? And he's like, fine. Emo kid eventually goes to that line, actually does that. So for the rest of soccer practice, the emo kid tried to, like, bump into Brent, tried to make his life difficult, basically was just being a big butt the entire time. But thankfully, right, that nothing really happened. He didn't bump into Brent successfully again. In fact, the emo kid, most of the time when he tried to bump into Brent would do some, like, very slick soccer move, kind of like break his ankles, not literally, but you know what I mean. And the emo kid would, like, fall flat on his face because he kind of, like, tried to run into Brent, and then Brent sidestepped him and completely swerved out of his way. Anyways, though, things start to get a little bit more interesting, because throughout the next day, Brent and Emily are talking it up. It's kind of like the known thing for the camp that, like, those two were kind of like the unofficial soccer camp couple. I don't know if your camps had stuff like that, but this was true for the soccer camp. And word was that, like, the two of them, they were gonna kiss soon. Oh my God, guys, isn't that like 12th base or something? So sure enough, right, one of these days, so like a day later, Emily and Brent are just sitting with each other at lunch. They're kind of on, like, a quote-unquote date or whatever. And that's when a girl comes over and sits next to them. And Emily's like, oh, this is my friend Robin. And Robin's like, hey, guys, like, I just want to let you know, Emily, that the kid over there, and points to the emo kid, is planning to ask you out soon. And Emily's like, dude, I don't know that kid. I've never spoken to him in my life. And Brent's like, oh my God, I know exactly who that kid is. Emily's like, what? And Brent basically tells her the story that I told you guys for the last 13 minutes. And she's like, oh my God, he's the worst. And Brent's like, well, that would explain why he really hates me too, because, like, not just that I embarrassed him, but I've been hanging out with you the entire time. And, he probably knows that we've been talking a lot. And Emily laughs a little bit. And this is when Robin says, dude, like, I'm serious. This kid is going to come over and ask you out within, like, the next 24 hours. He's going to do it publicly. It's going to be really embarrassing. Everyone's told him not to do it, but he's in his own world. You gotta let him down nicely, though. And, Brent was like, no mercy. Make him suffer. Emily's like, Brent, I'm not going to make him suffer. I don't know this kid. Brent's like, make him suffer. Emily's like, shh. Okay, I'm going to be nice. When he comes over, I'm going to be firm, I'm going to be direct, but I'm going to be nice about it, I'm going to be cordial, and life is going to go back to what it was before. So sure enough, right, Brent now realizes that the emo kid has a massive crush on Emily. And Brent also starts to think about it. When Emily says no to him, and when she starts really, hanging out with me more, and when word gets around that we kiss, because we totally are, this is in Brent's head, right, he's going to actually, like, ramp up the craziness even more than it already is. I think I'm screwed, boys. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment emo down below. I'm going to heart as many comments as I can that say that. That is the secret word of the day. And also, if you want to support the channel and help boost me back into the algorithm, all you got to do is, at some point, maybe after this video, maybe later, sit down and watch a bunch of my videos in a row, maybe while you're playing video games or drawing or cleaning your room, or maybe to help you go to sleep. I take that as a compliment now. I understand it. Leave in the comment section down below how you're helping boost the channel. I will heart it, I will say thank you, and I'll even shout some people out, like the person on screen right now. Thank you to this person on screen and all of you guys for all the support recently. It's really helped boost the channel. We're growing again. You'll love to see it. Let's get back to the story. So anyways, flash forward to that night, or not that night, but that afternoon. Remember when this is the mixed gender, just fun, more camp activities, they're playing dodgeball. And sure enough, the emo kid and Brent actually happen to be on the same team this time. So like emo kid and Brent, they're picking up the dodgeballs, they're throwing them, they're trying to avoid being hit by the dodgeballs. And the emo kid walks over and is like, "Sup, bro?" And Brent's like, "What?" Emo kid's like, "I just want to let you know that, I know that you and Emily, or you have been trying to flirt with Emily, and it's been failing horribly for my sources, at least that's what my sources said. And I just want to let you know that, I let you have your fun. I let you play like the little beta little lamb you are. But I'm actually going to come in and, as the alpha male, assert my dominance and claim what is mine. Emily shall be my girlfriend by the end of tomorrow. Mark my words, and I will watch as little tears roll down your face because you're so sad that I took your girl. Oh, little Brent, I'm so sorry." Brent's like, "Dude, she's not gonna, I've talked to her, she's gonna say no. Don't do it. I hate you, but I know for a fact that you're gonna get rejected in front of everyone." The emo kid's like, "Nice try, little boy. I know for a fact that my testosterone is 10 trillion and yours is 0. So based on that alone, plus a billion other factors, such as my manliness, my alpha maleness, my swag, overall levels, and a billion more things. She will obviously say yes to me. And even if you two are fake dating, she'll break up with you immediately to say yes to me. I just know some things that you don't know, Brent. Get over it." So the emo kid walks away. And Brent's like, "Well, my conscience is clear because I tried to warn the kid not to do it. I tried to warn the kid, right? I'm not a bad guy. I told him not to do it. I told him. I said, I even gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said, I don't like you, but I want to help you here. He didn't listen to me. It's not my fault, whatever happens tomorrow." Next day rolls around. At soccer practice, the emo kid for the entire morning is like, Brent, better spend the last moments with Emily as you can because she's about to be my girlfriend. Oh, and Brent's like, "Dude, shut up, dude." He's like, "Oh my God, am I getting to you, man? Am I getting to you, man? Oh, man, it was so easy to break your thin, weak beta skin. Oh, my God, my words are hurting you so much. I'm going to lick up your little salty tears. They're so tasty and so good." And Brent's like, "Shut up, bro. You're going to get embarrassed. I can't wait for the moment. She better go hard." Anyways, flash forward to lunch. The moment. So anyways, Brent is sitting with Emily, and Emily's like, "Dude, the emo kid, I can't see him anywhere." And Brent's like, "Dude, he's going to ask you out. It's happening. Get over it. It's going to happen any second." She's like, he's going to do it the next day, which means probably now in front of everyone. And, Brent's like, that's what he said he would do. And Brent was like, "Oh my God, don't turn around," because Brent was looking, and the emo kid was walking over. And what was he walking over with? He was walking over with a boom box. You already know where this is going. And Brent's like, "You know what? Brace yourself. Try and have an out-of-body experience right now so you don't have to deal with what's about to happen. This is about to be bad, Emily. I'm so sorry." And Emily's like, "Oh my God, oh my God." And that's when you start to hear music. It's the emo kid's personal band. So it's like this heavy metal rock band. So just imagine some heavy metal rock going in the background. And the lyrics are, "Emily, Emily, why do you hang with losers like Brent? Emily, please love me." Yeah. And it's just kind of more stuff like that in the background. And the emo kid is rocking out by himself with an air guitar while this is all going on. It is the worst moment of Brent's life because the secondhand embarrassment is so strong, he's basically getting firsthand embarrassment from the whole thing. Everyone has stopped eating and turned around, including the camp counselors. They're just watching this kid bounce around with an air guitar with his super long black bangs flying all around the place as this boombox plays one of the the crappiest songs they've ever heard, terribly mixed, the worst lyrics, basically saying that Brent sucks and that she should be in love with him, and he's bouncing around, and then after 5 whole excruciating minutes, and everyone at this point is laughing and trying to hold themselves together, after 5 whole long excruciating minutes of the worst music ever and some like really bad air guitar and bouncing around, the song stops and the emo kid says, "Emily, it is clear who you shall choose. What is your verdict?" And Emily's like, "I'm sorry, I don't know you. I'm not going out with you." Emo kid's like, "That's hilarious. What's your actual verdict?" Emily's like, "Dude, I don't know you." He's like, "Dude, that's hilarious. What's your actual verdict?" And Brent's like, "All right, man, that's enough. Let's concede while we're behind." The emo kid looks at Brent and says, "This isn't over, man." And he walks away with his boombox. And Brent's like, "Why did he say that to me? I didn't dump him." And Emily's like, "Dude, that was worse than I could have ever imagined." And right, so Robin, the friend who warned them, came over again and said, "Look, I should have warned you about that. I didn't think it was real. I didn't even think that was actually going to happen. I was told earlier this morning and I laughed. I'm so sorry. I should take anything that you hear about this kid seriously from this point on, because oh my God." And Emily's like, "Wait. Oh no, we still have an activity tonight, this afternoon." And Brent's like, "Oh my God, he said this isn't over." And sure enough, it was far from over. So they get to the activity that afternoon. So it was probably the worst possible activity that it could have been, because it was small groups of charades. They kind of ran out. They had something else planned, but since it started to rain, they had to go inside. So they're like, "All right, we're going to break you off into small groups of 3. And we're going to have you play charades with each other." And at this point, they're like, "Okay, what are the odds?" Brent's like, "What are the odds that I'm put with?" And the person says, "Brent, Emily, and emo kid." And Brent's like, "You got to be joking, man. You got to be joking." Apparently, right, Robin tells him this later on, once the camp is over. Apparently because she was talking with one of the camp counselors about everything that went down. The camp counselor said that once it started to rain, the emo kid went up to them and asked what they were doing. Camp counselor said, "Oh, we're doing small groups of charades." And the emo kid requested that his 2 best friends and him were put together in a group. So it wasn't just random, it was the emo kid, but Brent didn't know that at the time. So Brent looks at Emily and Emily looks at Brent, and they're both basically just like, "Oh boy." And they both look at the emo kid, who has a massive smile on his face. So all 3 of them go away to a corner. And the emo kid's like, "Emily, I might have came on too strong." And she's like, "Well, that's an understatement." But he's like, "I will show you the truth. Brent, I challenge you to an alpha battle." Brent's just like, "What's an alpha battle?" "Ha! You're such a beta for not knowing what an alpha battle is, beta." He's like, "An alpha battle will be proof that I am alpha and you are a weak beta. And then Emily will choose me." And Emily's like, "I'm not." And he's like, "Wait, your heart will tell you otherwise after the alpha battle." Emily's like, "Okay, I'm still not going to." She's like, "God, stop, silence, woman." And Brent was like, "Whoa, chill out, dude." He's like, "You silence too? We're having an alpha battle right now." So, right, this just kind of looks like they're doing really weird charades from afar, but the emo kid is like, "All right, let's form our best wolf poses." Brent's like, "What?" He said, "Form your best wolf poses now." And Brent's like, all right. Ooh, emo kid's like, "That is the worst wolf pose I've ever seen. You were definitely not part wolf like I am." And the emo kid does this really weird pose. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm wolfing so hard right now. This is the most emo thing. I mean, the most the most alpha thing I've ever done. Oh my God." At this point, Emily's like, "Guys, you are both embarrassing yourselves." Emo kid is like, "No, you will see that I'm the most alpha. I swear." Emo kid's like, "All right, let's do it. Wrestle me." And, Brent's like, "What?" Emo kid jumps on top of him, just tackles him to the ground, because he's 20 pounds heavier, right, and a little bit taller. And Brent was completely taken off guard. He's like, "Bro, stop. What are you doing?" And the emo kid's like, "I'm out alphaing you." That's when the camp counselor comes over and says, "All right, guys, break it up. Tears the 2 of them apart. He's like, "All right, so we're only doing this for 20 more minutes, but it looks like you 2 can't keep off of each other, so I'm going to be joining your group. Imagine how awkward this is. It is Emily, Brent, the emo kid, and a random camp counselor. So they do normal charades, right? And the entire time, the emo kid is like sneaking in punches to Brent's arm. He's like, ow. And when the camp counselor looks up, the emo kid puts his arms behind his back. And the emo kid's like, this isn't over, man. And then the emo kid walks over to Emily. He's like, tss, tss, Emily, tss. Emily's like, what? Do you think I'm more alpha? Shut up, kid. Emo kid's like, no. Okay, well, okay, I'll just be direct. Do you want to go out with me? No! And the camp counselor was like, guys, silence while I'm doing charades. And Emily's like, dude, I don't want to go out with you. How many times do I need to tell you this? Emo kid's like, but I'm definitely more alpha. She's like, that's not a real thing. So the next day rolls around. It's Thursday. And that afternoon, there's no real activity. It's just known as like the soccer dance or whatever. And during the soccer dance, there's one coveted slow song where anyone who has feelings for each other might ask for like a slow song or something. And sure enough, let's just jump to the dance because the emo kid is like being a jerk to Brent all day, but that's not anything new. And sure enough, it is the dance. And they're putting on normal songs. And Emily and Robin and Brent are all together like, dude. And Robin's like, dude, the emo kid is definitely going to try and get that slow song with you. Like, Brent, you got to swoop in right away. Because at this point, Brent and Emily were, like, unofficially a thing. They're only at camp for a week, so they're not going to make, like, a long-term relationship. Let's have kids, baby. Okay, you know what I mean. But sure enough, the slow song comes on. And Brent's like, oh my God. And Emily's like, quickly. And you can see the emo kid sprinting from the other side of the room. So Emily and Brent quickly like get together in the slow song, kind of like whatever. And Emily's standing there and she feels Brent being ripped off of him. And the emo kid grabs Brent, rips him off Emily and tackles him on the ground. And this is what the camp counselors are like, oh, okay, foul play. They go in, they grab the emo kid and they like run they take him off. They're like, all right, buddy, this is like your third strike and you are out. So they call up the parents of the emo kid. They say, your son can't come tomorrow. He's like fighting this one kid again and again and he won't stop. And so sure enough, the emo kid was picked up, taken away, and Brent and Emily finished off with a slow song together. The next day rolls around. It is Friday. It is only a half day where basically the parents come and watch a little like soccer presentation that all the kids have done. And by the end of it, right, most people are packing up. Brent and Emily are gone. And you remember the friend Robin from the beginning? One of the camp counselors and Robin were like friends or whatever, or like friendly. And the camp counselor's like, do you happen to know about that like emo looking kid? Like, do you happen to know what was up with him? And Robin's like, do I have a story?
Click on the video on screen right now.
You?
I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Leave a like on this video and I'll actually give you nothing at all. No, but what's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new story. And just imagine you're chilling with your girlfriend. Life is awesome. You stare into her eyes lovingly. And then all of a sudden, this emo kid walks in and says that you must fight him to the death to decide who gets your girlfriend. And at that moment, you seriously just sit there and question your life choices. That is the story I'll be telling today. So sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new, and let's just jump right into this story. So we're going to call a subscriber who submitted the story James. So anyways, there's a kid in James's class who we're going to call the emo kid. He kept to himself. He wore crazy makeup and the dark clothing and whatever. And honestly, it doesn't really matter what you wear. But he was also extremely melodramatic. Like, he would come in and he'd be like, society doesn't understand me. No one gets me. I'll never fit in. He was kind of like one of those kids that kind of just like would say this stuff and then would be like, why do I not have friends? I'm just a melodramatic freak all the time, which, I was pretty weird in middle school, so like I can't really speak. But then again, hey man. Anyways, so there's also a girl in, I don't know, I'll just call her we'll just call her Kate, right? It's name of my friend back home. So anyways, James and the emo kid, unfortunately, had to cross paths because they both had a thing for this girl. And this Friday, right? So this story all starts like this weekend, or not this weekend, we'll say starts on Monday. And this Friday, remember, not actually this Friday, I mean this Friday in the story, was going to be the school dance. And the whole thing was like whoever got the slow dance with this girl was basically going to like, so the thing at James's school is if you slow danced with a girl, you were basically dating her at this point. You guys were practically in love at that point. So it was a pretty big deal who was going to get the slow dance. And it was the emo kid versus James. And this became very public knowledge. Like the emo kid was telling everyone that he was going to 100% get the slow dance. And people kind of knew James because James was more popular. He wasn't like, I don't know, some like really annoying popular person. He was just like a cool guy that everyone liked. I mean, at least according to James, who submitted this story. So who really knows? But we'll go with it, right? So everyone kind of knew that both the emo kid and James were both fighting for this girl, Kate. And Kate made it pretty clear that, you know, she was not going to say yes to the emo kid. Like, sorry, unlucky. Life just works out like that. But she was considering saying yes to James. She was kind of just keeping... the truth was that she was going to say yes to James if he asked. However, she just wanted to keep him kind of like on his toes and questioning or whatever, right? So, yeah, throughout that whole week, the emo kid and James, they didn't really, like, they weren't, like, in a fight with each other, but it was kind of like, they were kind of like rivals in a sense, even though they never had any direct confrontation. And let's just skip ahead to that Friday. It was the day of the school dance. It was emo kid versus James. So anyways, at this point, you know, the emo kid is like, you know, he's kind of like, he's standing in the corner at the dance, right? Look, I was pretty awkward in high school and middle school when it came to those big dances. But to be fair, everyone else was as well. But the emo kid was kind of taking it to a whole different level. He literally was like slouched in the corner of the room. His like long black hair kind of like down. Almost like, you know, that scene from The Ring with that like the girl who comes out of the TV. He was kind of looking like that chick for a second. So he was definitely not helping himself out in this situation. And at this point, James and his boys were kind of standing like together, whatever. They were dancing to, I don't know. I don't freaking know what they play at high school dances. Maybe some Whip Nene by Silento. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a middle school dance, bro. I don't know how this works. But anyways, they're kind of waiting for the slow song to come on. Maybe some, I don't know, some like song by Adele or something like that. Like the when like, dude, I always try and like say lines from songs during these stories and I just blank every single time. But anyways, yeah, so they're all kind of waiting around there, and it was, eventually, the slow dance song came on. And remember, you might be thinking, oh man, who cares? It's just like a slow song. No. What you have to understand is the slow song meant everything to these kids. Like the slow song, basically, if you had a slow song with some girl, because remember, they were in middle school. This was like 7th, 8th grade. So probably the farthest you ever went with a girl was like slow dancing or maybe holding her hand if you were like crazy, because, you know, if you hold a girl's hand for too long, there is a chance you get her pregnant. So definitely not misinformation from the Connor Pugs channel. But anyways, slow dance was a really big deal. And all of a sudden, the song comes on. And the thing was, right, the emo kid was too busy kind of like sulking about society in the corner of the room to react quick enough. So James was like, all right, bro, like that guy's playing himself. I'm going to go in. So James very quickly goes in. And boom, he gets there, goes up. He's like, hey, like, Kate, like, can I have this dance? And she very happily says yes. Because she said, like, oh, I don't know if I'll say yes. She knew. She was bluffing the whole time. And James kind of felt pretty confident about it. And even though she said, I don't know, he was pretty confident because her friends were like, yeah, dude, she's totally bluffing. Like, I hate to expose my friend like that, but she definitely has a thing for you. You're chilling. You're in the green. So anyways, James goes in. He feels pretty good about the whole thing. But let me just say that the emo kid eventually looks up and then he sees this. And the emo kid is not having it. So he does something pretty insane. So strap in and definitely prepare for the cringe. If you have your cringe seatbelt unbuckled, I'm actually going to fine you for your own safety. So yeah, go ahead and buckle that cringe seatbelt because there was like a DJ station and there was like a guy who was like DJing, quote unquote, and there was like a microphone. So like the DJ could say like, hey, like 20 minutes till the dance is done, or get ready for this hype song or whatever. And other than that, he was really just a Spotify playlist. He just edited the Spotify playlist, right? However, the DJ let the Spotify playlist run on autoplay or whatever, and he went to the bathroom. So the emo kid ran up to like the spot or whatever. He grabs the microphone. He stops the music. First of all, he goes up to the Spotify, clicks pause on the music, and screams into the microphone, "Wait!" And everybody turns around. And they look at this kid. And they're all kind of like looking at this emo kid who's standing at the front of the room with like the microphone. He picks it up. He's like, Kate, no. So at this point, everyone's kind of looking at this kid like, oh my God, because they all knew that like he wanted to have the dance with Kate, but like James obviously got it. So they were like, that's tough, man. Like life sometimes doesn't work out the way you want it to. Like that's just unfortunate how that goes. However, he goes up there and he's like, he goes in the microphone, like he says, wait. And everyone turns around. The music is off. He's like, Kate, may I have this dance? And everyone's so confused because first of all, he turned off the slow song in the middle of the song. And also, she was already dancing with someone. And instead of just going up to her, he makes a massive scene in front of everyone, grabbing the microphone and screaming into it, saying like, will you have this dance? And the thing is, right, it's caused enough commotion that the guy, like the DJ that was hired, ran back. Because I think he was supposed to be there the whole time, but he needed to like rip a piss or something, so he needed to go. And he runs back over. He's like, give that back to me. He like snatches it out of the emo kid's hand. He's like, sorry for the interruption, guys. Turns the music back on, like starts like, not cursing out this kid, he's a middle schooler, but being like, dude, what do you think you're doing? You can't just like come up here and take this stuff. Like, if you do this again, I'm going to tell your teachers and you'll be in big trouble. Or, I don't know how much trouble a hired DJ can get you in, but the emo kid returns to his corner and literally just sits down, just slumps into the corner of the room, which James felt kind of bad. He felt a little bit bad because like James has definitely been in that position. I say that very kind of liberally because James has not actually been in a position where he grabs the microphone at the school dance, stops the music, and asks the girl out unsuccessfully. He hasn't specifically been there, but he's definitely been in a situation where it just hasn't gone his way. So he feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. You hate to see it. But anyways, James like continued on with the slow. He's not going to stop his life because this kid has an unlucky moment. Like, that's tough. So, while I will say there was kind of an awkward moment because while, like, James is, like, slow dancing with Kate, he kind of, like, turns around, like, they kind of, like, turn around so James is facing the emo kid, and he just looks up, and the emo kid is staring at him with, like, the creepiest, most stalkerish, most scariest stare he's ever seen, because the emo kid is slumped over, like, the girl from The Ring, right, and is just, like, staring right at him. His, like, long black hair, like, covering most of his face besides his eyes, and he's like slumped over too, like kind of like crouching over like an old guy with a cane or something but without a cane. And James is like, hey, do you mind if we turn like 45 degrees this way or 90 degrees this way? Thank you, that's much better. So he doesn't have to see him anymore. Or actually, let's do a whole 180. He didn't ask for a 180 because he didn't want like Kate to be making eye contact with him either. But yeah, so that was a bit of a tough situation. However, you might be thinking, well, at this point, reasonably, the emo kid must have realized that this just wasn't his day, and he must have just, like, given up, which he's already embarrassed himself. Like, he probably gave up after this point. And while that would be pretty fair for you to believe, that was unfortunately that was just not what happened, because the emo kid would continue. Let me just say that the emo kid thought that if he had a sword fight with James, that he would be able to win the honor of his lady. I'm not even kidding you. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment emo down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I will try and heart as many of those comments as I possibly can. And also, if you want to support the channel, the best possible thing you can do is just watch this video throughout the entirety of this video, and then afterwards, if you could watch some of my old videos, that helps more than you can ever imagine. Please go in the comment section and tell me how many of my old videos you watched today or this week. I'll heart it and say thank you because it helps me out more than you can ever imagine. Anyways, let's go back to the story, because the emo kid is not done. In fact, he is far from being done. So what happened after the school dance? Like over the weekend, James actually met up with Kate. They went to like go get dinner together, and that's when they officially started dating, whatever that means in 8th grade, which means, oh my God, they're going to sit together at lunch. Oh my God, dude, that's crazy, right? But anyways, so James officially starts dating this girl. Word gets around really quickly, and eventually the emo kid, I'm pretty sure at this point the emo kid would have known, but By his next actions, it's not super clear. So that Monday is the first kind of like lunch day that Kate and what's his name, James, are going to be having their first real at-school lunch date, which is a pretty big deal for the 8th graders there. Obviously, it's not that big of a deal in general, but hey, man, let them have their fun. And so, yeah, he sits down, like he finds Kate, they sit down, and they're at a table by themselves. And like people are looking over and talking and be like, ooh, someone's dating, whatever, right? And however, James, Kate is facing away from the door, but James is facing the door. And James sees the door open up and he sees the emo kid walk in. And James is like, this is tough. Because James feels bad. He legitimately feels bad because, I mean, if the roles were reversed, he would feel bad like seeing the girl that he really liked a week ago sitting with the guy who was low-key his like enemy rival on a date. Like that would be tough to see. And James started to feel a little bit worried when the emo kid starts to approach him, right? Starts to approach him. And yeah, so the emo kid walks up to their table. And at this point, Kate also realizes that someone's walking up, so she turns around. And the emo kid walks up and doesn't look at James. He's not paying any attention to James. He's actually acting as if James doesn't even exist at this point. The emo kid turns to the girl, Kate, I forgot her name for a second, says, Kate, I've been wanting to ask this for a while, but since we've become so close in the last couple weeks, which they have never spoken before, but that is beyond the point. At this point, that is beyond the point. He's like, I was wondering if you would like to go on a date with me, if you would like to start dating. And James is like, oh, no, he doesn't know. How does he not know? Because James is like, everybody knows. Everybody told everybody, but I guess everybody didn't tell the emo kid. Of course they didn't. And Kate at this point is like, oh, well, I'm very flattered. And the emo kid's like, well, if you're flattered, then you should say yes, correct? And at this point, she's like, well, you see, it's actually not great timing because I'm actually currently in a relationship. And the emo kid's like, what? How? With who? And James is like, oh my God, this is so awkward. He doesn't know. So James has kind of assumed that the emo kid didn't think anything of the fact that James got like the dance with her, which in all reality, the emo kid was kind of the one who had the most common sense in that situation, because just because someone dances with a girl once doesn't mean anything, right? But at this middle school, if you got the slow dance, you were basically in. You were locked in at this point, is what I'm trying to say. So Kate has to go on to awkwardly explain to the emo kid that, well, the guy that she's sitting at right now on the lunch date with happens to be the guy that she's dating. And the emo kid turns to James, looks at him, looks him down and up, like does like the elevator look when he looks at like the top of his head, looks all the way down, then looks all the way up, turns back to Kate and is like, really, dude? You decided to date this guy when you could have dated me? He's like, bruh. And he just kind of like storms out of there. And James looks at Kate and he's like, dude, how did that kid not know that we're dating at this point? Like, I swear to God, all your friends told everybody. Like, and Kate's like, dude, my friends didn't tell everyone. And James is like, if you ask anyone at the school, besides the emo kid, apparently, they will know. And Kate's like, yeah, okay, my friends do talk a lot. And they're like, well, that was pretty awkward. Hopefully nothing else happens again. You might be thinking at this point, Connor, the emo kid must stop. There's no way he continues on. There's not a chance that he continues, right? Well. I got some news for you guys. He does continue, and it's bad. Because you might be thinking that, oh, well, the emo kid stormed off and he was done. No. About 20 minutes later, when there's only like 10 minutes left of lunch, James sees the doors open up again, and he's like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Because the emo kid walks through. But this time, he is like stomping towards James super angrily. He runs up to the table practically, looks at James, looks him in the eye, and says, it's not over between us. It is far from over between us. And is like taking his little finger and like pointing at James. And James is like, okay, nice. Like, I like, we do not care. Like, I don't know what else to say at this point. Like, okay, cool, nice. Like, okay, what do you want me to say? And the emo kid after that is like, you better watch yourself. It's about to get bad. And he like storms out of there. And, at this point, James is like, okay, well, I guess that answers my question. So the next day at lunch is where things get really, really, really crazy. So he's sitting there with Kate on his second date. James is enjoying himself. He's having a good time with Kate. They're enjoying each other's presence. They're doing well. I mean, they're kind of clicking, so things might continue on, right? And that's when the emo kid walks in, and he's carrying like two sticks, like two pretty good sized sticks that he probably found in the backyard of the school. So in the backyard of the school, there's like a mini forest, nothing too crazy, but there's like a pretty big forest back there. And the emo kid must have gone back there and like found two decent sized sticks. He walks into the cafeteria with one stick in one hand and one stick in the other, and James is just looking at him. And he's like, he kind of says like to Kate, he's like, oh, okay, we got trouble. Kate turns around, looks at it, and it's just like, turns back around and is like, what? And James is like, yeah, I have no idea what's happening, but I guess we're about to see. So the emo kid walks up to the table, like kind of like waddles his way up. And he's like, you. And he like hands the stick to James. And James is like, I need a little explanation. What do you want me to do with this? Like, it's not super clear. The emo kid's like, you and I will have a sword battle, and whoever wins the sword battle will have the will win the honor of your lady, and will. At this point, like Kate's like, what? And James is like, dude, what are you saying? He's like, fight me to the death. The winner gets your girl. And James is like, no. And the emo kid's like, oh, so you're scared of me then? You know that you're gonna lose, and that's why you don't want to do it. And James is like, well, I'm not convinced I'm going to lose. I mean, I'm not an expert at random stick fighting or whatever, but at the same time, why would I want to even engage? Like, why would I even want to do it? And the emo kid's like, well, I mean, for the sake of your honor, bro, like, do you really want to be known as the guy who chickened out because he's a chicken? And James is like, well, I mean, I don't really care, but I also don't want to be known as the guy who went on, who during the dance last Friday grabbed the DJ's microphone and like stopped the music to like ask out a girl who was very clearly in the middle of dancing with someone else, and then come into school the next day super angry with a bunch of sticks and try and like fight some guy to get the girl that already obviously said no to him twice. At this point, the emo kid's like, so what you're saying is that you're too scared to fight me, and because you know you'll lose. James is like, dude, we're going in circles right now. I'm not fighting you. I'm not having a sword fight to the death. Like, okay, I'm just not doing that. At this point, the emo kid's like, fine. Well, you're about to see me in my final form, where I am the most powerful. And James is like, okay. Like, word. And then the emo kid reaches up to James and rips out like a strand of his hair. And James is like, dude, like, that hurt. Like, why would you do that? And the emo kid's like, I need that for my wizardly spells. And he like laughs really awkwardly and like shuffles out of there. And James turns to Kate. He's like, dude, like, what life choice did I make to get myself to this position? Like, what did I do wrong? Like, what choices did I make that got me here? And Kate's like, I don't know. Like, this is kind of tough. He's like, yes, why me? Like, why? Why? Like, you just came up to me with a bunch of sticks and says, I want to fight you, right? And then all of a sudden, he just, like, pulls a piece of hair. Like, what? Huh? Bro? I just don't know. I just don't know what to do at this point. And Kate's like, yeah, I don't know. But, like, I think eventually he'll just get bored of whatever he's doing and give up. So anyways, next day, it is lunch. Lunch once again. And James comes in, and he finds Kate. And he's almost like they sit down, and he's almost like, he's really stiff. He's, like, not talking that much. And Kate's like, are you good? Like, is everything okay? And James is like, dude, it's not you. It's just the emo. I just don't know what that kid's going to do today. Like, I'm not trying to lose any more hair. Like, that really hurt last night. Like, I was starting to bleed from my scalp where he pulled me. Like, that was ridiculous. And, Kate's like, yeah, that kid's pretty weird. Like, sorry you have to go through with that. And speak of the devil, dude. Because at that point, the emo kid walks in. And at this point, he has a backpack on. And he has a he has a smaller stick, and he has a stick in his hand, a smaller one, and a spirit Halloween wizard hat on. And James is like, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Like, you gotta be kidding me. And at this point, Kate's like, what? She turns around and she's like, oh my God. And the emo kid walks up and he's like, ha ha ha, like, this is where you made your mistake, James. This is where you made your last mistake. And he walks out and he sits stands up next to them. He reaches into his backpack or whatever. He takes out a piece of chalk. He takes out a plastic bag that has a hair in it, presumably, James's hair. And he also has like a candle set and a lighter. And he sits down on he sits down next to them, and so they had concrete floors in the lunchroom. So next to them, he draws like a pentagram, puts a bunch of like candles around like the pentagram, takes James's hair, puts it in the middle, lights all the candles. At this point, this is taking like 2 minutes to do. Kate and James are just sitting there looking at him, completely aghast. Like, what is this kid? What is this kid on? Like, whatever he's on, dude, like, maybe get me some of that. Oh my God. No, but they were just like, I mean, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to say? So eventually the emo kid has his whole, his magic setup is all done or whatever you want to call it. And he starts lighting all the candles. He's like, James, this is your last chance. Give me your girlfriend and I won't put a spell on you. And James is like, dude, what do you mean give me my girlfriend? Like, it's like a mutual choice to be like girlfriend and boyfriend. Like, you're acting as if this is like the 1600s or something, and like the wife is the property of the husband, bro. Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, one more chance, bro. I'm about to put a crazy spell on you if you don't give me your girlfriend. And this is when Kate speaks up and is like, dude, like, even if he said that he was going to give me to you, I'm not going to be your boyfriend. Like, I'm not going to be your girlfriend, dude. And the emo kid's like, well, I'm going to put a spell on you too, dude, if you don't become my, he literally threatens Kate and he's like, oh, if you don't become my girlfriend, I'm going to put a spell on you as well, which, okay. I might not be the smoothest individual. I might not be, I don't know, the one that has the greatest pickup lines of all time. My Tinder one's pretty funny. I did steal it from my friend, but maybe I'll 5,000 likes and I'll reveal it because it's pretty funny, but it's also a little embarrassing. But here's one thing I do know. There's a very decent chance that if you threaten to cast a spell on a woman if she doesn't become your girlfriend, she's probably, not 100%, but probably not gonna become your girlfriend. I know I might be going out on a crazy limb right now, and you guys might completely disagree, and maybe you found your wife of 10 years who loves you very much from threatening her with magical spells. I just don't think that's a great way to do it. So eventually the emo kid finishes up, and then he lights the hair in the middle, and then he takes his magic wand, waves it around, and just starts saying a bunch of nonsense. And at this point, half the entire cafeteria is just like looking. They've almost like circled around it like it was a school fight or something. They've circled around it and they're just like, what the frick, bro? Like, oh my God, like what's going on right now? And eventually the emo kid like points his magic wand at James and is like, ooga booga, or I don't know. He's just saying some nonsense. And literally 15 seconds of pure silence happened. And then very clearly nothing happens. And he's like, I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't, you're going to explode because of my spells. And James is like, I think I'm going to take the risk. He's like, 3? I'm going to give you one more chance, bro. Like, I'm going to give you one more chance. And James is like, nope, I'm going to take the risk here. 2. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm good, man. Like, you can go ahead with this. If I explode, I explode. Like, that's tough. 1. Last chance, dude. I'm being super generous right now. Just give me your girlfriend and we'll be all good here. And James is like, nah, I'm chilling, bro. He's like, fine. Kicks it. The emo kid literally kicks over his magic, like, whatever set. Because I think he knew it wasn't going to work anyways. Which, thankfully, it was concrete floors and nothing, like, flammable because like the candles fly all over the place or whatever. And he storms out of there. He like storms out of there. At this point, James sits back down. He's like, maybe we should go on dates at night when we're not in school. And Kate's like, that's not a bad idea. So the next day, Kate and James actually don't sit together at lunch. They sit separately. Yeah, so they decide that if they're going to like do anything, at least for a little bit, to do it outside of school, like after school or at lunch or something like that. But the emo kid once again comes up to James, and James is like, oh my God, dude, like what now? And the emo kid, like, he literally goes on one knee and like kind of like presents, he's down on one knee, puts his head down and says like, I concede the battle, you win. Like, I tried everything possible, but you are the better duelist. Like, I honorably concede. And in James's head, he's like, bro, he didn't say this, but he's like, bro, you did not honorably concede. You did the least honorable, you did not concede honorably. But at this point, James sees this as a perfect opportunity for the emo kid to just stop. So he's like, all right, man, like, it was a good battle. It was really close, and you'll get them next time. Like, honestly, James is trying to be as chill as possible so that the emo kid doesn't come back and be like, well, actually, I'm going to try more magic or something. And the emo kid stands up, and he like kind of like nods his head, and James nods his head back, and the emo kid bows and leaves. And yeah, after that point, James and Kate actually were able to like do like lunch dates or whatever in school again. The relationship lasted like 6 months. It didn't last crazy long, but Kate and James are still cool to this day. And yeah, the emo kid never
Click on the
bothered
video
them
on
after
screen
this
right
point.
now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a great day, because today I have probably the craziest emo kid story I have ever received to date. I'm not even kidding. So sit back, relax, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and let's just jump right into it. We're calling today's subscriber Ty. So anyways, Ty was going off to camp, and this was his first time doing an overnight camp, so he was a little bit nervous, and it was kind of like a wilderness-based overnight camp, but they were mostly in cabins. Ty's parents did it before, and they actually met at this camp, so they were really pushing for Ty to go. But the summer before, he just said that he, wasn't ready and was going to do it the next year. And of course, the next summer rolls around, and Ty's like, oh my God, I said that? So sure enough, Ty and his parents ship him off to this camp. Ty's a little bit nervous about it, but they say, hey man, it's going to be good for you. Trust me. Like, I know it's scary, but you just got to do it. So anyways, they arrive at the campground, and they walk over, Ty and his parents walk over to the person who is signing everyone in. And it's some 25-year-old dude with a big old goofy smile on his face. He's like, hey guys, welcome to Camp Awesome. That wasn't actually the name, but we're going to call it Camp Awesome. Hi there, buddy. What's your name? He's like, Ty Gooden. And he's like, Ty, let me see. There you are, buddy. All right, so you're going to be in group B over there. And he points to this group of kids and like one counselor or whatever. And Ty turns around to his parents, and his parents are like, all right, well, we'll see you in 2 weeks. And Ty's like, Mom, like, I don't know if I can do this. And Ty and his dad kind of sits down and he's like, yo, you got this, buddy. Like, you don't need to worry about it. Like, trust me, the 2 weeks are going to fly by, and you're going to have so much fun, you're not going to want to leave. That's a guarantee from me. And Ty's like, all right. So Ty walks over, and he goes over to Group B, and there's a big group of kids, and, the counselor's like, hey, guys, my name is Ben. Don't worry, he's not the evil guy. But hi, guys, my name is Ben. Welcome, to the camp. These are going to be the guys who are in our group. We're going to be in the same cabin together. We're going to do a lot of activities together. You can still meet people in the other groups, but these are going to be the guys you're going to be seeing all the freaking time. So start getting to know each other. Let's go around, do some names. And so they went around and did some names, and Ty was just kind of observing, all right, well, that person seems kind of cool and whatever, oh, we have that in common. And then it kind of comes around to this one kid that Ty didn't even realize was there until until he spoke up. And this kid had these long black swooshed hair, right? He wore all black. He had these rock band t-shirts, these big black boots. He had this spiky bracelet necklace type thing. And by the way, if you kind of dress emo, that's totally chill. I don't really care. As long as you don't act like this kid, you're cool in my book. I say this every single time. And this guy was kind of just known as the emo kid. And since I don't want to give him a name because I will forget it and then it'll be very awkward. But we're just going to call him the emo kid from this point on. And Ty didn't think anything negatively. He was just like, oh, this guy really does put a lot into the way he dresses, and he definitely dresses with a lot of character. Ty legitimately had no ill will or feelings of just like, ew, this guy's dressing different than me, or anything like that. It was just an observation. And so later on, they go to dinner together as a group, and then afterwards they have like the welcome to camp ritual, whatever. They all sit around a big campfire, and they're inaugurated in the class of 2015 or whatever. I don't know. This took place a little while ago. But anyways, right, it's finally time for them to go back to their cabins to figure out which bunks they want, etc. like that. So anyways, right, they get back there and they're just the counselor dude who is their group B counselor, right, who's also sleeping in the cabins with them. He's like, well, just to make sure that no one feels left out, we've already assigned bunks to everyone. So he said, all right, Ty, you're in bunk A. He says, so-and-so, you're in bunk B. So-and-so, you're in bunk D. And then in bunk D, which they're in kind of like quads of 4, or they're in kind of like groups of 2, but they're bunk beds, so it's 4. So in Ty's group of 4, the 4th one was the emo kid. So the 4 of them walk over. They go in their bunks. The camp counselor says, yo, if you really want, you can talk to your bunkie about being top or bottom. Doesn't really matter. Lol. Doesn't really matter. And so sure enough, Ty and his bunk they didn't really care. Ty was on the bottom. He didn't really care. But anyways, flip over to the emo kid. And the emo kid is with this guy, and we're going to call this guy Benjamin. It's a throwaway name, but Benjamin was his bunk. And, the Benjamin is like, hey, do you mind if I have the top? And the emo kid is like, no, I must have the top. I must keep watch at night. And everyone just kind of went silent in that group of 3. They're like, or group of 4. They're kind of like, and Benjamin's like, all right, man, that's fine. Bottom bunk's cool with me. He's like, good. You have made a good choice, because I will watch over us at night. I have spoken. Everyone's like, okay. A lot of character in this guy. Funny guy. Anyways, things seem pretty normal until, it's time for them to go to bed. So anyways, they go and they brush their teeth and then they get into bed, and the camp counselor guy comes around and is like, all right, group B, section A, or whatever you want me to call you guys. Let's call you the A squad. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun in the next 2 weeks. Just make sure no leaving the camp or no leaving the cabin overnight. Make sure that, you follow any rules that, we ask you to. Be nice and, fair to everyone, and just, have fun. Anyways, good night, guys. And he walks out of there. And so, the lights are turned off, and Ty in his top bunk, and also Benjamin across from him, they were talking for a little bit. And the emo kid didn't really join in. He was just sitting cross-legged, but kind of sitting very stiffly. So he was very much not going to bed. And eventually they were like, all right, I'm tired. Good night. And they all kind of go to sleep at that point. And about 20 minutes later, Ty has not fallen asleep because he's still feeling a little weird. He's in a new environment. It's dark or whatever. He's a little bit scared. He's a young kid, whatever. He hears rustling, right? And that's when he hears steps, right? And he realizes that the steps are coming from across from him, and it's coming from the top bunk across from him, meaning the emo kid, is starting to walk down the bunks. He's like, all right, well, there's nothing too weird with that. And that's when he hears, because there's a door next to their cabin, so there's multiple exits from the cabin. He hears the door open, and he watches as the emo kid walks out. So Ty at this point is like, what? So he kind of gets up, and the person above him is completely asleep. But Benjamin, the kid from the side of him, is still awake, and he's like, yo, Benjamin. He's like, yo, what's up? He said, emo kid. I maybe said his actual name, but we're calling him emo kid. He's like, emo kid, he just walked out the door. Benjamin's like, you can't do that. And, Ty's like, dude, but he did. So anyways, they both get up, and they both look out the window, but they're trying to do it stealthily so that they're not caught, right? And they see the emo kid literally just standing there looking into the moon. It is the creepiest, weirdest thing they have ever seen. Because the kid is just literally freaking standing there, bro. He's just standing there observing the night sky. And they're all like, oh my god, dude, that's freaking weird. What is going on right now? And, sure enough, Ty and Benjamin were like, all right, this kid is a little strange. Make sure he doesn't, like, strangle us to death or something in our sleep. I'm a little freaked out. And that's when the emo kid, out of nowhere, does a 180-degree turn and turns right looking at the window. Ty and Benjamin quickly jump down there, like, oh my God, do you see us? Do you see us? Do you see us? So, like, Ty starts to look up. He, like, peeks a little bit into the window and quickly goes down because he sees the emo kid walking towards the window. And he's like, dude, Benjamin, he's walking towards the window. He's like, crawl back to your bunks, crawl back to your bunks. So they both crawl out of sight of the window and they crawl into their bunks, and it's dark enough in the room for them to do this without being super obvious. And they're both in their bunks, and Ty turns around under the sheets, right? And he peeks out, and the emo kid is literally standing right with his nose up against the window looking in. And he's like, oh my God, this kid's insane. Anyways, emo kid walks back in quietly, goes up the stairs again, and sits in the bed and supposedly goes to sleep. Ty doesn't fall asleep for like another hour afterwards, but eventually he opens his eyes to the camp counselor being like, Ty, come on. We're going to be late. And Ty's like, oh my God. And everyone else is like, yeah, you slept in, man. Actually, everyone in this bunk besides emo kid slept in. And that was because everyone was so freaked out that they couldn't go back to sleep. But anyways, first day activities. They go outside, and during the day, they don't totally have to stick with their group. They're actually assigned to random groups. However, a lot of people in the random group will be from their group because they're just trying to make friends within the group. So, and they also go to meals together, so like lunch or dinner or whatever is together. And so anyways, the first activity of the day is not with the emo kid. It is actually like kayak/canoe or whatever, either or, one of those two. And, Ty has a lot of fun. And they go back to dinner or lunch, They go to lunch as a group together. And Ty's, talking about what he was doing. And the counselor kind of went around the table and was like, oh, so Ty, what did you do? And Ty explains. Oh, so Benjamin, what did you do? Benjamin explains. Oh, so emo kid, what did you do? And he was like, I prayed to the overlord. And they're like, oh, haha, I don't remember that being an activity. Emo kid's like, it's not. It's necessary. And he's like, okay. Anyways, guys, so I'm going to read off the people in your next activity because the way it worked was at meals. So at breakfast, the camp counselor read off what group everyone else was in for activities. And then at lunch, the camp counselor read off what people would be in for the afternoon activities. And so the camp counselor was like, oh, so Ty, Benjamin, and emo kid, you're all going to be in the group 7 or whatever. And that happened to be like something with like wood tool making or something kind of cool like that. So anyways, after lunch, they all head in that direction. And Ty and Benjamin are like walking together. However, the emo kid, it's not like they were walking away from him, but the emo kid intentionally stands walks 10 feet behind them, never breaking the distance. Like, they always have 10 feet between them, and the emo kid never breaks it. And he kind of walks weird. He walks very stiffly, yet he's kind of like propped forward at a 30-degree angle. His arms shoot straight down, and he kind of waddles a little bit like a penguin. But it's very intimidating and very weird. And Benjamin kind of whispers like, Ben, I can feel his eyes in the back of my head. Or not Ben, but Ty, I can feel his eyes in the back of my head. Ty's like, dude, Benjamin, I know. So anyways, they get there. And the camp counselor dude is like, hey guys, welcome to woodworking. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can make whatever tools or whatever you want. All I ask is that when you're using this blade, that, I'm there and help you guiding it. And also if you want any, if you want any inspiration or questions, come to me and it's all cool. So anyways, Ty and Benjamin sit down. They're like, oh, let's make wooden knives or something. So they're given a pocket knife and they're taught how to whittle away. It's like, always, you got to face it away from you. Never face it towards you. If I see you guys facing it towards you, I got to revoke your knife privileges. Not trying to be that guy, but it's part of the jab. So anyways, right, they look over and they see the emo kid and he's whittling away at the spoon and at the stick. And they're all like, So eventually, at the end of class, or the end of the activity, they're asked to go around in a circle and say a little bit about what they made and show it off. So Ty's like, all right, well, here's like a butter knife and didn't turn out that well. And everyone laughs a little bit. And the camp counselor's like, dude, it's fire. That's your first time. Don't even worry about it. Eventually comes around to the emo kid. And the emo kid is like, whips out this like almost perfectly whittled. Like this is like really professionally well done. And the camp counselor is like, wow, what is that? He's like, this is a wand for my warlock activities. Nobody better cross me now that I have access to my most powerful weapon of a wand. And everyone was like, what? Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment emo down below. That's the secret word of the day. I'll try and heart as many comments as I possibly can that say emo. And then also, if you want to support the channel, watch a bunch of these videos in one sitting. I call it binge watching. So if you're sitting down, maybe playing video games or trying to go to sleep or something like that, watch like 10 videos in a row if possible. I know it's a big ask, but if you do so, please leave a comment down below. I'll heart it and even shout you out, as on screen right now, shouting out some people who are supporting the channel and telling me about it. So yeah, thanks to these guys and you guys, and let's get right back to it. So fast forward a couple days into the week, and every single day, the emo kid's been doing weird things. So right now is a Wednesday. For context, they got there on a Sunday night. So this Wednesday night, Benjamin's kind of becoming like the side character for Ty. Like he's becoming like pretty close friends. And Ty and Benjamin are kind of like talking about the emo kid and being like kind of tracking the weird things he's been doing. But tonight is one of the weirdest things he's done. So once again, Ty and Benjamin have been noticing that the emo kid has been going outside every single time, like 15 minutes after they go to sleep. So Ty and Benjamin, they both get in bed, and when the lights are turned off, they wait about 15 minutes, and sure enough, the emo kid gets out of bed and walks down the steps. And he walks outside, and he walks to kind of this like big forest clearing. So Ty and Benjamin, they both walk over, and they both look up, and they look out of the window. And they're looking out, and they see the emo kid, and normally he just stands there blankly. But this time was different. He was getting to work. They saw the stick that he made in the wands, in like the wand craft whatever class, or the woodsmanship class. And he takes the end of it that isn't pointy, where you do the spell, and he puts it into the dirt, because he's standing in a pretty big dirt clearing, and he starts drawing this circle, this very big circle. And Ty looks over at Benjamin and is like, dude, what on earth is going on? Like, what is this kid doing? And Benjamin's like, dude, I have no idea. And they look at it, and he's drawn a complete perfect circle around him. And then he steps out of it. And then he starts making lines within the circle. He goes from the top of it, down, up, down, across, up. He's made a perfect upside down pentagram. And if you don't know, that's basically like a sign of like ship or the something. So at this point, right, Ty and his friend are freaking out. They're like, oh my god, he's trying to like summon something. And sure enough, the emo kid starts like waving his wand around in these weird directions and starts like spinning around in a circle and making these like weird movements. And if TikTok was around, I bet Ty would have been like, bro, is he trying to do a TikTok dance or something? But anyways, Ty and Benjamin are watching as the emo kid, after making the upside down pentagram, just starts waving it around and starts speaking, like, because the window was cracked open a little bit, and they start hearing like some weird okay, maybe it wasn't as goofy as that, but he was kind of talking these like weird tongues or whatever. And that's when they heard the light flick on. Not in their room, because they would have seen that. They heard the light flick on in the middle cabin. The middle part of the cabin, that is where the camp counselor lived. He must have heard or must have felt like some kind of disturbance or something, because they see the emo kid grab his wand and sprint out of there, and sprint so quickly he goes to the back room. And that's when like Ty and Benjamin are like, oh my god, he's sprinting here. So they quickly jump into bed and are, you know, when, I don't know if you guys did this, but like when you were up later than you should, and your mom is about to run into like open the room, and you just jump into your bed and then you just stay super still. That was them. Like, it doesn't matter if you're sprawled out in a weird position, you're staying as still as possible. So they jump in, they're super still, and they watch as the door opens and the emo kid runs in and runs up to like the second bunk and just sits in there. And that's when like they see, like, literally 10 seconds after the emo kid gets into his bed, they see the light flicker on. And the camp counselor, who's for cabin B or whatever, walks in, is like, hey, I saw something out there. Any of you guys go out there? And like, everyone's pretending to be like, what? Like they just woke up. The emo kid is really pretending to be like, what? I don't know what's going on, bro. And obviously Ty and Benjamin, they're trying to like pretend like they weren't up watching the whole thing. And the kid on the very top of like Ty just is still completely asleep. So counselor's like, all right, whatever. He's like, all right, well, remember, it's a punishable offense if you guys leave the cabin during night. Like, you will be forced to go back home, and you don't want to miss the fun retreat we're doing this weekend. And they're all like, all right. They were like, yeah, it wasn't us. I don't know what it is. And that's when the camp counselor is like, what? And he looks outside the window, and that's when he sees it. He's like, stay here. And he goes outside, and they all watch as he walks outside, and he sees like the upside down pentagram like drawn into the circle or whatever, drawn into the dirt. And he's just looking at it. And he takes out like his iPhone 4, because it was like 2015 or whatever. And he takes a photo of it with like flash, takes another photo, steps back, takes another photo, and everyone else pretends to be asleep as they go back in. Next day rolls around, and they're walking to their first activity from breakfast. And Ty and Benjamin happen to be in the same group. And Ty's like, dude, the emo kid's insane. Like, that was ridiculous last night. And Benjamin's like, I've never been more freaked out besides the first night, bro. Like, this kid's insane. And at this point, they start talking about the camping retreat. So I mentioned this like a couple minutes ago when the camp counselor said, you guys don't want to miss the special fun camping retreat we're doing. So they stayed out in cabins. But part of the wilderness camp, whatever, at the very end of it, the last Friday night to Saturday, they hike out kind of farther out into the woods. They bring like camping equipment, and they kind of like camp out like that. So they both of like Ty and Benjamin were a little bit worried, because that basically meant that they were going by group, and they were going to be out in the woods in tents by themselves with the creepy emo kid. So anyways, let's just fast forward to that day. It's Friday, and everyone is kind of packing their little bags, and the camp counselor for each group packs their like supply kit, medical supplies, radio, the food that they're going to be eating. And he's like, all right, everyone grab groups of 2 grab a tent. And so sure enough, people pair up, and Benjamin and Ty are together, and they grab his tent, and they start walking over to the campsite. And Ty and Benjamin was like, dude, I heard that like, there's only like enough tents so that like we have to pair up with someone. And he said, I heard that it's random. I heard that we don't get to choose who we pair up with. Ty's like, dude, that's insane. We already have friends. I get in the beginning them assigning us stuff, but like we know people now. This is the last day. Like, why would we need to bunk with someone random? And Benjamin's like, dude, I don't know if that's true. That's just what I heard. So eventually they get to the campsite. Anyways, so they get to the campsite, right? And, they set up their kind of like, they sit around a bunch of logs. So they like light a little fire, and they have like baked beans in a can or something. Then they also go out and they kind of like clear the land to put down the tents. They all set up a bunch of tents in the group of 2 that they carried it over in. And Ty at this point is thinking, all right, we're good, because I'm going to be with Benjamin, because, we're in groups of 2 already. Why would they need to reassign us groups? And so once again, they were asked back to the campsite, or not the original campsite, but the little campfire they made. It's getting kind of late, and the camp counselor's like, all right, guys, time for me to assign you your bunk mates or your camp tent mates. And Ty in his head is like, no. So Benjamin and so-and-so, so-and-so and so-and-so. And when there's like that one guy you don't want to be with or something like that, and like you're being assigned in a list, and you don't hear your name, but you also don't hear his name, and the number of combinations starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and you start freaking out. Well, this is what was happening to Ty, until he realized that he was doomed before, the words were even said, because the camp counselor went through the entire list, but he didn't say Ty's name or the emo kid's name. And that's when the camp counselor said, Ty and the emo kid. Obviously said his real name, but you know what I mean. And Ty was just like, oh, I'm not going to make it tonight. I'm not going to survive. I better write some letters to my mom saying I love you, because I'm not making it tonight. Oh my God. And Benjamin is just staring at him and afterwards walks up to him and says, hey, if you need help, we got to come up with some kind of signal. So Ty's like, okay, I'm going to I'm just going to run out of there, and I'm going to run over to, like, no signals, no nothing. I'm running over to your campsite if anything happens. And Benjamin's like, all right, that's totally fine, man. So anyways, Ty goes up to the emo kid's like, so, looks like we're bunking. And the emo kid is like, interesting. And Ty's like, yeah, man. He's like, well, I guess you're one of my more favorite mortals that I know. And Ty's like, yeah. So they both like put down their sleeping bags in this kind of very cramped tent. And Ty's just sitting there like, okay. And they have this kind of light. And it's like one of those like battery powered lights. And the emo kid's like, good night, Ty. And turns it off. And Ty's like, like starts completely freaking out. He's like, okay, I can't see anything, but we're okay. And that's when he hears the emo kid stand up. And Ty's like, no. And the emo kid is like standing above him. And he's like, all right, well, maybe I should just accept my destiny. And that's when the emo kid, instead of striking him over there with a rock or something, just leaves. He opens up the camp tent and walks out. And Ty is like, what? So Ty kind of like gets up and he looks out and he sees the emo kid. And the emo kid is like standing, or is like crouching on all fours. And then he starts howling to the full moon. He's like, "Hey!" But it's like a really weird howl. And Ty's just like, what? And that's when he hears the kind of like the camp counselor who's with us be like, hey, who's that? You're not allowed to be outside your campsite. And you just see the emo kid go, oh, and just sprints towards the tent. So Ty jumps back into his bed, and the emo kid, who's not very coordinated apparently, instead of like jumping through the wind, like the open flap, jumps right through the tent. So breaks right through the tarp of the tent, cracks the entire thing. The entire thing comes collapsing down. And Ty just like has his eyes closed as the entire tent falls on top of him. And that's when you hear all this yelling, and the camp counselor's like, what's going on over here? Are you guys all right? And he just like starts rummaging through all the like the rubble and stuff. And Ty starts like getting up and he pushes the stuff off of him. The camp counselor was like, was that you out there doing those howling noises? He's like, no. And then sure enough, the emo kid is just standing there like, and he says to him like, you wouldn't understand what I was doing. And the camp counselor was like, I told you before that you can't be leaving your tent during the nighttime. Like, after I said goodbye, you were supposed to go to your tent and not leave it. You were out there. He's like, I was performing a protection ritual. And camp counselor was like, what? I was performing a protection ritual so that everyone would be safe at night from the demons and ghosts of the underworld. Camp counselor was like, what? And at that point, right, they just realized, okay, this is a lost cause. And at this point, the worst thing was that there was nowhere for them to sleep because the camp was completely destroyed, or the tent was completely destroyed. So the camp counselor was like, fine, you two, bring your sleeping bags. You can sleep in my tent. So the three of them are kind of like crushed in there. And eventually the camp counselor is like, all right, you two are in here. I'm going to sleep outside. No shenanigans. So it was the most uncomfortable sleep of Ty's entire life. But eventually, the day is over. He gets up. You know, they start packing up their stuff, and they're walking back to the campsite. And that's when Ty meets up with Benjamin and is like, dude, like, you're not going to believe it. And Benjamin's like, I heard a lot of yelling. Are you okay? So Ty tells him the story. He's like, dude, that's insane. So anyways, they get back, and Ty actually had a really good time at the camp, minus the emo kid, like, cringe fest or whatever. Eventually, Ty's parents come to pick him up, and Ty's mom's like, man, you gotta tell me all about it. Like, how was it? Ty's like, it was really good, but it's quite a story. And so for the entire, like, 2-hour car ride back, Ty tells them the entire story, and let me just say,
click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a great day, because today we have a story of probably one of the cringiest emo kids on planet Earth. I'm not even kidding. This is probably one of the craziest stories I've received, so sit back, relax, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and let's call today's subscriber who submitted this story, let's call him Oliver. So this all happened back in the good old days of like 2014, 2015, when like goth, emo, all that type of stuff was like super popular. And by the way, if you dress goth or emo, I literally don't care. That's a totally fine style. As long as you aren't an emo kid like this kid, you're totally cool in my book. So anyways, right, this all started when Oliver and his friends were in the mall. And this was way back in the day. And Oliver and his friends were just kind of like walking around in the mall. They were trying to figure out something to do. I mean, it was a Saturday, so I mean, who knows, like, you know, I mean, like, they were trying to figure out something that they wanted to do, and Oliver's friend was like, hey, man, do you mind if we stop in Hot Topic? Hot Topic is a t-shirt store that sells sells a lot of different types of t-shirts, a lot of, like, trending stuff, a lot of, like, and since, you know, emo and goth was kind of trending at the time, they sold a lot of shirts and attire that really fit with that outfit. Like, you got, like, black t-shirt that says, like, society, and then you got, like, a spiky collar. I don't know, man. But anyways, right, Oliver and his friends stopped in Hot Topic, and Oliver wasn't really, you know, there to, like, buy something, so he was kind of just walking around and chilling, and he accidentally bumps into the emo guy, or this the emo guy. I'm introducing a new guy, emo kid, whatever, we'll call him the emo kid. So anyways, right, this kid turns around, and he's got this, like, this black t-shirt on. He's got a spiky collar choker type thing. He's got black pants. He's got black shoes on. His hair is black and it's like slicked down. So he has these like massive, really weird bangs where you can't even see his face. He's like, watch where you're going, punk. And Oliver's like, sorry, man. He's like, wait, I know you, dude. You're from my school. And Oliver's like, yeah, I think we're in class together. No, I've seen you around, though, because Oliver's starting to remember this one time he saw this really weirdo-looking kid who was like, man, no one gets me. And so sure enough, the kid, the emo kid, is like, bro, I don't think you bumped into me on purpose. I think you were coming for me and my kind. And Oliver's like, dude, what are you talking about? And the emo kid's like, bro, I think we both know that you just hate the emo kids. And two other emo kids appear basically appear out of thin air. And they were like, what's this kid talking about? Like, what's going on over here? And the emo kid's like, yeah, this kid over here goes to my school and he hates me on purpose. And he just bumped into me and it was crazy. You can't do this to us, man. And the other emo kid's like, yeah. Well, what do you have against the emo kids? And at this point, right, Oliver was literally just standing in a Hot Topic t-shirt store because his friend wanted to buy a t-shirt. In Oliver's head, he's like, bro, please hurry up and get that t-shirt. But he says, look, I accidentally bumped into this kid, like this guy. I'm sorry. It's not on purpose. You can trust me. And the emo kid's like, no, dude, I totally know what, like, a bump on purpose would feel like. That one felt so purposeful. Like, I literally felt the purpose in the bump. It was crazy. And Oliver's like, dude, what do you mean by that? And the emo kid's like, are you getting aggressive with me, son? Do you want to fight me, son? Oh, he wants to fight me, dude. And at this point, Oliver's like, all right, guys. All right, boys, have a good day. Oliver goes over, finds his friend. He's like, dude, I met a bunch of weirdos. They want to fight me. I literally bumped into them. And, like, Oliver's friend's like, all right, dude, like, that's, like, oh, all right, we'll go. That's fine. And then Oliver's friend sees this, like, pack of, like, emo kids walk over, and Oliver's friend starts cracking up. He's like, bro, you can't seriously think, wait, these kids want to fight you? Dude, they're not going to do anything. They can probably barely walk here without fainting. And the kids are, like, waddling over. And the emo kid's like, don't think I forgot what you did, man. And so sure enough, right, you know, Oliver and his friend, they buy the t-shirt, they leave. And, you know, Oliver is telling his friends all about what's going down. His friends, like, completely laughing. They find it hilarious. And that's because Oliver thinks to himself, well, I'm never going to see these kids again. It doesn't really matter, right? Oh my God, was Oliver wrong? Because this started one of the most insane sagas that Oliver has ever had in his life. He was telling me that, like, he's experienced a lot of crazy things, but the story that is to follow what just happened is probably the craziest thing that ever happened to Oliver ever. So skip forward a week. An entire week has passed by, actually a little bit more because it's not a weekend. Oliver, it's a Monday morning. He gets up. He's like, oh my God, I gotta go in. So, you know, he gets up, eats breakfast, gets on the bus. It's just like, oh my God, man, is it already Monday? dude, that's freaking crazy. He gets into school and he's walking to his locker, all kind of like half awake or whatever. He has his backpack on. And he gets to his locker. And that's when he realizes that something's wrong. Because his locker is like halfway open. And like the lockers didn't have locks on them. But Oliver always like closed it by the end of the day. He'd grab his backpack and he would shut it all the way and it would close. And he noticed it was halfway open, which was weird because no other lockers were halfway open. I mean, some were, but they were very obvious. The people just left them open or whatever. And Oliver goes up to his locker and he opens it very close, like very, very slowly. And that's when he sees a little something in the background. You know, he sees a little something in the very far back of his locker. So he gets his iPhone 3 or whatever, opens up his flashlight app, or I remember when that was a thing, shines it, and sure enough, he sees in the back of his locker in black marker, he sees a skull and crossbones scribbled on there, and then said, "You're next, fear us." And at this point, Oliver is like, what? Huh? What? What? What's going on here, boys? I don't... Why? And so sure enough, Oliver, hits up his friend. He's like, "Bro, did you do this?" And his friend's like, "Dude, no, I'm not cringe." and Oliver's like, "All right, well, if it wasn't you guys, well then... who could it, that's really weird." And remember, the whole emo experience, the emo kid thing that happened at Hot Topic over a week ago, was a pretty crazy experience, but at that time, Oliver had completely forgotten. Because don't forget that the main emo kid actually went to Oliver's school, and Oliver recognized him from being in the hallways once. So Oliver didn't even think for a second, he didn't even think of the emo kids when he was like, all right, who's probably going to be the one, who did this? Who's most likely that probably went through and was trying to mess with me or whatever. And Oliver just didn't even think of the emo kid. So give it a couple days, right? A couple days later, Oliver is kind of towards the end of school. And most people are gone. Oliver's just waiting. It's after class. Oliver's waiting to go be picked up. But then he's like, "Oh, shoot, I forgot my backpack." I don't know, that happens or whatever. So Oliver's walking back to his locker. And this is where it's actually a little creepy because he starts walking back to his locker and it's he looks at his locker and it's just scribbled in black pen. Nothing else, no other lockers. It says his locker has all these black X's all over them. And it's done in Sharpie or whatever, but he's like, okay, whatever, this is kind of serious because he looks around and no one else is around him. So this is kind of weird now. He's definitely feeling kind of uncomfortable at the moment. So he goes in there and he goes to grab his backpack and he sees a piece of paper sitting there. So he grabs the piece of paper. He realizes it's a letter, but he doesn't read it yet because he grabs his backpack, he gets on out of there and he goes out of the school. And now he's standing where, people are getting picked up or whatever. And this is where he feels more comfortable to actually read the letter. So he opens up the letter and it says, I'm going to try and read it in the emo kid voice. "Don't think you could have gotten away from us, man. The emo kids have not forgotten your sins, and you shall pay for them. Next time, don't mess with the popular loners ever again." And then it had this weird raven at the bottom, and apparently that was the emo guild crest or whatever, dude. I don't know. But at this point, Oliver's like, "Oh my God, it's the freaking emo kid that I bumped into at the Hot Topic. That's the kid behind all this," or whatever. So he's like, "All right, I'm just going to, next time I see him, I'm just going to tell him to leave me alone and I'm just going to scare him." He's full of nothing, right? He's full of nothing. And so sure enough, the next day rolls around and he gets on the bus. And once again, Oliver isn't even really thinking about the weird stuff going on, but he gets on the bus and he's half awake. And he's looking, you know how you walk down the bus and you can see all the people sitting in the seats? He looks in the way back and he's stops for a second because he sees something that's very reckoned that he remembers. Long black hair, bangs in the front of the face. And he's like, "Oh my God, wait, that's the emo kid." And all of a sudden he hears from the back of the bus, "Well, hello there, Oliver. Why don't you sit next to me?" And Oliver's like, "How does he know my name? Whatever." And Oliver's like, "All right, well, this is going to be actually a great opportunity for me to sit down and kind of like scare this kid and tell him to like basically to piss off, right? So Oliver gets to the back of the bus and he sees the emo kid and he sits there. He's like, dude, I don't know what's up with you, but why do you keep doing weird things to my locker? And he says, and the emo kid's like, so you've noticed that the emo guild has noticed your presence and has decided that you are mortal enemy number one. And Oliver's like, what? The emo kid's like, so you must not know about the emo guild. Well, someone so ignorant as you probably would have known that anyways. But anyways, the emo guild is the guild of all the emos in our area. They get together, and since everyone's a hater and part of society, we've decided to guild together and join our forces. And if anyone strikes one of us, we will all combine and strike them down 20 times as hard. And Oliver's like, all right, man, well, you struck pretty hard with the locker. Scared me, got me good. And emo kid's like, nice try, Oliver, if that even is your real name. Oliver's like, yes, that's my birth name. And he's like, whatever, you don't even know what's coming next. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video and are busy doing something, comment emo down below. I'll try and heart as many comments to say that. Then also, if you want to support the channel, binge watch these videos while you're doing something, and let me know in the comment section down below what you're doing while binge watching these videos. Binging the video supports the channel so much, and I appreciate it. And also, I'll be shouting out random people who tell me how they're supporting the channel, like these people on screen right now. Thank you. Let's get back to the story. So eventually the bus gets to the bus stop where the school is. Oliver gets up and the emo kid's like, wait, you must know that you are facing off against the emo clan and you will not have any idea of what's coming. And Oliver's like, all right, can I at least get your name so I can know who I'm facing off against? Fine, I guess that is only what a respectable duelist would do anyways, so fair. I am Sir Ben, the great wizard archduke nemesis Leonardo DiCaprio III. And Oliver's like, so your name's Ben? Yes, whatever, that is my mortal name. And Oliver's like, okay, Ben. It is Ben! And he's like, all right, I don't need to hear it. Fine. Okay. Bye. So Oliver walks away and it's like, all right. Oliver's thinking on this. He's like, you know what? These kids are weird and they have way too much time on their hands. So I don't really want to see what like weird concoction of weird stuff they decide to put in my locker or whatever they decide to do. I don't want to see it. So you know what? I'm going to strike back. I'm going to figure out everything about this Ben kid, and I'm going to have a little ammunition to, I'm not going to say blackmail him, but blackmail him. Yeah, it just is what it is, man. I'm sorry. Like, they're playing dirty. I'm playing dirty. Sorry. So sorry. If you don't hate the player, hate the game. Right? So anyways, Oliver immediately starts hitting up all of his friends. He's like, do you know this Ben kid? They're like, no, I don't know this Ben kid. One kid's like, yeah, he's a weird emo kid. He's like, all right, what do you know about him? He's like, he's weird and emo or something. And Oliver's like, you're no help. So anyways, Oliver eventually talks to his friend Stormy, who's a girl. And, Oliver's like, hey, sorry, I'm trying to find, this weird kid is like trying to like beef with me. I just want to find dirt on him. Do you know this kid Ben? Stormy's like, oh, do I know Ben? And Oliver's like, yes, you know something, let's go. And he's like, please tell me whatever. Stormy's like, well, you know Kate, right? And Ben's like, no, not Ben, sorry. Oliver's like, yeah, I know Kate. So Ben, the emo kid guy that's like being weird with you, is what Stormy's saying, has a massive crush on Kate. And Kate knows it. And, Kate hasn't necessarily said no to him yet because he hasn't made any advances. And Oliver's like, thank you, that's all I need. Can I talk to Kate for a second? And, Stormy's like, yeah, sure, like, whatever. So eventually, Stormy sets Kate and Oliver up, and Oliver's like, hey, please. He explains the entire situation. And Kate's like, look, Ben, the emo kid, has been weird to me for a very long time. Like, I used to think it was this funny, but he's weird. He keeps looking at me. He keeps, professing his love to me. You know what? I'll team up with you. We'll take him down. Oliver's ecstatic at this point. So basically, they come up with a plan. If next time the emo kids strike, Oliver is going to find the emo kid and ask for, mercy. And if the emo kid doesn't give him mercy, and, Oliver doesn't actually expect him to give him mercy, basically, assuming the emo kid doesn't give him mercy, Oliver is going to say, well, I'm going to give you one more chance to give me mercy. And the emo kid's he's gonna be like, what do you mean? Like, I have the upper ground. And then all of a sudden, Oliver is gonna like pull out like a basically text message conversation with Kate, which is gonna be fabricated, about how like he knows someone perfect for her, and how like Oliver's friend, who we'll just call Bob. No, we're gonna call him what should we call him? Oliver's friend Ryan is like perfect for Kate, and the truth is Kate has like a crush on Ryan, and Oliver's basically gonna say, hey, if you do anything else, I'm gonna set up Ryan and Kate. And Kate already thinks Ryan is super attractive, and Ryan is down to get with her, and I have all the power to connect them, and you will never be able to date Kate, you'll never be able to date Kate ever again, and this will destroy the emo kid. So anyways, after this plan is done, once again, Oliver is walking back to his locker. And sure enough, once again, like, you know, and he reported last time all the, like, the X's and stuff, and the janitor came and cleaned it up. And he goes to the locker, and sure enough, there is this, like, crudely drawn black raven, and then it says emo guild underneath it. And so, you know, Oliver's like, all right, they struck again. Let's see if this kid's on the bus. So the next day, Oliver is really hoping that the emo kid takes the bus again, because this would be kind of difficult to go and find him. But sure enough, the emo kid is sitting in the back with his like weird, super long hair that's like covering his entire face. He's wearing like he has this like robe today, this like black cape or whatever or something. And he's sitting there, and he's like, Oliver, do you want to sit next to me and? Because I don't know if you've seen your locker yesterday, but it has a little, I don't know, it has a little something on it. And Oliver's like, yes, Ben, I know. I was wondering if we could talk about, you know, maybe a surrender, my surrender. And the emo kid's like, I knew it. I knew you were weak. I knew you were sad. But no, I will not show you mercy. I will just not do it. It's not in the way of the emo guild. Because you're a part of society. Freak society, bro. And Oliver's like, look, Ben, I'm going to give you one more chance to reconsider. And the emo kid's like, what? Give me a chance to reconsider? You're asking me for my forgiveness. I will not reconsider anything. And Oliver's like, fine. I know about Kate. And the emo kid's like, what? You know about my love? I can barely keep a straight face doing this. Anyways, emo kid's like, you know about my love? And Oliver's like, yes. In fact, I know more than that. You know Kate, right? Well, I have a friend, Ryan. He's a good-looking man. And I was talking to Kate, and I was talking to her about Ryan. And I just asked her, you know, what she thought. And Kate confessed to me that she really thinks Ryan is so attractive. And you know who's my best friend? Ryan. You know who Ryan finds attractive? Kate. And with a snap of my fingers, Mr. Emo Man, I could set the two of them up. And you will never have a chance to date her for the rest of high school or middle school. Or I don't care, right? For the rest of high school. And I mean, it's not like that Ben, the emo kid, was going to date her anyways. But the emo kid was like, no! No! What do you want, you cruel beast? You cruel monster. I don't know why you put my love up like that. You can have whatever you want. You can have my riches. You can have my gold. You can have my Twilight limited edition series book signed by the author himself. You can have anything of mine. And Oliver's like, dude, I just want you and your weirdo friends to stop. Emo kid's like, the emo guild is not gonna like this. They'll know that I have a weakness. I might be kicked out of the emo guild. No. And Oliver's like, all right, well, if they're not going to stop, if your buddies aren't going to stop, you and your weirdos aren't going to stop harassing me, well then, you know what? Kate and my friend Ryan are going to be sitting in a tree. Emo kid's like, no, don't say it. Don't say it. K-I-S. No. S-I-N. No. G. No. Fine. Oliver, you cruel monster. You can have whatever you want then. Fine. Well, fine. We'll do it. No, nothing more will happen. I'll tell the emo guild that you surrendered to me and I was merciful because that's part of the emo guild. And Oliver's like, didn't you say that was the opposite? It doesn't matter, Oliver. I'm trying to work with you, idiot. And Oliver's like, okay, you know what? If this is true, Kate and Ryan, they're not going to be like that. But just so you know, if you or one of your little emo friends do anything to me, anything, Kate and Ryan are a thing. Emo kid's like, fine, you drive a hard bargain. I'll call off the attacks. And from that point on, Oliver has never received another emo style, I don't even know if you could call it an attack, but he never received weird stuff in his locker or weird carvings of the emo guild or anything like that. And he lived happily ever after. Yeah.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. Today I got a story time for you guys about probably one of the weirdest, strangest emo kids to ever exist. So yeah, I don't know, get something to eat, get comfortable, subscribe if you're new, and let's call today's subscriber who submitted the story, let's call her Claire. So this takes place during Claire's class, right? During school, she was in class, and there's this boy that Claire was talking to, and she kind of liked him, right? Hey man, it happens, life happens. Let's call this guy Ben, because I'm not creative, man. There's also another girl in Claire's class, and we're just gonna call her the emo girl. And Claire didn't know this at the time, but she really did know this. She really got to know this pretty soon, but at the time, she didn't know that the emo girl had a massive crush on Ben, right? And part of me feels for the emo girl a little bit, like, I've definitely been in situations where in middle school I had a crush on this girl and she was obviously talking to another guy that would have definitely gotten her. Like that I was not the one for her, some other guy was. It sucks, man. It really does. I'm not going to say it doesn't. However, it doesn't justify the actions that you'll see in this video, which are pretty crazy. But anyways, right, so this all started one day when Claire was talking to Ben, and she was sitting there, she's talking to Ben, and it kind of seemed like Ben was going to like her back, and he was very engaged talking to her, like they were flirting a lot. And this is when, Claire, kind of spaced out a little bit. When you're looking at someone and then you kind of space out a little bit and you look at all the stuff behind them when your focus of vision kind of changes and shifts. So she kind of spaced out a little bit and looked behind Ben, and she very briefly made eye contact with this emo girl in her class. If you dress emo, this video is not against you. I think the style is totally fine and I like you either way. As long as you don't act like this emo girl, then you're totally fine. So basically, right, this girl had super long dyed black hair. She was a natural, a brunette a year ago, but then she dyed it all black. She wears all these goth skull rings or whatever, and it's kind of the style, you know what I mean. And sure enough, this emo girl that Claire doesn't really talk to just because they were never really friends is just staring into the pits of her souls, dude. The pits of her souls, staring into I don't know what I'm trying to say. They were just deeply staring at her, very, very kind of angrily. And Claire quickly breaks eye contact because I don't know, man, she's not trying to she's just I'm not engaging with this. Let's hope that's a coincidence. Claire completely forgets about that and goes back to talking with Ben, right? And so sure enough, she's talking to Ben. She's flirting, whatever, right? Insert flirtatious conversation. And by the end of the conversation, the bell rings or whatever, and Claire leaves to go to either recess, lunch, another class. I don't know specifically what, but whatever it was, she leaves to go and do it. And the emo girl quickly follows behind her. The emo girl was kind of far behind her in class, so the emo girl is speed walking towards her. And Claire is kind of thinking, oh boy, I guess that eye contact earlier today was not an accident. It was not a mistake. You know how you sometimes I know I'll do this. I'll space out and not even pay attention and then realize I've been staring at someone for 5 minutes. And I'm just oh my God, I'm so sorry. I swear I'm just zoning out. And Claire was kind of hoping that the emo girl just happened to be accidentally staring into her soul through her pupils. But yeah, it was not an accident because the emo girl walks up to her, is hey, we gotta talk. And Claire's okay. And the emo girl is I don't know if you know this, but Ben is mine. He is my boyfriend, and I don't want to see you start talking to him. And Claire is really taken aback because at first she's oh, wait, is Ben dating someone? I've talked to all my friends, and I'm pretty sure, because Claire made sure beforehand that, Ben wasn't dating anyone, so she could kind of show that she was interested and not get rejected or whatever. And she was pretty sure that he wasn't dating anyone. And also, if he was to date someone, Claire didn't really think that the emo girl was his type. But she was like, oh, so you're dating him? And the emo girl is like, well, not yet. But he's mine! Don't question my authority on this matter. You will suffer the consequences if you want to steal my boyfriend away from me. And Claire's just like, what do you mean, your boyfriend? So you guys are dating or aren't dating? She's like, well, not yet, but like super soon. Like it's totally happening. And the thing is, Claire, you're just getting in the way of this. You're getting in the way of what is meant to be. I was performing a spell last night, and in my cauldron, I got like the spirits told me that Ben and I are meant to be together. And if you want to get in the way of spirits and magic, well then, by all means, like go ahead and curse yourself. But I'm just letting you know that if you get in between Ben and I becoming boyfriend and girlfriend and soon to be husband and wife forever, then you will regret it. And the emo girl kind of like hunches over and like shuffles away. And Claire was just stunned, to say the least. She was kind of just at a loss for words at this point, because it's not every day that, you're walking around and, the emo girl in your class, if you have one, comes up to you and says that, yeah, by the way, the gods of magic literally said that, that guy that you're talking to, that he and I are meant to be together and that we are actually boyfriend and girlfriend, even though we aren't. So stay away, bro. And then shuffle away. That's just not a day-to-day occurrence. I don't know, but maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But sure enough, Claire kind of was like, okay, well, I'm not going to be bullied out of talking to this guy that I like. Like, I'm not going to be bullied out of it, man. Like, that's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? And Claire's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to, keep talking to this guy. I think I just am. So the next day rolls around, and the only class that Claire has with Ben is the class that she has with the emo girl. So it's not like Claire could really talk to Ben a lot in other classes. However, Claire does talk to him every kind of like lunch break. They get lunch together, and the emo girl doesn't eat lunch in the lunchroom, so I don't think she knows, or if she does, she's not trying to see that. Fair enough, I guess. But sure enough, Claire, Ben comes over to Claire because they kind of were talking every single day. I don't think the emo girl's ever spoken to Ben before, but they're about to be boyfriend and girlfriend, guys. Stop hating. No, but so Ben comes over just like every other day, and Claire was a little bit weird, and Ben's like, "Are you good?" And she's like, "Yeah, actually it's nothing. Sorry, I was just spacing out." In reality, Claire was like, "Okay, this will be interesting," because she notices the emo girl is intensely staring at her, right? Just looking at her so angrily. And as Ben walks over, and when Ben sits down, her brow furrows, and she lifts up her hand and like crunches it into a fist of rage, like that Arthur meme where it's like his fist is all balled up. Like so Claire was distracted by that, obviously, and she was like, "Oh no, I'm just spacing out." So Claire and Ben, they continue to talk, and they flirt a lot as always. Claire's kind of getting a feeling that Ben's gonna try and make a move at some point kind of soon, just by kind of the natural progression over the last couple weeks. And Claire's all for that, man. I mean, she was kind of like trying to put herself out there so that Ben would hopefully come around and ask her out or something. Sure enough, the bell rings again, and Claire is kind of like power walks out of there. She grabs her bag quickly. She's like, "Aha, Ben, I'll see you in the next one," because Ben and her go to totally different directions, so it's not like she can walk with Ben. And so Claire is like power walking out of there because she's like, "All right, emo girl is coming for me, man." Like because Claire wasn't looking at the emo girl, but she could just feel it. Like she had kind of like the raid boss music going on. She's like, "Oh man, I gotta get out of here, dude. Final boss encroaching, man. Like I gotta get out of here." So she grabs her backpack, quickly like puts it on her shoulder, and starts to like not sprint out of the classroom, man. Her teacher would have been like, "Stop running, stop it, stop." But sure enough, right now, the emo girl was just as fast and just as intent to be talking to Claire. And she comes up to Claire, and she's like, "You didn't heed my warning. You didn't listen to me." And Claire goes, "Dude, I don't know you, but it doesn't seem like you and Ben ever talk. I don't think you're going to be boyfriend and girlfriend. You threatening me with your magic powers or whatever is not going to make me stop talking to this guy, dude. Like, can you go away? And the emo girl is like, fine, but just know that I will give you one last warning. And Claire's like, oh boy, kind of rolls her eyes or whatever. And the emo girl's like, if I see you talking with him again, it is on sight. And Claire's like, bro, what? What? Huh? And the emo girl's all like, stop laughing at me. It's not funny. It's serious. I will give you one last chance. And this is your final opportunity to cease your terrible behavior, or you, yes, you, Claire, will suffer the consequences. And Claire's just like, oh my God, you can't, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Like, there's no chance. So she's like, okay, thanks for talking to me. Is that all? And the emo girl's like, yes. One last chance. Don't forget it. Don't you forget it. One last chance. And once again, emo girl scuffles off. Little spoiler, Claire does not listen to the emo girl. And the next day in class, the emo girl does something completely crazy. But real quick, comment emo down below if you want to heart in your comment, as that is the secret word of the day, and I will try and heart your comment to say thank you. And also, if you want to support the channel, binge watch videos, or just watch a bunch of videos after this one, or in your free time when you're drawing, about to go to bed, playing video games, go watch one of the playlists. I got Emo Kid playlist, Spoil Kid playlist, and if you do, comment down below so I can personally say thank you, as it really does help. And also, profile pic army looking strong. So you thought that was it for the craziness from this emo girl, that going up and threatening that the evil gods of spells and magic and wizardry she will suffer the consequences. You thought that was bad? No. Pause, bro. You're not even close to what's about to happen, because the next day it rolls around. Okay, I keep saying that like that's something crazy. Oh no, the next day happens. Time is linear. Rah! But anyways, right? Next day rolls around. Claire goes into class. And she makes sure that she's talking to Ben. And she makes sure that the emo kid, or the emo girl specifically, is seeing this. And Claire's kind of like a little bit upset, because she's like, you know what? This girl is bossing me around. I'm not standing for it. So Claire decides that, she's just going to make a move. Like, she's going to make a move. So anyways, Claire is talking with Ben. And, she sees that the emo girl is at an angle where she can see both of them pretty clearly. And so Claire looks at the emo girl in the eyes. This is a little mean, I'm not gonna lie. However, it is kind of justified, since the emo girl was like threatening to pull up or square up, or like it's on sight if you talk to him, or talking crazy or whatever. So this is a little bit justified, not saying it's not mean, but Claire is kind of like, oh, Ben, like, tell me about you or whatever. And what Claire does is she puts her hand on like Ben's leg or whatever, kind of like as an indication of like, I like you. Don't go ahead and do this. Especially like you got to ask people first. Like, you can't go around just putting your hands on people, bro. As the Connor Pugs endorsement, don't do this. But anyways, like, I mean, she already talked it, like, either way she does it. And Ben reciprocates very nicely back, and Ben kind of like puts his hand on her chair, right? When you're like in the classic movie theater scene where it's like you reach your hand behind them to like, I don't know, you know what I'm talking about. And the emo girl legitimately snaps, dude. She freaking snaps. And you're probably thinking she's gonna go up and put a spell on them, or she's gonna like go raw and like sprint to the bathroom to have explosive diarrhea. No, none of those things are true. You know what this girl does? When she said it's on sight, she meant it. Because Claire, one moment, was like kind of relaxing in the company of her soon-to-be boyfriend, spoiler, Ben. In the next moment, she was on the ground. Do you know why? Because the emo girl freaking tackled her, dude. The emo girl got so angry at the sight of them, like, basically, they weren't holding hands, but they were like same level of like romantic intimacy as holding hands. She was so mad at that sight that the emo girl legitimately got up out of her seat, buckled her head down, sprinted like a D1 quarterback, and knocked Claire out of, like, tackled Claire basically, and was like, and started hissing. So right now, Claire's on the ground, the emo girl is on top of her, Ben is sitting there in complete shock, like, what? And everyone in the class turns around, including the teacher. Because they were supposed to be, like, reading a book or something in pairs. None of this nonsense was supposed to be going down. So the teacher is just like, what's going on over here? And the emo girl is like hissing the entire time. Like, I told you it was on site. Stay away from my boyfriend. And Ben is just so confused. And Claire's, like, covering her face because the emo girl is, like, very faintly, but still trying to, like, claw at her. It's like, don't, like, with their big, like, kind of like in Pokemon, like, Meowth, or I forgot the cat Pokemon that, like, Team Rocket has. You know how that, like, it has Scratch Attack that does, like, -1 damage? That was kind of the equivalent of what, like, the emo girl was doing to Claire. So no damage was done, but it was very strange. And sure enough, Claire, the next moment, feels the sensation of the emo girl leaving her body, like being picked up. So she opens her eyes, and she sees the emo girl is literally being dragged away by the teacher and dragged out of the classroom. And Claire gets up, and Ben looks at her with just this look of, huh? And at this point, Claire's like, Ben, I got some explaining to you. I got some explaining to do. And Claire explains everything that I just told you.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Today I got a story of probably one of the craziest emo kids of all time, and I've told a lot of crazy stories, so strap in, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call her Luna. So Luna was a tennis player and was pretty good at tennis, and over the summer, her mom sent Luna to a tennis camp, and this story starts pretty far through the tennis camp. So the tennis camp lasted about 1 week long, and on the last day, which was Friday, all the parents would come and they would watch kind of like a tennis tournament of all the kids who were playing and learning how to play and getting better during the week. There would be a big tournament. They would have, like, I don't know, a fake little trophy thing, but the main important thing was that there was a big tournament at the end of the week and all the parents came to watch. So this story starts on that Thursday. So this is the day before the last day, which is the big event. And this tennis camp took place at a college, so they had access to a college dining hall, and Luna and her two friends were walking, to go try and find a table, and Luna's two friends said, oh, look over there, or one of Luna's friends said, oh, look over there, there's a table. So Luna's two other friends, went over and sat down at the table. Luna said, I'll be right back, I'm going to go get something. So Luna walks over to the dining hall, grabs something to eat, and is walking back. And while Luna's walking back, she's not really paying attention. Like, she's kind of like, I don't know, spacing out or looking on her phone, or for some reason, she's not paying full attention to her surroundings. So unfortunately, she bumps into this guy. And, the guy had a tray of food, and the food, honestly, it wasn't even that bad. Like, the food, sure, like a little bit got on his shirt, but it wasn't like the entire tray exploded all over his shirt and his clothes were soiled and ruined beyond repair. Like, yeah, dude, you got sprayed a little bit. That sucks, but it's time to move on. And Luna was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's so embarrassing. And like, she's like, I'm so sorry. Like, I wasn't paying attention. And this kid, Luna's looking at this kid, and this kid is very clearly like an emo kid. And by the way, there's nothing wrong if you dress like goth or emo or whatever. It's a style, and I think a lot of my viewers have the style, and I don't personally do it myself. That isn't my style, but I rock with you if you do that. No hard feelings. However, if you're like this emo kid, bro, you got to change some things in your life. That's all I'm saying. Because this emo kid looks at Luna, looks her dead in the eyes, and then takes out a book. And Luna's like, what? And the emo kid, so he has this book in his hand, and Luna notices that there's like ancient hieroglyphics. Dude, my brain is not working right now. There's like ancient like letters and all these like symbols on the book. Basically, it looks like a wizard or witch book or something. And Luna's thinking to herself, all right, there's no shot that like that's actually like a wizard book or something. And the emo kid reaches into his back pocket and takes out a wand. So he opens up the spell book and he's waving his wand around. He's like, you have made a great enemy. You've made a great mistake bumping into me on purpose. And Luna's like, it wasn't on purpose, man. Like, I swear to you, like, I wasn't paying attention and I apologize for that. I should have been paying attention. You're right. Like, that's on me. However, like, come on now. It was an accident. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what kind of nonsense doobly doop you're doing right now. But he's like, silence, mortal. And he's like waving his wand around. He's like, hibbity bibbity bobbity boo. I put a something like super goofy, but like supposedly like, I don't know, wizard tongue or something. He's like, beepity boop, boppity bee. I'm like, okay, bro, like, let's calm down now. And he's like, there, you've been cursed. And he slams the book shut with one hand, puts the wand back in his pocket, puts the book back into his backpack, which he was carrying around. Or I guess not a backpack. I guess it was like a tennis bag with a racket in it. And the emo kid walks off. And Luna is just standing there, just kind of like, what? What just happened? Like, can we just have like a little pause and a rewind of what just happened here? Because I don't think that like I really understood what was going on, because there's not a shot that actually just happened. So Luna goes back to the table with her two friends, and her two friends are like, what took you so long? And Luna's like, well, I actually have a very interesting answer that I bet you guys were not expecting. So Luna tells them the story, and they're like, one of them was just like, oh my God, that's crazy. The other one was like, dude, like, I know that kid. Like, I was in a tennis group earlier this morning. We're practicing forehands. I know that kid. He was so weird, bro. He was all like, okay, he wasn't like the other emo kid, bro. I'm just playing around. But he was like all like in the corner, hushed away. And when the coach like said to him it was his turn, he kind of like looked up at him and flicked his long dark hair back, kind of sighed, and then like, you know, hit a forehand or something. And they're like, that kid was super weird, but I had no idea that he was like that weird. Because there's a difference between being kind of weird and putting spells on people randomly. Like, that's just two different ballparks, bro. Quick comment emo down below if you want to heart in your comment. That is the secret word of the day, and I will do my best to heart as many comments as possible. I'm still getting over some complications with the wisdom teeth, and that might take a couple days, so please don't take it personally if I don't heart your comment. Do know I still really appreciate it. And also, shout out to all the people who've been binge watching my videos, like going through and watching a ton of them, either via the playlist or just through the recommended. Please let me know in the comment section when you're doing this so I can heart it and say thank you, and just know that you're supporting the channel more than you can even imagine at this point. I really appreciate it. Back to the story. It gets crazy. Anyways, right, so the next day rolls around, and remember that, you know, Luna was at a tennis camp, and on the last day, which was the next day, because this whole spell incident happened on a Thursday, and the last day was on a Friday. So it was Friday, it was the last day, and it was only like a half day because the parents would come and pick you up by the end of it. But anyways, right, there was a big tennis tournament, and all the parents came to watch. So it was a pretty big deal. And so everyone was sitting around on the tennis court, and like the coach was standing at the very front. Everyone was sitting on the tennis court, and he was reading off his list of like, all right, guys, like, thank you for all your hard work this week. And finally, it pays off. Just know that, you know, win or lose, like, you know, we just want to make sure you have a fun time, and that, you know, I mean, there can only be one winner, so you can't take it that personally if you don't win. The most important thing is to, like, good sportsmanship and have a fun time. And anyways, let me read off the pairings. So the pairings were read off, and Luna had a first round match where she played against some random guy or something, and she was better. She was probably one of the top 10 people at the camp. She didn't expect to win the tournament. I mean, the other people, were some people that were much better than her, and maybe they're having a bad day or whatever, but Luna just wanted to, you know, go out there, have some fun. So Luna's first round match went down really well. She won 6-2, 6-3, which is pretty solid win. If you guys know tennis, I used to play tennis a lot back in the day. That's why I can tell this story so well, at least the tennis parts. But anyways, things get really interesting when Luna goes into her second round match. The second round match is against a familiar character that you guys may or may not remember from earlier in the story. Yes, Luna is playing the emo kid, and let me just say that Luna did not forget the emo kid, but very well the converse is true too, because the emo kid had not forgotten about Luna either. Which means, yes, Luna versus the emo kid are about to play after the emo kid put a spell on her. And Luna's just looking at her opponent like, there's no way. There's no way, man. There's no way. So anyways, right, you know, Luna, so when you play tennis, you normally like you will warm up with your partner and then you'll get into playing. But basically, you both stand on two sides of a net, just very quickly for people who don't know. And so Luna was standing on one side of the net, and the emo kid was like sulking over and kind of like was all hunched over and kind of like wandered over to the other side of the net. And so Luna walks up to kind of like the net in between, and the emo kid walks up as well. And Luna's like, all right, like, do you want to warm up? And the emo kid is like, insert maniacal laugh. I can't do a maniacal laugh right now. I just can't do it. So insert like the most evil maniacal laugh from like TV shows and movies you can think of. And dude, out of all the responses Luna was expecting, okay, Luna was either expecting like yes or no. It was a yes or no question. But out of all the responses that Luna was expecting, let me just say that a maniacal laugh was not on the list, dude. Like, it just was not on the list. And so Luna's kind of just thinking like, okay. And then the emo kid goes on to say, like finishes up his maniacal laugh and is like, why would I need to warm up when I have the curse on my side? And Luna was just like, oh, so we're still going with that. We're not just going to like, because Luna was kind of thinking, all right, well, let's just put yesterday behind us because that was very weird. You know what? Luna gave this guy, the privilege of allowing, just to put that behind them. Because normally that's not a thing you just put behind, right? The fact that, like, you got a spell put on you, normally you don't just forget about that. But Luna was like, oh, okay, so no warm-up? And the emo kid said, yeah. Well, I mean, I have the curse on my side, so why would I need to warm up anyways? And Luna was like, all right, fine, I really gotta smack this kid. So Luna and the emo kid kind of go immediately into playing the match, and so Luna spins the racket, and sure enough, it is the emo kid's choice. So basically, in the beginning of tennis, you spin like heads or tails, and if you get it right, you can choose to serve or have the other person serve. And the emo kid starts maniacally laughing. So once again, insert the like maniacal evil villain laugh after the racket is spun. And, Luna's just kind of looking at him like, dude, what? And the emo kid is like, looks like my curse is already working. Insert again another maniacal laugh. And Luna's just thinking to herself, all right, bro, like, let's not jump to conclusions. There's a 50-50 chance that you were going to get that. Like, come on now. In the back of Luna's mind, she was like, well, I wonder if the curse is real, but her rational mind was able to take control and be like, all right, let's just smack this kid. I know I'm better than him. So sure enough, right, the emo kid starts serving. Basically, that's the way you start a tennis point. So the emo kid throws it up, bops it in, and the serve is not that good. Serve is the hardest part of tennis, in my opinion, but the serve is not that good. And Luna, really wanting to have a good impression to kind of quote-unquote break the curse, winds up a massive forehand, completely crunches it, and obliterates the emo kid in the first point. Like, this ball is blazing off of Luna's racket and just smack right past the emo kid. The emo kid wasn't even, like, the emo kid plus the curse were not good enough to give him the reaction time to be able to deal with it. That's how bad this whole thing was, dude. So Luna looks up at the emo kid, giving her the dirtiest look ever, because I don't think the emo kid realized that Luna was one of the top players at the tennis camp, but he now realized that, he was probably not going to win this. I think he walked in with a lot of confidence, also trying to scare her off because of, like, he remembered, oh, this is the girl I put the curse on. Odds are he would have, like, if this was a different person, he would have put a curse on them beforehand. Like, he would have walked up to the tennis net, whipped out his magic wand, and been like, blah, blah, you're now cursed or something, just to mess with their head. But since he's already done that, right, he was trying to use that as leverage. But anyways, the match continues, and the emo kid is getting destroyed. So at this point, the emo kid is down about 3-0, and they're only playing one set. Basically, in tennis, you play to 6 games. Whoever gets to 6 games first but win by 2 wins, and if you get to 6-6, you play a tiebreaker. But anyways, right, Luna's up 3-0, so absolutely smoking the emo kid. And it's Luna's serve, and she serves it in, and it is very clearly a winning shot. However, it was close, right? It wasn't like, it was clearly in, but it wasn't like in by so far that like you'd have to be like crazy to say that it was out, right? And the emo kid was like, out. Because if you don't know, you make your own calls when you play tennis. There's no umpire unless you're really good. And this was a lower level. I think in the final match, like the final match of their big tournament, they might have like someone like officiating it. But the emo kid was like, out. And Luna kind of looked at him like, no, dude, that wasn't. But like, she can't really do anything. So they keep playing, right? And Luna continues to crush this kid. Continues to crush this fool, bro. Like, and the emo kid continues to cheat. However, the emo kid is really only cheating when it's like, I don't know, kind of close. So if like Luna hits a really good shot, but it's kind of close, the emo kid will just call it out. And this is super frustrating to Luna because she's losing a lot more points than she needs to, but she's still winning. It's currently 5-1. So if Luna wins one more game, then it's over, right? She wins the match and like it's done with the emo kid. And at this point, right, I think other matches were kind of like getting on with, and like there were like more people were finishing, so parents were kind of like coming over and they were watching, and like more of the staff officials decided to watch this game just because less matches were being played because more people were winning and losing and kind of less matches were going on. So at this point, right, it was like 5-1 Luna, and there were a bunch of people watching at this point. And so Luna hits a shot that is very clearly a forehand winner. She hits it, smacks it. It's not even like the other ones that is kind of close. This one was so clearly in, it was in by like 2 or 3 feet. And the emo kid is like, that was out, by the way. And Luna's like, dude, like, I've been letting you have some really close calls recently, but that was so clearly in, I don't know how else to say it. Like, I give you the benefit of the doubt of all the other stuff, but that one was so clearly in, I can't let it stand. Luna basically slips and she's like, nah, I'm done, bro. And the emo kid starts getting mad and he's like, hey, like, you must respect my authority for point calling. And I guess technically you do, but then again, like, one of the camp people was watching the whole thing go down, and he started to pay more attention. So he's watching the emo kid, and the emo kid is getting so angry. So once again, they start another point. The emo kid takes that point, even though he's obviously losing, right? And Luna hits another shot, and the emo kid, it's not even that Luna's shot was good. The emo kid just shanks it into the net, like he completely misses it. And the emo kid was like, oh, by the way, your shot was so out. And it was so clearly in. And Luna's like, dude, you can't just call everything out when you lose. And at this point, the emo kid said, like, I'm going to do what I want because it's my authority and you have to deal with it. And at this point, right, the camp counselor had kind of noticed what was going on and was like, all right, I got to come in here. I got to put a stop to this. So the camp counselor, starts to walk on the court and is like, what's going on, guys? And the emo kid is so angry at this point because he's losing and he's just mad. And oh my God, this is where the emo kid snaps. So the camp counselor is walking over to the emo kid and is like, all right, can you explain what's going on here? Like, it looked like that point was very clearly in. Why did you call it out? And when the camp counselor says to the emo kid that it was clearly in and asked him, kind of questioned his call, the emo kid, already super salty and already molding super hard, being super angry already, just completely loses it. And he takes his racket and he goes, rah, and he whips around and he smashes it into the camp counselor. And like the camp counselor stumbles back and it's like, oh my God. Because like the racket had hit his arm. It had like broken the skin a little bit. So it was a little bloody and it wasn't that bad. He didn't break anything. He didn't like hit a major artery or something. But the racket smashed into the camp counselor and like kind of like broke into his skin. So the camp counselor starts yelling like, are you crazy? Like, why would you do that? I was literally asking about a call and you attacked me. And there was another camp counselor watching the whole thing and he starts walking in. But before they could do anything, you see this woman with kind of like a side part, like it kind of like the Karen haircut. Maybe she was a nice woman, but I'm just describing what I was told. By the way, the story was sent into my Instagram. Go ahead and follow me there. It's in the description. Even if you don't want to send in the story, just follow me there. It makes me feel good. But anyways, this woman walks on the court. She kind of looks like a Karen. Maybe she's super nice. I'm just saying it how it is, right? Walks on, grabs the emo kid by the back of by like the scruff of his shirt and drags him away. And he's like, ma'am. He's like, ma'am, I was winning. The emo kid literally had the audacity, as he was being dragged off court for attacking one of the camp counselors, to say that he was winning. What? Yeah, so the other camp counselor, I mean, the one that got hit with the rackets, like, I got to get this checked up. Like, I think I'm fine, but, like, I just want to make sure that, like, it didn't break anything farther because his skin was kind of bloodied up. And the other camp counselor, the one that was not attacked by the emo kid, walked up and said, "Hey, Luna, like, sorry you had to deal with that. We're giving you the win, obviously." And so, sure enough, Luna went on. Luna didn't win the tournament, but, did pretty well. And the emo kid was nowhere to be seen after he's dragged off by his mom. Presumably, his mom was like, all right, like, we're done. Grabbed him and just dragged him off.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Today we get a story time of this emo kid who thinks that he's like legitimately a god, like he has godlike powers and can put spells on people, and the people must cower in fear before him and do exactly what he says because he thinks he's legitimately a god. I'm not even kidding. Strap in, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber who sent in this story, let's call him Drew. So this all happened one day when Drew and his mom decided to get dinner with his cousin and his cousin's mom, because it had been a long time since Drew and his mom had seen his cousin and his cousin's mom, and at this point, right, they just want to have a little bit of a reunion. It had actually been so long that it had probably been about 3 to 4 years since Drew has seen his cousin, and, while they're driving over there, because they were driving to some kind of, like, local restaurant or whatever, because Drew's cousin and Drew's cousin's mom happened to be in the area for some reason, Drew's mom was like, "Hey, Drew, by the way, I just want to let you know that your cousin, he's going through a little bit of a phase." And, Drew's like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Oh, he's kind of going through like a little emo phase right now. So be nice to him. He's being extra emotional nowadays. By the way, I've seen a lot of people in my comments say that they kind of dress emo or whatever. Dude, I literally don't care. Do what you want to do. You got my love and respect either way. As long as you don't act like this kid, then we're cool." But anyways, right, his mom's like, "Yeah, he's kind of going through a bit of an emo phase right now." And Drew was like, "All right, like, that's cool, whatever. I'll, like, not be mean to him about that." Drew's mom did not say that he was also going through his Greek god arc or whatever, dude. Like, it's the funniest thing ever. But anyways, so they sit down, and Drew and his mom are looking in, and Drew sees Drew's cousin's mom, and she's like, "Oh my god, how's it going?" Wait, Drew's cousin's mom would be Drew's mom's sister. Okay, that's much easier. So Drew's mom sees sees her sister, and it's like, "Oh my god, it's been so long. How's it going?" They run up and they like hug each other. At this point, right, Drew is kind of curious to see what his cousin is looking like, and sure enough, right, he looks over, and Drew's cousin is like full, like super long, dark black hair, has like a black hoodie from Hot Topic, has like black socks, and has like a spiky chain thing, dog collar thing, and has like long, like black painted nails, and has in his mouth, like he has like a lip ring or something. And he's like, he comes up and he's kind of like shrugged over, hands in pockets, he's like, "What's up?" And Drew's like, "Hey, man, how's it going?" Last time, like, he was in his Minecraft arc, so completely different, man. So Drew was a little taken aback. But anyways, they all decide to go and sit down, and they're just talking about stuff. And it seems super normal at first, but here's the first interaction that Drew kind of realized was the beginning of, wow, this is going to be a lot weirder than I ever expected. Drew's cousin, like the emo kid, and I'm just going to call him the emo kid, just realized the emo kid and Drew's cousin are the same person from here on out. So anyways, right, the emo kid is sitting there, and the first kind of really weird thing he says is he refers to Drew, right, as a mere mortal. Like, it was like a totally normal conversation, and I think like the emo kid was like, looks at Drew and says, "How's a mere mortal like you faring in like school?" And Drew was like, okay, that's like kind of funny. Drew thought he was just trolling. He thought he was joking around. Drew really thought that like the emo kid had a pretty good sense of humor, and Drew was all for it. He thought it was pretty funny. So Drew kind of responded as normal. But the thing that was kind of weird, and which kind of like, this was kind of the thing that made Drew think, oh my god, like, wait, this is actually something, is when the emo kid's mom, his aunt, I don't know why in the beginning I kept saying Drew's cousin's mom, his aunt. I'm kind of an idiot. I'm sorry, guys. Anyways, right, his aunt made this face, like a bit of a grimace, but also a smile. And Drew's like, why is she acting so weird? Like, the kid made a joke about me being a mere mortal. Little did Drew know the emo kid was in his god era or whatever, right? So, I mean, he meant it, bro. He legitimately meant that he was a mere mortal. But anyways, right, weird things just kept going on like that. Because So all of a sudden, right, the emo kid was like, yeah, like when I was at school, it's going well for me because since, and he looks at them when he says, and has a bit of a smirk. And Drew in his head is like, yeah, I don't know, but he doesn't question any further. The emo kid's like, yeah, because, all my friends, they're bowing down because, they don't want to, they don't want to deal with my wrath, which I totally understand. And Drew's kind of just like in his head, like, all right, like I can't tell if this is a joke or not. If it's a joke, this bit of satire is pretty funny. But if it's not a joke, oh my God, like this is not going to be, this is super weird. But anyways, right, and he looks at Drew's cousin, or the emo kid's cousin's mom again, and she's grimacing again. And Drew in his head is like, wait a minute, something's off here. So the emo kid is like, I gotta go to the bathroom. He stands up and he like Sonic dashes away, or just like does the Sonic dash away, and like, the thing is, right, Drew didn't notice this before, but he has, like, a black cloak. Like, the dude has a Superman cape, but it's, like, all black and, like, emo and whatever. And Drew's just like, okay, this guy's he's a bit of an oddball, but at least he's a good guy. That turned out to be very incorrect. But anyways, right, Drew is just like, all right, man went to the bathroom. Like, I guess it's just going to be my mom, my aunt, and I talking. And the aunt, her face was like a forced smile for the entire conversation until Drew left and her face completely dropped. And she's like, guys, I'm so sorry. Like, I got to let you know something. And they were all just like, what are you talking about? And she was like, guys, like, I don't know how to explain this, but I guess the best way I can explain this is that, your cousin, and looks at Drew, is like, Drew, your cousin, he's in his God arc right now. And Drew's like, huh? What is a God arc? He's like, huh? Well, what do you mean a God arc? Like, what does that even mean, bro? And she's like, yeah, so basically, he thinks that he's a legitimate god and that his friends bow down because they know that he can smite them and put spells on him. And, he's been in his emo phase for a while, but it's evolved into an emo god phase. And Drew's just, like, looking at her like, wait, is the emo kid and my aunt, are they both on the same comedy bit? Is this like a sketch or something and he left to make it seem more believable? Because if that's the case, bravo, they're getting 5-star rating from me. But if this is legit, and it's seeming like it's legit, oh my God, I'm actually gonna like flip out, dude. This is the craziest thing ever. And then his aunt goes on to say, and he's very fragile emotionally or whatever. So if you guys can just please play along if he like makes a mention that he's a god. Please don't burst his bubble. I know it's a lot to ask and it's super weird, but please just do it for me. He's gonna get through this phase and be normal soon. I hope. She has a long pause and then says, I hope. And Drew's mom kind of cringes a little bit. She's like, oh my God. Like, thank God Drew is not like this and not in his God arc. Drew's mom wouldn't care if Drew was like an emo or something. But if he was an emo God phase, like, she would be like, bruh, like, my son, why? Why do I live? Just to suffer. And that's when Drew sees the emo kid / his cousin return from the bathroom. And you guys might be thinking, oh, he's not too bad, right? In his little god arc, because all he's saying is like his friends are immortals or whatever. No, it is about to get 1,000 times worse. It's something about the bathroom just turned him into like super evil vengeance god mode. Like, it is about to get so bad. So strap in and prepare yourself. Real quick, comment emo down below if you want a heart on your comment. I'm going to try and heart as many of those comments as I possibly can because emo is the secret word of the day. And by the way, the channel's actually been doing really well because you guys have been binge watching the videos. And I tell you, best way to support the channel is to watch a bunch of my videos in a row and then comment about it. And you guys have been going like really above and beyond. Like, here's just some people on screen who've been like legitimately watching like a ton of videos and like legitimately watching me and letting me know. Just so you guys know, this is the best way to support me and it's actually really shown and it's crazy. And I just want to say thank you. So let me know if you're binge watching these videos in the comments. I'll try and heart them. I'll try and respond or something. And just know I really do appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for the watch time. The channel's going kaboom, and it's all because of you guys. Anyways, back to the story. So the emo kid comes back, and he sits down, and when he sits down, he wraps his cape around him like he's Dracula or whatever. And, Drew's mom / the emo kid's, or Drew's aunt / the emo kid's mom, right, is like, hi, Drew, welcome back. And Drew, I don't know what happened to him in the bathroom, but he's like, he responds, he turns his head, he looks at his mom and he says, "Silence, mortal! Do not speak to a god like me!" And all of a sudden, everyone at the table goes silent, and even the table next to them goes silent, and they were in the middle of a conversation. Like, everyone, like, in the 5 mile, like, vicinity, or 5 foot vicinity was, like, paused and was just like, what did I just hear? And, you know, the emo kid's mom gets, like, very, like, nervous. And she's very thankful that, like, she was able to tell, you know, Drew and his mom, like, what's going on. But she was like, "Oh, my liege, I am so sorry. Please forgive me." And the emo kid is like, "Fine, I'll consider it. Your punishment will be less than because of your repents, is that the word? Yes, because you're slightly forgiven, but your punishment will still happen." And he, like, whips up his cape again and, like, hides his face behind it. It's like, meh, 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 meh. At this point, right, Drew's like, "Oh my god, my cousin's gone off the deep end, bro. What?" So anyways, right, the emo kid's mom starts having a conversation with Drew's mom, kind of just trying to, like, move past that super awkward moment of like, her son saying, "Silence, mortal, you will be punished," like, something just very strange like that. And she just tries to have a normal conversation, and she was doing pretty successfully, as the emo kid was, like, evilly staring at them, like through his black mascara, looking at them, and I don't know, like, Drew, like, looked at his cousin, and, like, briefly, very briefly, Drew looked at his cousin, and the emo kid looks at him, makes eye contact, and goes, "Hiss!" And Drew's just thinking to himself, what did I do? I looked at you, like, why are you so much less normal right now? Because the emo kid was kind of weird before, as he was calling people his mortals, but for some reason he just went off the deep end by the time he came back. Anyways, right, the waiter comes around and brings their food, and things are looking pretty good because, like, I don't know, Drew's like, all right, I don't need to interact with my cousin anymore. He's kind of weird. I can just focus on my food, and he can focus on his food, and then we can just get out of here. Life is good. And that was just unfortunately not the case, because when the food came down, the emo kid is like, all right, because he speaks for the first time since calling his mom a mere mortal and that she's going to be punished. And he says, all right, time for the sacrifices. And his mom is kind of like, oh boy. And Drew is just thinking in his head, like, what's going on here? And sure enough, the emo kid's mom is like, "Oh, yes, my lord." And she takes, like, half of her food and scrapes it onto his plate. He's like, all right, who else? And Drew kind of is just so confused right now. He's just like, am I supposed to give this kid some of my food? Bro, Drew was hungry. He didn't have lunch that day. He was, like, tired. The food he got was really good. He's not trying to give this weirdo emo kid who thinks he's a god half of his food. That's just not what he's trying to do today, man. This is not what he's trying to do. And the emo kid is like, "Drew, you will be punished if you don't give me half of your food." And Drew in his head is like, "What? No, well, I'm just not doing that." Like, at the end of the day, I hate to say it, or actually I don't hate to say it, I love to say it. I relish in the fact that I'm saying it. I'm not giving him half my food. That's crazy. And, you know, Drew is just kind of looking around, and he makes eye contact with the emo kid's mom / his aunt, and his aunt just gives him a death stare, like, do it, my son needs you to do it. And so Drew's like, fine, whatever. And Drew, like, takes about a third of his food and puts it on the emo kid's plate, and he's so angry he has to do this in the first place. And the emo kid looks at him and says, "Peasant, this is not half of your food. This is only a third." And Drew in his mind is like, wait, he's going to actually nitpick me on this? I gave him basically half my food. Yeah, I actually gave him, like, a third. It's the same thing, right? And the emo kid is like, "You will be smited if you don't give me half of your food." And Drew is just thinking to himself, my God, what is wrong with my cousin? And Drew's mom's like, "All right, honey, here you go," and scrapes off half of her food into the emo kid's plate. And he's like, does this, like, weird, like, cringe laugh or whatever. And Drew's just like, you know what? Fine. So Drew scrapes the rest of his food, or the other half, or at least up to half of his food onto his plate. And he's thinking, whatever, like, I'm going to be hungry. I'll just grab food at home. I'm just trying to get out of this very weird meal. And the emo kid is like, smart move, peasant, smart move. You will not be smited now. And the emo kid starts like, he eats like literally one bite on his plate and it is done. He just doesn't eat the rest of it. And Drew is just like so angry at this point for everything that's happened, but now the emo kid demanded all of this food from everyone at the table, and he doesn't even eat any of it. So eventually, right, the waiter comes around and is like, oh, are you done? And points to everyone else who has finished their food because they're all very hungry with empty plates. And he points to the emo kid. He's like, oh, do you want me to box that up? And the emo kid says, no, I'm done, and hands him the plate. And Drew in his head is like, what? What? You didn't even eat it? Why? So Drew really just wants to get out of there. He's not trying to deal with this nonsense anymore. But the emo kid, like the waiter comes around and says, hey guys, do you want any dessert? And the emo kid is like, yes, I demand it. And the waiter's like, okay, I'll get the menus. And Drew in his head is just thinking to himself, bro, I'm trying to get out of here. This weirdo, but like, I'm just trying to get away from the weirdo, right? But he demands the food, so I guess I'll get some ice cream, whatever, as long as he doesn't take all my ice cream or something. And so sure enough, they get the dessert menus and they all order their ice cream. And the thing is, right, the parents don't end up ordering any of the ice cream. So it's just Drew and the emo kid that both get like 3 scoops of whatever flavor they like. And so sure enough, right, it is very quiet and awkward. Even the parents at this point have given up trying to make the situation less awkward, and they're just dead silent. And the whole table is dead silent. And it's just so weird and strange. And Drew just wants to go home, and he doesn't want to be here. But finally, right, a little light at the end of the tunnel, the ice cream comes, and Drew's already prepared that he probably has to give the emo kid half of his ice cream. He's like, whatever, man, like, this dinner sucks. I never want to see this guy again if he's in his God arc or whatever, right? I'm not trying to see this kid anymore, but fine, if this gets me home, and at least I'll have half a bowl of ice cream. 1.5 scoops is pretty good. I'll take it, whatever. It's not 3, but I'll take 1.5. So the ice cream comes, and the waiter puts the stuff down and says, enjoy, guys. And so Drew is getting ready to divide his ice cream in half. And the emo kid is like, all right, peasant, give me all your ice cream. And Drew looks at him and is like, all of it? Drew's like, oh, I thought you wanted half. He's like, no, for dessert, I deserve it all, or you will be smited. Do you want to be smited, peasant? And Drew looks at him, and he has that, like, eye twitch. You know when someone in the movies is about to go insane, their eye starts twitching? Drew legitimately told me over Instagram DMs, which is how he sent me the story. So follow my Instagram in the description, but also submit stories there. I'm going to have an email up very soon. Sorry for the delay. Give me a couple days, guys. But anyways, right, Drew has this eye twitch, and he's just looking at him, and he's about to go completely insane all over the emo kid. And he looks at the emo kid, and Drew says to him, no. In fact, I will not be giving you any of my ice cream. And Drew's aunt is like, and Drew's mom in his head, and Drew's mom doesn't really react, but she's like, all right, finally, my son is standing up to this weirdo kid who happens to be my cousin. I don't even care at this, or my son's cousin. I don't even care at this point, right? And Drew's like, yeah, I'm not giving you any of my ice cream. And Drew takes a massive bite, and the emo kid says, peasant, you will be punished either way for disrespecting my authority, but I will give you a chance to give me the ice cream before you get smited. And Drew's like, all right, bro, smite me. Yeah, have you ever smited anyone before? I don't know if that's the correct past tense. Have you ever smited anyone before, bro? I didn't think so. So yeah, go ahead and smite me. And the emo kid is like, very well. And he stands up from his table and he goes, yeah, and like stretches out both of his hands to do like Sith force lightning or something. Nothing happens. And Drew's like, all right, try again, bro. And he's like, wah! He stands as like stretches out his hands. And once again, right, nothing happens. And the emo kid's like, peasant, I was giving you mercy, which is something I rarely give out. Give me the ice cream or you'll be smited for real. And Drew's like, all right, bro, smite me for real then. And the emo kid starts getting angry. And he's like, I was generous, I was kind, and you disgusting little peasant, you don't understand what you did. And the emo kid takes he goes over, reaches over, grabs Drew's bowl of ice cream, and chucks it across the room and is like, if I can't have it, nobody can. And Drew's like, all right, man, I'm done. And he gets up and he looks at his mom. He's like, Mom, we're going. And Drew's mom, instead of being like, oh no, just stay. We haven't seen your cousin and your aunt in so long, is like, all right, bet. And turns to her, Drew's aunt / her sister's like, hey, I'm so sorry. Like, we got to go. I forgot. And, Drew's aunt is kind of just like, yeah, I get it, man. And Drew's cousin, the emo kid who thinks he's a god, is like, no, you will pay. I'm going to put a spell on you. Put a spell on you? What? So Drew walks out of the restaurant with his mom, and they get into the car, and Drew's like, Mom, can we not hang out with my cousin anytime soon, or at least until he's done with his god phase? I don't care about his emo phase, if I'm being honest, but can we at least wait till he's done with his god emo phase? And Drew's mom is like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that was a terrible experience. We're not hanging out with them for a while. I love my sister, but she's got to take control of her son.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today, I have a story time for you guys that I really think you'll enjoy because I think most of you guys enjoy games, at least to a little bit. I know at least I enjoy Minecraft, as you're seeing in the background. And today's story takes place back when I was in 5th grade and I went to a summer camp. And one of my friends at the camp really liked this girl, and this girl basically said no to him and said that I said no to you because you play games and I hate gamers and gamers are disgusting. That's basically what she told him. But at the end of the story, there's a pretty crazy twist that really does make the whole thing worth listening to, so I do hope you guys enjoy. And if you don't want to be called disgusting by your crush, subscribe to the channel with notifications on because you won't see my stories otherwise. And also leave a like on the video as I'm feeling generous today and will give you nothing in return if you do so. And yeah, let's hop right into the story. So as I said a little bit in the beginning of the video, I went to this summer camp for 2 weeks when I was in 5th grade. And so I got there and I didn't really know anyone there. And in the very beginning of the summer camp, there was a lot of icebreaker activities. At this time in 5th grade, as you guys might know from some of my other story times, I was a big fan of Minecraft. I kind of didn't really play it that much in like the beginning of high school, but definitely like 5th grade, 6th grade, I was a big fan of it. And a lot of my school friends and I would spend a lot of time talking about it. We would play it. It was really just a really good time, just a fun time. Also, my friend was a big fan of Mega Walls at the time, if you remember that game. That has a lot of memories to me. Anyways, though, I'm at this camp, right, and I don't know anyone, and there's an icebreaker activity. Basically, the icebreaker activity goes along the lines of basically someone can basically say something that they like or they really like, and then basically anyone else who like also enjoys that subject matter can like come to the middle and like, talk to the people and like hang out with them or whatever. So the game was played a little bit, and there was some kind of like generic stuff like I like ice cream, I like dogs, and it's like, yeah, I like ice cream, I like dogs, and I went to the center for those, but because it was so like broad and generic, like half the, like if not more than half the people went to the center, so it wasn't super helpful. Basically, then this one guy comes to the center and he basically says that he really likes Minecraft. And now this one was a bit more specific, and while Minecraft was super popular at the time, it was really only like 4 to 5 guys who went to the center, and I was one of the 4 to 5 guys. And because this was kind of a smaller group of people, the thing is, those actually became my friends during the 2 weeks at camp. I'm actually still somewhat in contact with like a few of them. But basically, those 4 to 5 guys are the kind of the main friends I have at the camp. And one of them is one of the main protagonists at the camp as well. And his name is Will. So my other, the other 4, or I think it was the other 3 friends at that time, because there was like 5 people in the center. One of them was me, one of them was Will. The other 3 friends, they still play a role in the story, but like not big enough that I should give them a name and then get confused. So if they say something, I'll just say one of my friends said, and this assume it's not me or Will who said that. So we kind of form a little friend group, and it's not like a clique or anything. If anyone wanted to be friends with us, they could, but we kind of we start talking about Minecraft. We start talking about like our favorite things to do, if there are any servers we like to play on, like basically our thoughts of what they should add, all that. Is Hero Brian real? All that good stuff, man. But anyways, right, so the day goes on, and like there's a nighttime activity, and we're just still sticking together. And right, so we've kind of formed a friend group, and we really like Minecraft. But we're also kind of known as like the group of kids that went to the center who said that they really liked Minecraft. I'm not saying that like everyone else like didn't like it, but we were like the five of us. We were like the five kids that were like known to be the kids who liked Minecraft, because we all went to the center, and then afterwards everyone always saw us together. So that was kind of a reputation, which was very fair, if I'm going to be honest, because that's like all we talked about, man. That's kind of all we talked about. Anyways, so a couple days into the 2-week long camp, my friend Will comes back to us and tells us about this girl who he met at one of these kind of like camp activities. And this girl's name, let's just call her Sarah, right? So, Will basically was like, he was at one of these activities, and we weren't there because during the day, they kind of choose what you do half the time, like for the activities. Some activities you just kind of can go to with your friends, but a lot of these activities, right, you kind of have to go to with like, you're assigned them, and it's kind of whoever you meet, which is good because if you don't really have like a group of friends there, it's always an opportunity to meet people. So it makes a lot of sense, right? But anyways, while he was there was this new girl there. Her name was Sarah, and he was like, yo, I really like this girl. So obviously we were super supportive, and we're like, okay, man, you're totally going to get Sarah. Don't even think about it. Like, we got you. Like, we'll come up with something. Like, we got your back on this. And it was kind of fun, man. Like, it's always fun when you're like, especially like back when you're a little kid, your friend had a crush on someone. You're like, ooh, right. And then you're like, okay, let's come up with a plan, guys. And then you make it all serious for no reason. We're like, okay, time for a top secret meeting, right? So we all got into like, we had to like check the room. We had to go in there. We got like a whiteboard. We're like, all right, what's the plan? Basically, we sat down and we decided that the best course of action would be that Will would go and talk to her the next day, because there were kind of like free period like times. There's like lunch, and then there was kind of like a recess type thing where basically you could go hang out with whoever, right? And so even if he didn't get her in another one of these activities, because that was kind of like randomly selected and we didn't want to play the odds game, especially since we had such limited time at this point, and we just didn't have enough time to like really like, we couldn't bet on that. Basically, we wanted him to go up and talk to her one more time, and then after that basically admit how he feels and ask if she wants to do something after camp, because this camp was kind of held locally. It wasn't an overnight camp, it wasn't a sleepaway camp, and basically at the end of the day, like, you went home, so maybe they could go see a movie or something. But basically, we wanted him to talk to her one more time, and then kind of, pull the trigger and see what we can do, right? So the next day, Will eventually gets the courage to talk to her, and it's recess period, so we don't all go up to talk to her with him, but we're like far enough away that we're obviously like, well, we didn't think was obvious. In retrospect, we were kind of looking, laughing, and maybe we were pointing, so maybe it was a little obvious, right? But but at the time, we thought we were far enough away that like she wouldn't notice that we were watching, and we were basically looking at what was happening, and from our perspective, it looked like it was going really well, because Will was talking to her and she didn't like, I don't know, run away. I guess the fact that she responded was like a win enough for us, which I don't know what that says, but that definitely hey, she responded to him. That was good enough for us. We were like, okay, he's got this in the bag. So the next day rolls around and we're like, okay, bro, okay, Will, it's finally the day. All you got to do is ask her out on a date to the movies. Like, how could it go wrong? You guys spoke once. That has to be good enough. Of course, 5th grade logic, but whatever, man. It was what it was. So anyways, right, so we're outside at recess, and we don't want to, like, crowd him. So we do the same thing. We stand away far enough that, like, we can kind of see what's going on, but we can't actually hear what's going on. And we see Will go up to her. We see him get, her attention. We see him say something. And then we see Sarah's face, and it looks kind of amused. And I was like, okay, amused is better than angry or crying, but amused isn't exactly what we're looking for here, you know what I mean? So Will looks a little defeated, and we're like, okay, this can't be good. So he comes back, and basically we're like, okay, dude, what happened? And he just looks at us all defeated like, I don't really want to talk about it. So you already knew, like, right away that it wasn't going to be good. So basically, we didn't ask Will about it for a second, but by the end of the day, before we left, he was like, guys, okay, let's talk about what happened. I think you guys at least deserve to know. Just TLDR didn't go well, so just be heads up for that. So we're like, oh man, we're sorry about that. But then he told us the details, bro. Goes on to explain that Sarah said, no, I will not go on a date with you. I don't want to go on a date with someone who's a gamer like you. You're known as one of the Minecraft kids, and I would never be caught going out with someone who is one of the Minecraft kids, so no. Basically being extra rude about it, basically saying that, like, because he played Minecraft, because he played games, she would never go out with him, basically. This sounds a little cruel and petty, but remember, this was 5th grade. Even for 5th grade, to be fair, this was cruel and petty, but remember, it kind of not expected, but, like, this isn't, like, high school or college. This is still middle school. But at the same time, man, even we thought this was a little mean back in the day. You might be thinking, wow, this is kind of a sad story. Let me just say that, it gets a lot better. There's a pretty big twist. But before I get into the twist, if you made it this far into the video, comment door down below, like the thing that you enter a building with, like a door. I just want to see how many people made it this far into the video, as I really do appreciate people watching my videos all the way. So basically, the next day rolls around, and somehow we figure out that Sarah has a thing for this other guy at this camp named PJ. I think I was telling one of my other friends there, who was, like, friends with Sarah, about the whole thing that went down, and she basically explained, she said, oh, that's so tough, like, I don't know why she was mean about it. Then she also said something about how Sarah had a thing for PJ so that Will shouldn't feel bad, because, she probably wasn't going to go out with him, video games or not. And I was like, okay, that's good to know. And funny enough, so the day goes on, and we're actually in a group, and this is one of those kind of like group activities where you're assigned. And we got pretty lucky. All my friends and I were in the same group, and then also PJ was in the same group. So we're talking to PJ, and he's actually a pretty cool guy. And I don't really explain to Will that, Sarah has a thing for him, since, like, I just learned it, and we just met the guy, and I was like, he seems cool enough, right? Like, and I didn't want...
How's it going, everyone? Today we got a story time of a kid who says that he is not only just the top G, but he is also a Sigma. He decides that he is going to show that he actually is the Riz Master and tries to prove it and gets absolutely owned. I just want to warn you guys, if you are not prepared for maximum levels of cringe, that this video, this story time, might just not be for you, and I just want to be straight up about it. So yeah, for everyone else though, sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing, and with that all being said, let's just jump right into it. So this all happened in the subscribers class. So, I mean, you guys probably know that a lot of, like, the alpha male TikTok videos have gotten really popular. I mean, you probably have, like, Andrew Tate is the most popular one out of all of them. But there's a lot of just, like, Sigma grind set type content out there. Some of it's actually not too bad. Some of it's like, you should go to the gym, like, good thing. You should, focus on yourself. You should be confident. All that stuff's good. But there's also a lot of goofy stuff out there, too. And in the subscribers class, we're going to call this kid, we're going to call him the Sigma Grindset Kid. I just think Sigma Grindsets is such a funny term. So the Sigma Grindset Kid used to be or we're going to call him I don't want to call him the top G. We're just going to call him the Cringey Kid. I'm sorry, that's really what it is. So the Cringey Kid used to be pretty normal. He used to be just like one of these normal kids, right? He used to be actually kind of friends with the subscriber. Like, they weren't boys or anything, but they were kind of close. But basically, right, the Cringey Kid had fallen down the rabbit hole on TikTok or YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels or whatever, right, of just that kind of, like, the Sigma grind set content. And, like, it had kind of been, like, slow at first, but then they went away for, like, I don't know. I think this was, like, I don't even know when this was. They just had, like, some kind of break or a long weekend or something. And apparently the kid just spent, like, 6 hours a day watching, like, Sigma grind set YouTube Shorts or whatever. So this all happens on, like, the Tuesday they get back from their long weekend. And so the subscriber sits down in class, and he sees the Cringey Kid walk in. And the Cringey Kid walks in, and he has a speaker with him. And the Cringey Kid walks in with the speaker. And first of all, the first thing you notice is bro has completely changed his fit. Bro has changed, like, honestly, low-key looking kind of good, looking kind of fly, but bro's completely changed his fit. But the thing that was, like, the funniest and the most awkward was, like, the Andrew Tate, like, music where it's, like, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then he's, like, it's, like, his background music, and there's, like, a joke that, like, wherever he goes, it's, like, that music. I'm not gonna play it because it's definitely copyrighted, and if I get copyrighted, then... big sad. But basically the kid brought a little portable, like, JBL speaker, whatever, and was blasting that as he was walking into class. Yeah, he also had sunglasses on, which, like, sunglasses can look kind of nice, but dude, don't wear them inside. All I'm saying is, like, bro, if you're wearing the sunglasses inside, it's like, hey, man, the sun's not out right now. Like, there are some circumstances where I think that's fine, but bro is just trying to do, like, the Sigma male, like, cosplay or whatever. Bro probably tried to, like, stretch out his, like, kind of, like, protrude his rod to have, like, you know, the Sigma guy, like, that kind of meme. Like, whatever, right? So, but the funniest thing, or I should say the cringiest thing, really, is that he's blasting the Andrew Tate theme song music as he's walking in. And, like, everyone in the class turns their head, and they just look at this kid. And he's walking in, like, really weirdly. He must have, like, watched some, like, video of someone being like, okay, guys, so here's the science behind being really swag. Which, first of all, if you watch a video of how to be quote-unquote swag, I got a feeling that you're going in the wrong direction in life. And, like, yeah, like, another thing I do want to say is, like, there's some good people that get kind of lumped up into the space. Like, I think if you watch people like, you know, Aman Ghazi, Luke Belmar, those people are actually really cool. They have a lot to say. Obviously don't take it's not the word of God. Don't do everything that they say, obviously. And you shouldn't really idolize anyone on the internet. But, look, whenever it comes to this type of content, like, I would say the best way to go about it is, like, kind of be like a vulture, not, like, in the sense of, like, eat the meat, leave the bone. Sometimes there's a lot of bone, but there's probably maybe a little marrow in there. Like, there's a little bone marrow. Go and get what's good out of it. But anyways, right, so bro really is walking in, and he must have watched some kind of, like, weird video of, like, how to be like, this is how an alpha male walks. Don't walk like a beta. And I'm not gonna lie, there is some truth to, like, walk with your shoulders, like, your head up, shoulders back, have a little bit of a smile, right? Just don't be flopping around the place. Don't be hunched over like you're 90 with, like, chronic back conditions. Like, stand up for yourself, man. But bro had not really taken the message from those videos, if that was the message. Because the Cringey kid walked in with just, like, the most exaggerated, ridiculous walking ever. Like, dude was, like, flailing his legs and arms. And, yeah, okay, so he took the idea of have your shoulder pressed up. Like, here's the thing. Like, if you want to, like, have good posture, like, stand up. Put your shoulders up, put your shoulders back, and then let them fit. Like, think of, like, having, like, a rod up your butt. Okay, don't think about having a rod up your butt, but you guys get what I mean. Anyways, though, so the kid must have taken the whole, like, chest up thing a little bit too crazy, because he started, like, protruding his chest, like, he started, like, arching his back, bro. Bro was literally arching his back to, like, push out his chest, and his arms were, like, flopping around. And remember, this is while he's carrying in, like, a JBL speaker blasting the Andrew Tate theme song music. This was not as Sigma and Alpha and the ladies love him as he truly believed it was. So anyways, right, eventually this kid sits down and he, like, falls into his chair. Like, bro actually has the most dramatic sitting you've ever seen. You might be thinking, how does someone sit dramatically? And let me just say, I don't know, but he did. So, yeah, anyways, he sits down, and unfortunately, he sits right next to the subscriber. Him and the subscriber were never really that close of friends, but they knew each other, and they had a few good interactions. The thing is, though, like, the Cringey kid had, like, he didn't really have any close friends. Part of that was just he didn't really make the effort, and other people didn't make the effort, but he was always chill with everyone. Like, before this whole era of the Sigma grindset era, basically, he was always cool with everyone. Like, no one really had issues with him. But he also didn't have, like, super close friends. Everyone was just cool with him. But he sits down next to the subscriber, and the subscriber's like, oh, no. Because here's the thing, right? I don't think people really thought that, like, the subscriber was part of this. But the subscriber, at the end of the day, he just didn't feel like being associated with the nonsense, if you know what I mean. And I totally get it, man. I don't want to be associated with the nonsense either. Like, that's annoying, bro. Like, that's actually mad annoying. I don't want to be associated. Like, that is totally valid. Anyways, though, so yeah, the kid sits next to the subscriber, and he's still blasting the Andrew Tate Sigma Grindset music. And the subscriber's like, yo, bro, like, maybe you could turn that down a little bit. And the Cringey kid is still sitting there with his sunglasses on, being like, you do not tell a Sigma what to do. And the subscriber's like, okay. What? What? The subscriber's like, what was that? Yeah, so anyways, right, the subscriber, I don't know, man. It's just, like, just a crazy thing to, like, bro, I mean, the subscriber really just said, hey, man, could you turn down your music? And the kid's like, you do not tell what a Sigma male to do. And he's like, okay, relax, buddy. Relax. It's just not that deep. Bro, it just really isn't. Like, relax. Calm down. Oh my God. Okay. Bro actually blew a gasket over being asked to, like, turn down the music just a little bit. You're in class. Yeah, and also, like, this was really weird. Like, I don't know. In some high schools, at least I've seen, like, an, I don't know, like, TV show. So who knows how accurate it really is. But, like, sorry, I just swallowed something. People would just, like, walk down the hallways, like, playing music or whatever. But that never happened in the subscribers' high school. Like, no one played music. Like, I don't think they would get in trouble. Maybe they would, but it just, like, wasn't part of the culture to have, like, music playing at all times. Like, at least in the high school the subscriber went to. And definitely no one ever played it in class. Like, maybe there was one time someone had something going, like, maybe on their phone for a little bit, like, as, I don't know, right? But especially not in class. So it was super, super weird. Like, ignoring everything else, even if he was just playing, like, ignoring the whole Sigma stuff, imagine he was just playing normal music, even that would be really weird. So the subscriber's still in a little bit of a daze of just, like, what did this kid just say to me? And that's when the Cringey kid, like, kind of leans over to the subscriber, is like, hey, man, sorry for snapping on you. I just don't understand the limitations of my own power sometimes. Which is just... what? Yeah, so the subscriber is just like, oh my God, like, I was once cool with this kid. Like, I hate myself for being cool with this kid. Like, is this my fault? Like, did I do something? Yeah, so the kid goes on to be like, yeah, you know, it's just like the wolf inside was starting to come out a little bit. I'm sorry. And the subscriber's like, dude, you're good. Okay. Honestly, at this point, the subscriber was just like really hoping that the kid would just, like, stop talking to him, because he's just like, dude, please stop talking to me. I don't want to be associated with this. I just simply don't want to be associated with whatever this is, right? And so anyways, right, the Cringey kid, like, leans over to some other kid, but the subscriber is close enough that he hears what the Cringey kid is saying. So basically, right, the Cringey kid leans over and starts telling some other kid that apparently, you know, basically what he starts saying to this other kid is like, hey man, like, I don't know if you realize, but over the long weekend, I came to such a crazy self-discovery about myself. And, like, I mean, look, no one really cares, but, like, I guess the kid next to him was like, okay. Like, not like, oh man, what did you discover about yourself? He was just like, okay, like, just, all right, cool, good for you, bro, like, nice. W, I guess. Like, I don't know. Bro just didn't really care. But then the Cringey kid goes on to be like, yeah, so I discovered, completely ignoring the fact that, like, there was, like, very minimal interest in what he was saying, but he's like, yes, and I discovered about myself, basically, that I am actually quite a top G in Sigma. I decided to let you know. I don't really know how I would respond personally if someone goes up to me and says, hey, by the way, bro, I just want to let you know that I identify as a top G in Sigma male. I'd be like, okay. All right. Yeah, so obviously it's a little bit like, it's pretty awkward at this point. And at this point, I think the kid's turned off his music, but he's just, like, he's just continuing to be very, like, weird. And some of the kids in the back of the class were kind of, like, super amused by this. Like, they weren't like, whoa, he's actually so cool in Sigma. Like, no, they were not actually thinking that, but they were like, lol, this kid's making a fool of himself. Free entertainment, boys. Right, so they go up to talk to him, and they're all like, yeah, so it looks like you're a Sigma now. Kind of like, because I think they overheard what he said to the other kid. And the Cringey kid, look, this went straight to his head. He's like, yeah, you know, you're right. I am a Sigma male. But I'm also the top G as well. I just thought I'd let you know, too. And they were like, oh, for real, bro? You're also the top G? Oh, that's sick, dude. Like, I didn't even know that. Like, I totally knew that you were a Sigma, but I didn't know you were also top G. Like, bro, that's sick. And they were, like, holding back their laughter the whole time. But I think the Cringey kid was so just, like, stuck in his own delusion, to a sense, that he was just like, oh, man. Like, oh my God, they're realizing the truth. I am actually a Sigma. I gotta let them know that I'm also the top G. I don't want to let that slip by. And, like, the subscriber at this point was watching the whole thing go down and just like, Dear God, man, what is happening? So anyways, right, this group of guys, like, went up to who were, like, messing with, like, the Cringey kid and were gassing him up just to, like, bring him down. We're like, so, dude, so since you're, like, you know, the top G and the Sigma male, right, that also means that must mean that, like, you're really good at rizzing girls up. So the subscriber submitted the story has told me that the Cringey kid pre-Sigma grind set was actually okay. It sounds mean for me to say so trash, but also, you guys have heard my stories when I was in middle school or high school or whatever. I did not have, I was, my Riz was in beta stage, bro. That's the most virgin way to say it, too. Yeah, I was not great about it. I had some moves that were just so lame. So I can relate. However, probably part of the reason why the Cringey kid went down the whole, like, Sigma grind set, like, rabbit hole is because he's had, like, no success with girls, which, I mean, you look for a validation for people to tell you what to do. And he was like, oh, yeah, because he has to keep up the whole Sigma persona now. So he can't just be like, no, I'm the top G, but I'm trash for talking to women. I mean, he could try the whole, like, I focus on grinding aspect. Like, I just, like, grind all day. Lol. But no, he was like, no, I actually, I'm totally, like, I'm actually extremely, I could riz up any girl and they would say yes immediately. Like, you better watch out, bro. Like, you might think that you locked up the house with your girl, but guess what, bro? I'm the key. Like, he was just saying some nonsense like that. So at this point, right, all the kids that, like, were gassing him up, they look, you know what they were doing, but also probably they were doing it for the best because bro needed reality to slap him in the face. Yeah, so anyways, right, you know, the Cringey kid needed to hold his persona of being super swag or whatever. So the kids who were now kind of got him into a corner because they gassed him up and then they kind of said, oh, so since you're so alpha or whatever, so you must be pretty good with girls. Knowing that he sucks, right? He just had a reputation for just being so mid when it comes to that stuff, which, like, same, so I can relate. But they were like, oh, so you can riz up anyone. And he's like, yeah, I can. Like, I can. And they're like, oh, so go riz up Julia over there. Okay, so Julia was in she wasn't in a relationship. She was in a kind of like a exclusive, like, little thing with some guy that she was actually sitting next to in the class. And everyone knew it. She was practically in a relationship, but they just didn't technically call it that. But it was like everything of a relationship besides, you know, the term, right? They'd only see each other. It would be completely cheating if they went after someone else. It was basically a relationship. It's actually I always find it kind of dumb. It's like, oh, well, I don't want to call it a relationship. Dude, it frickin' is, okay? Like, it like, you know, okay. What's the saying? Like, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, or sounds like a duck, looks like a duck. It's a frickin' duck, bro, okay? Same situation. But anyways, right, so they pointed at Julia. They're like, oh, so you can riz up her? And, like, the Cringey kid for a second was probably thinking, no, she basically has a boyfriend. But then he couldn't say that because, like, if he's actually top G, it shouldn't matter, man. Just because there's a goalie, my friend, does not mean you cannot score. On the real, though, if you know someone's in a relationship, try and respect those boundaries. And also, if you're in a relationship, if you don't cheat. Like, that is, like, I don't know. I have a pretty strong, like, moral code with, like, some things that I just personally stand by. But I do genuinely believe, as, like, a general rule, look, if you want to be with someone else, fine. I have actually nothing wrong with you wanting to be with someone else. But don't be with someone else while you've made a commitment to another person, unless it is explicitly defined within the relationship/commitment that you've entered with this person. If you're in a relationship where you guys have defined, okay, well, I can actually find other people and do whatever I want with them. If that's defined, I don't care. That's not cheating. Just don't break someone's trust. It's like, if you want to have honor or respect, especially as a man, please just don't do that. There's nothing cool about, oh yeah, I'm going to go cheat my girlfriend. I'm going to go cheat my boyfriend. No, nothing's cool with that. Lame. Yeah, so anyways, right, sure enough, the subscriber was watching as the Cringey kid is like, all right, kind of hyping himself up. And because he now has to go over Julia, who's talking to the guy who she's basically in a relationship with. And so he's like, all right, boys, like, you're about to see the master at work. And all the kids are like, all right, yeah, we're ready to see the quote-unquote master at work, man. We're really excited to see you pull this off. They all very well knew that he was not about to pull this off. They knew almost for a fact that he was going to be far from doing anything successful in this department. They knew that they were setting him up for failure. Like, without a doubt, they were setting him up to get absolutely clowned / owned / wrecked. Like, they knew what they were doing, bro. That's the worst thing, too. They knew exactly what they were doing here. Yeah, so anyways, right, sure enough, the cringy kid decides to go up to Julia, and it is about to be one of the most awkward, uncomfortable interactions you've ever seen. Real quick, if you've made it as far into the video, go ahead and comment top G down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I'm still on vacation, so comment it a bunch of times, and I'll try and heart some of your comments. And while you're down there, check out either the description or the pinned comment to get a link to the Spotify. I upload these stories as podcasts on Spotify, and Spotify is kind of doing a whole new, like, algorithm or whatever, and it'd be really cool to be popular on there too. So if you happen to use Spotify, please go ahead and follow me on there, and then also listen to some stuff on there as well. It is super helpful, and it does support me. Anyways, let's get back to the story, assuming you press the like button and claim your free nothing, because it's a limited time offer, guys. Limited time, it expires forever. Plus 1 day. So anyways, you should go ahead and do that. So yeah, sure enough, the subscriber is watching as he sees the cringy kid walk over to Julia, and he just knows for a fact. He just knows for a freaking fact. This is about to be one of the cringiest, most uncomfortable things that he's ever seen. And the subscriber's not wrong. So anyways, right, the cringy kid, to hype himself up, starts walking towards Julia and starts playing the Andrew Tate theme song music. And so, like, Julia's, like, talking to the guy that she's basically exclusive with, and they both stop talking and look towards the kid, and they probably at first they're probably like, oh my god, that's so weird, haha. And then they start to realize a slow creeping feeling of dread, like a sense of dread, because they start to realize that the cringy kid, is not just, like, playing music, walking in a direction, he's walking in their direction. So anyways, right, sure enough, like, the cringy kid starts walking towards Julia and the guy, and it's just so awkward and just so uncomfortable and just so weird. And eventually, like, the subscriber watches as the guy walks up to both of them and basically turns, like, he faces both of them and then turns straight, like turns directly facing Julia to basically have his back facing the other guy. Basically, kind of to imply that, like, look, bro, I'm cooking, let me cook, bro, like, whatever, right? So sure enough, he starts his immaculate, insanely incredible, most ingenious riz of all time. He's like, what's good? Like, what's good? Like, I just want to let you know that you're in the presence of a top G right now. And she's like, I'm what? He's like, I just want to let you know you're in the presence of a top G right now. Just thought I'd let you know. So, yeah, I don't know, man. If I was Julia, I'd really have no idea how to react, because to all the girls watching this, if a guy came up to you and was like, you're in the presence of a top G, I don't know if I'm like, maybe I'm totally wrong. You guys are going to correct me in the comments, but I got a bit of a feeling that that's not actually going to be, like, such a net positive. That's not going to be a great way to start off. Anyways, though, so she's like, okay, which is kind of a fair response. Like, actually, how do you respond to that? Like, I'm the top G, oh! Like, okay. Sure, like, 6th grader who is, like, literally sleeps at his parents' house, has not done anything, you're the top G, sure. Yeah, whatever. That makes a lot of sense. And he's like, so, it would be quite an honor if you were to date me, right? Like, it would be, like, super crazy if you were to, like, go out with me. Like, I have a lot of girls on my phone. Like, you would just be another one, but if you wanted to be one of my girls, like, I guess I could allow it. And she's like, I'm good. And I think, like, at this point, I think the cringy kid, to some degree, was kind of not really expecting it to work. But at the same time, like, I think he also had a bit of, like, delusion, confidence, like, something was going on, bro. Like, he must have kind of believed the character he was putting on. And he was like, sorry, I don't think I heard you right, because I just totally offered you a spot as one of my girls, like, one of a bunch of other girls, a lot of them much hotter and more successful than you, by the way. So I don't even know why I'm extending the invitation to you, but I just want to let you know, like, that'd be a crazy thing to deny. So I totally heard you wrong. And she's like, I'm gonna have to, she's like, no, I'm good. And if you have hotter girls, like, you should just hang out with them. And he's like, ugh! Yeah, so anyways, right, sure enough, the subscriber's watching this go down. He's just like, oh my God, this is actually so uncomfortable. So he's like, you're making such a bad choice right now. Like, I'm literally top G. And so the guy who, like, Julia's been talking to, like, for the most part, he's kind of just, like, let this all slide. But at a certain point, like, this basically is, like, his girl. And, this guy's been talking, not just, like, trying to flirt her up, right? But been doing it kind of disrespectfully, like, not been the nicest guy about it. So he kind of goes, he kind of, like, taps the guy, like, the cringy kid. Cringy kid turns around, and the guy's like, hey, man, like, I don't think she's interested. Like, you should probably, like, try someone else. Which is honestly kind of a nice way to go about it. Like, I'm sure that there's a lot of guys who, like, would have been like, yo, get the frick out of here, bro. Like, you're ugly, you're cringe. He didn't even go for the ad hominem, which would have been so easy, so easy. Yeah, so sure enough, right, I think the cringy kid was just so taken aback by the fact that someone actually talked back to him that, like, I don't know, because he kind of got owned a little bit. So what the cringy kid did is, in response to the guy, who was actually kind of, like, cool about it, like, he's just like, hey, man, like, it's pretty obvious she's not interested. Let's just move on. Let's just do something else. Like, valid. And he's like, what color is your Bugatti? Like, he just thinks, oh my God, I actually just own this kid. But here's the thing, right? I think the cringy kid probably thought to himself, okay, I literally just got this kid so bad. Ha ha ha, right? Look, even if you got a Bugatti, like, I always say take the high road. If someone's bickering with you, it's probably not worth your time. Especially if you're a Bugatti owner, you probably got better things to do, you know what I mean? But here's the thing, bro, the funny thing. The cringy kid didn't kind of realize that for this to actually work, for this line to work, you need a Bugatti. Like, you can't say, what color's your Bugatti? They're going to be like, I don't have one, but neither do you, bro. Like, what? So yeah, basically this kid responds like, okay, what color's yours? And the kid's like, well, I honestly think the kid just didn't even think about the fact that for this to, like, make any sense at all, like, for this to be a quote unquote own, dude, you need to own one yourself. Yeah, so anyways, right, sure enough, the cringy kid, I think at this point, since he didn't have a comeback, he kind of realized, he was like, oh, I forgot. I actually have a super important business call I gotta get to. And he, like, walks back to the back of the classroom, and the subscriber overhears the kids messing with him, be like, wow, like, Riz not working today? And the kid's like, bro, stop talking to me. I'm about to be in a really important business call. And for, like, the rest of the class, like, the cringy kid, like, had his phone up to his, like, ear, but he just was like, yeah. I want $1 billion of stock. Actually, I want $1 trillion of bonds. Short the entire market, buy the... Like, he was just saying a bunch of nonsense, bro. And it was so, like, at one point, he, like, accidentally revealed that, like, he just had his calculator app open on his phone. I mean, obviously, he wasn't actually calling someone, telling them to short all the stock ever. Like, bro probably has $12 in a Fidelity account. So, yeah. Anyways, after this, like, he didn't do anything as crazy and obscene as, like, this was for a little bit. Like, I don't think he didn't come in with music again, but, like, for the next week, he was being a little weird. This was, like, the worst day, and this is why this was the story time. But after about, like, a month, like, he really chilled down, and, like, 2 months later, he, like, pulled the subscriber aside and, like, he did this to a bunch of people and was like, dude, I'm so sorry for how I acted 3 months ago. Like, I was so insecure about, like, certain things, and I just needed, like, I don't know, I'm so sorry. If you made this far into the video, support the channel by clicking the video on the screen right now. It helps out, and peace.
We get a story of these anime kids that go completely insane and try and, like, fight the subscriber with these really weird things. I don't want to spoil the story. I know you'll enjoy it. Subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call him Clarence. And right off the bat, I just gotta let you know that, like, if you like anime, literally nothing wrong with that. In fact, I enjoy a little bit of anime myself. I mean, you got yourself some Death Note, some Attack on Titan. No spoilers, I've not finished the last couple episodes. I will ban you from my comments forever. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, this all happened one day when Clarence was just chilling in class. And there was a group of 3 kids who always sat in the back of the room, and they always wore, like, anime t-shirts or sweatshirts or whatever, and they were kind of known as, like, the anime kids. They were known for this not just because they would always wear, like, anime t-shirts and sweatshirts or whatever, but they would literally only communicate to each other with anime references. And one of them sat like L from Death Note, just little, which, I don't know, that's just funny to me, man. I've tried sitting like that. It hurts, bro. I was like, oh, dude, I guess, is this going to give me 50% more brain power like L? no, it just makes my feet hurt. But anyways, right, Clarence didn't really interact with them that much. They kind of stuck to themselves. However, on one fateful day, when Clarence was walking in the halls and he accidentally bumps into one of them, and then the other two, all three of them, the one he bumped into and the other two that were walking with him, right, they all turn and look at Clarence. And they give him this look. And Clarence is like, oh, my fault, like I wasn't looking where I was going. They don't say anything. They just stare at him intensely. And he's like, like, my fault, guys. Like, I'm sorry. That's on me. Like, my bad. Like, why are you staring at me? This is making me uncomfortable. And the anime kids didn't say a word. They just kept walking. And Clarence legitimately thought nothing of it because dude just bumped into someone and then said, my fault, I wasn't looking where I was going. And yes, they were a little weird, not responding at all. It was a little creepy. It was a little uncomfortable. But Clarence legitimately, within 5 seconds, completely forgot about what just happened until the next day rolled around. So the next day, right, it's recess, and Clarence is just outside, and his friends, I don't know, they're doing something else right now, or Clarence does have friends, but for some reason, he's just alone at that very moment. And the three anime kids come up to Clarence, and remember, Clarence isn't like enemies with these people, or at least he didn't think he was, but he also never spoke to them, so it was kind of weird for them to kind of like just come up to him out of the blue and start talking to him. He was caught off a little bit off guard. And remember, he's completely forgotten about bumping into them until like they start talking to him, right? And they say, like, they come up to him and they're like, so you chose to fight us. You chose to start the battle, and we're gonna finish it. And Clarence is like, I think you have me mixed up for someone else, bro. I'm pretty sure I'm not the guy who started this battle that you're talking about. I legitimately have no idea what you're saying. And they're like, no, it was 100% you. You bumped into us, which is a understandable battle cry. And yes, you're a fool for this, though, because we will absolutely smite you in battle. And Clarence is like, oh, no, that was like a mistake. Like, I didn't mean to bump into you. That was an accident. Like, I'm sorry, my fault. And they're like, no, you can't take back your declaration of battle. This battle was started by you, but will be finished by us. And one of the kids, the one who sits like L from Death Note, like kind of like reaches out of his backpack, and Clarence is like, hey, yo. And what he reaches out of his backpack was a black notebook. And on the front of the notebook says Death Note on it. If you don't know, there's like an anime Death Note where basically, I'm not going to spoil anything too important, but the main thing is there's a book, and if you write someone's name in it and like what they died from, like the person will die within like 40 seconds or something. I might have butchered that a little bit. It's been a second since I've watched it. Great show, by the way. But anyways, he whips out like a replica Death Note, and the other two anime kids are like, you don't want him to write your name in this book. And Clarence has never seen Death Note before. He was explained the premise by his friend afterward when he told his friend about this story. But basically, right, one of the anime kids whips out a fake Death Note, and he's just like, you don't want me to do this, bro. You don't want me to do this. And Clarence is like, do what? He's like, write your name in the Death Note. And Clarence is like, bro, what? I don't know what that is. This is like a book or something. He's like, no, it's not just a book, you idiot, you fool, you simpleton, you moron. If I write your name in the Death Note, you will perish. And Clarence is like, what? And Clarence is just like, all right, bro, write my name in that silly book. He's like, ha, you fool. And so the anime kid writes Clarence's name in the book. And he waits 40 seconds, and he's grinning the whole time, and then 40 seconds passes, and nothing happens. And he's like, Ryuk must have just nerfed this one, ha, ha, ha. The other anime kids kind of look at him, and then they look back at Clarence, and they're like, you might have won this battle, but this is not simply a battle. This is a war, and we're coming back tomorrow with even more weapons and powerful. You will lose. And then they all kind of like Naruto dash away. And Clarence is like, man, why is this my life? Like, why am I here? Just to suffer. Real quick, comment anime down below if you want to harden your comment. The secret word of the day is anime. And if you binge watch my videos, please let me know in the comment section. That's the best way to help me, to grow the channel is by watching a ton of videos. Playlists are in the description to help you watch the videos easier. And yeah, back to the story. But anyways, right, Clarence is kind of just like, oh, so this is going to be like a thing. Because Clarence is this, he's hanging on to the words where the anime kids were like, oh, we're coming back tomorrow with even more. And Clarence in his head is like, bro, I don't want to have to deal with you guys tomorrow as well. Like, isn't today enough? Like, isn't like you writing my name in that book and then nothing happening? Isn't that enough for all this nonsense? But no, the days just get stranger and stranger because the next day rolls around. And once again, it is recess. And this time, Clarence is with one of his friends. And he notices out of the corner of his eye, the anime kids are rolling up. And he's just thinking to himself, like, bro, I'm not trying to do this right now. I'm hanging out with my friend. I'm having a good time. This is recess. This is supposed to be my break from the nonsense. This is not supposed to be the nonsense, ×2 extended edition. Like, I'm not trying to do this. And the anime kids come up to him and they're like, ha ha ha, you might have won yesterday's battle, but you will never win the war. And then all three of them whip out these fake plastic Pokeballs. And at this point, Clarence is like, bro, you cannot be serious. And they're like, oh, so you know what we're about to attack you with. And one of them yells, Charizard attack! And they just chuck the plastic Pokeball at Clarence and it hits him. And look, it's not like actually like, okay, ooh, yeah, duh, Connor, it's not a real Pokeball, shut up, right? But it's like, it's plastic, it's hard. And it kind of hurt a little bit. And Clarence is like, ow. By the way, a massive real-life Charizard did not come out of the Pokeball they threw. It just kind of bounced off Clarence, and it hurt a little bit. So Clarence is like, bro, don't do that. That kind of hurts. And then the other one's like, Bulbasaur, attack! And just chucks the Pokeball again. And Clarence is like, dude, stop. That hurts. It's going to leave a bruise. The final one's like, Pikachu, I choose you. And just chucks the Pokeball. Once again, bounces off of Clarence. And he's just like, bro, can you not? And then another one takes out another Pokeball. Actually, it's the first one. And he's like, Blastoise. And he chucks it and just completely misses Clarence. He's like, bro, I'm going somewhere else. Like, screw you guys. I'm going home. So him and, Clarence and his friend, like, they just walk away. And his friend's like, bro, what? So Clarence explains the story as I've explained it to you guys so far. And his friend is like, bro, that's so weird. Like, I'm sorry you have to deal with this. That must be pretty annoying. So the next day rolls around, and this is like the craziest day yet. So once again, Clarence is at recess, and he's with a pretty big group of people. He doesn't know all of them super well, but, he knows enough of them well enough that, I don't know, they're doing some big activity or whatever. And once again, the anime kids come over. And Clarence is like, guys, I'm sorry, I have to deal with something. So he walks over preemptively, goes over to the anime kids and is like, what is it today? What's the massive battle? And this time, right, the last 2 days, there was a teacher, like, monitoring everyone at recess, but they were kind of busy looking at other things or something. But this time, the teacher happened to be looking at the anime kids and Clarence. And one of the anime kids is like, today, we will have our final battle. And he whips out this big, long sash, right? And Clarence is like, dude, what? And he unsheaths a katana from it. And Clarence is like, yo, you can't have that here. And the anime kid starts swinging his sword around all like, he's like, you cannot control my power. My power level is over 25,000 right now. He's like, takes out his like katana, starts, and the teacher runs up, and the teacher like sees a kid with a massive sword. And the teacher's like, no, oh my God, like, this is actually insane. So the teacher calls the freaking police, bro, because, I mean, look, you can't bring something like that to school. The teacher both calls the police, tells the security guard, and the school goes on lockdown. So basically, after that happens, like, there's something on the loudspeaker saying, students report to, like, your classrooms, this is a lockdown. And, like, all the students start, like, running to the classrooms. And Clarence has a sneaking suspicion that the lockdown is due to the katana anime kid, because you can't bring a freaking katana. By the way, that's a massive long like sword used in combat in like the 1600s. You can't bring one, even if it's like a replica, right? You can't bring that to school. So sure enough, right, all the kids, they're like rushing to their classes, and yeah, Clarence and the anime kid, they do have one class together, and it happens to be like their next class is after recess. So yeah, they all go to the same classroom to lock down. And dude, the anime kid who has the katana is legitimately sitting in class with his katana, like it's in his like container or whatever. But it's very obvious, right? So they're all like in lockdown. They're all sitting in their classrooms. They're kind of all like sitting in the corner of the room with the shades drawn. I'm sure you guys have at least had like a lockdown drill before. Or maybe if you're not in the States, you haven't. But basically, right, you have to go in your classroom, lock the doors, and just keep everything like very still and as if no one is in there, right? So eventually, there's a police officer that comes around, unlocking each of the doors and going in and assessing the situation. And the police officer eventually comes to their door, knocks on it, opens it up, and sees, right, the kid with the katana. And the police officer points at the anime kid and says, "Hey, I'm going to need you to come with me." And the anime kid stands up and he doesn't grab his katana because he's obviously not going to walk over to the police officer with a katana, right? And the police officer's like, points to the other officer, like, "Go grab that." So the officer kind of like walks over, grabs the katana, and the anime kid is like, "No, that is my weapon of choice." And the police officer's like, "Yeah, that's also the reason why we're doing this." And I don't think the anime kid knew that that was the reason why they were having a lockdown until then. Even Clarence was pretty sure it wasn't because of the anime kid, but he had a sneaking suspicion. So Clarence is like, "Oh, uh-oh, look at who won the war, bro." Nah, he wasn't like default dancing yet. Just give him a second, though. So eventually, right, the kid walks out and the police officer has a talk with him outside. And Clarence, like, presses his ear against the wall, and the walls of the school are pretty thin, so we can more or less hear what the police officer is saying. So the police officer is explaining to the katana anime kid that, "Dude, you cannot bring an actual weapon to school. That's insane. Like, look, it's like, yeah, I get it. It might be a replica, but it's still very sharp, and it could really be used like super dangerously. And that, like, bro, it's super." Okay, the officer didn't say bro, but like the officer was saying, "It's super clear that this is a rule, that you can't be bringing this to school. Why would you think that this is necessary?" And the anime kid starts to say, "We were about to enter an anime battle," or something like that. And the officer said, "What, you were going to like use this in combat against another student?" And the anime kid was like, "Well, now that you put it that way," I mean, the anime kid was slowly understanding that he messed up big time. The officer's like, "I thought you were just bringing this in just to show it around. You were going to use it in combat against another student? Like, this thing might be a replica. It's still very sharp. You could definitely actually do some damage with this. Do you understand? Do you understand why everyone had to lock down?" And the anime kid is like, "Well, I don't understand why everyone had to lock down. It's not like I was going to use it." And the officer's like, "You just said you were going to use it." And the anime kid was like, "Yeah, but just on one student." And he's like, "So you're going to use it on a student?" And the anime kid's like, "Well, everyone doesn't need to lock down if I'm not going to like enter anime combat with them too." And the officer is just completely speechless. So the officer's like, "All right, come with me," and kind of motions to the security guard to come with them. And they walk him over to the principal's office, or it's some kind of official place. At this point, Clarence was obviously not in earshot to hear what went down, but TLDR, because he did hear from other people and just kind of like figured it out. The anime kid got suspended for 2 weeks, and he was now, after this point, on extremely thin ice. If he even sneezed in the wrong direction, right, he was going to get in big trouble. For some reason, right, the anime kid never said that it was Clarence when he was being, like, interrogated. He refused to say the name of the student that he was fighting to keep the anonymity, oh my God, you know what I'm trying to say. He's trying to keep, like, I don't want to reveal my fellow soldiers and also my opponent in battle. I have respect for him or whatever. So Clarence never was a part of this. He never was asked in, and he also was kind of lazy, so he didn't feel like getting involved, and the kid was going to get in trouble one way or another. But after the fact, the other two anime kids that didn't get in trouble came up to Clarence and they're like, "You think this is over? You think you can vanquish one of our allies and get away with it?" And Clarence is like, "Bro, I literally did nothing. I just stood there and he just self-reported. That's not on me." And they said, No. this is on you. You better watch your back because we will strike again. Vengeance will be ours. And to this day, the subscriber was telling me over on Instagram, which is in the description, that's where you can send in some stories to be featured on the channel. He was telling me that to this day, the anime kids have not, given their revenge yet. So maybe one day they'll have their master plan unfold and Clarence will figure out what the revenge is. But until this day, they are yet to strike. So yeah, you might be seeing a part 2, maybe. I don't know.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a story that my friend told me about where basically his little brother was telling him about this time where basically this kid came into his class and tried to convince everyone that he was Dream. Believe it or not, he wasn't Dream, but it actually turned out to be pretty funny because, the kid really did believe that he could pull it off, but at the end of the day, man, no one was buying it, and it was a pretty good story, so I thought I'd tell it on here. Real quick, make sure you are subscribed to the channel with notifications on. If you don't turn on the notifications, you won't see my Storytime videos that I try and upload every single day. And also, if you leave a like in the video right now for a limited time, I will give you literally nothing in return, just because I'm feeling extra generous. And with that being said, let's get right into the story. Alright, so this story was told to me by my friend, and so basically my friend has a little brother, and his little brother is in the 5th grade. Let's call his little brother Ryan, right? So Ryan is, he's going to school, and this story took place last year, so it was pretty recent, right? So Dream was pretty popular at this time. Dream is still very popular now, but last year was kind of like the rise of Dream and his popularity. It was also kind of a very high point for Minecraft as well, so it was very popular, and obviously there's like a younger demographic that does tend towards those videos. Obviously, a lot of people watch them of all ages, but a lot of people in Ryan's class were a big fan of, Dream and Minecraft and all those kind of good things on YouTube, man. And I totally get it. When I was in 5th grade, I was a big fan of Minecraft and, all the people that were doing it then. There was no real centralized figure like Dream right now or when I was watching it, but still, I totally get it. And that's cool and all. So Ryan is relatively into it as well, and a lot of his classmates are, and you'll normally notice that every single day. Someone will be talking about it. It'll be some part of the discussion. So one day, Ryan is sitting in class, and him and his friends are talking about Dream. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but, maybe the new Minecraft manhunt video or something. Honestly, dude, if I was in 5th grade, I would probably be, as hyped as they are about the Minecraft manhunts. I mean, to be fair, man, whatever you think about Dream, those videos are entertaining. There's a reason why they get so many views. But anyways, Ryan and his friends were sitting in class talking about Dream's new video, whatever that was at the time. And then he noticed that one of his friends was kind of looking at them and kind of smirking a little bit and was trying to be super obvious about smirking and kind of doing this big old smile. And this friend, let's give this friend a name. Let's call this friend Sam, right? So Ryan and his friends are talking about this Dream video, and Sam is just there smirking the whole time, looking at them. And eventually he walks over and he joins the conversation. He's like, so you guys really like this Dream guy on YouTube? And then he has this big old smile. And obviously, right, Ryan and his friends just have no idea what's going on, and they're just pretty confused, bro. They're just like, yeah, he's cool. I like his videos, right? That's cool. Do you know who he is? And then Sam looks at them and has this big old smile. It's like, do I know who that is? And then has this big look, right? And they're kind of looking at him. They're like, does he know who that is, right? They're not catching on, bro. And Sam is starting to get a little bit frustrated because he's trying to put on this big act and have them be all mystified, but they're really just confused, which I would be too if I was in that situation. Ryan and his friends are kind of looking at Sam okay, bro, I don't know what your angle is. And then Sam looks at them and says, well, I might know a thing or two about this Dream guy. And he gives him this big old smile, right? And then Sam says, have you guys ever seen Dream? And they're like, no, he's not done a face reveal. And then Sam looks at Ryan and his friends and he's like, so you guys don't know what this Dream guy looks like. So he could look like anyone. He could be anyone. And they're kind of looking at him like, okay, bro, sure, I guess.
Like, we don't totally get the connection here. Like, we're not totally sure what's going on. We're not catching your drift, bro. And then Sam looks Ryan dead in the eyes and is like, what if I was to tell you that I know this dream guy really, really well? Like, I know this dream guy better than anyone else knows him. And at this point, Ryan was really confused, and Ryan's friends were also really confused because they were starting to realize that he was trying to, like, imply something, and now he's making a claim that, like, he knows this dream guy, which they're like, okay, this dude obviously does not know this dream guy, but they're starting to realize that he's trying to imply that he is Dream, right? Because he just prefaced it with, there's no way you actually know what he looks like, so he might as well be me. So Ryan and his friends are like, they decide to play a little bit dumb because they really want a confession. Like, they want Sam to say point blank that he claims that he is Dream. Like, they don't want, like, to make an assumption, then have Sam be like, oh, like, I didn't mean that. Like, you guys are crazy, right? Ryan and his friends wanted Sam to say. So they're like, we don't actually know what you mean, bro. Like, what are you trying to say? And Sam is like, come over here. And he kind of, like, has them come over. He's like, all right, quiet down. Don't make a noise when I tell you this. Don't be shocked. I don't want to draw attention. And Ryan and his friends are just like, oh boy. And Sam is like, Ryan? And then he says the names of the other friends there. I just don't know, and also just don't care. They're not important for the story, man. I'm sure that they're good people. But he's like, Ryan and friends, insert names, right? I have a confession. And he has this big old smile. And they're all just like, okay, let's see where this goes, bro. Because, like, they're just lost. And Sam is like, Ryan? You know that dream guy on YouTube? And then Ryan's like, yes, I know that dream guy on YouTube. We were literally just talking to you about him for like 5 minutes and you were being all weird. We also talk about him every day. Yes, I know that dream guy on YouTube. Yes. And then basically Sam says, that dream guy? Well, don't tell anyone, right? You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone, but that dream guy is me. And they just look at him like, bro? So they're kind of just looking at him, and I'm going to be honest, none of them believed him, even in the slightest. So they're like, okay, Sam, like, why should we believe you? We've never seen Dream before. You don't really sound like him. We don't think it's you, right? We don't really have any reason to believe that he's actually you, besides the fact that you just told us that you're him. Which we kind of just think that you're saying that because you've been noticing how everyone's been talking about him and really likes his videos recently. And then Sam is like, looks a little offended. He's like, you guys don't believe me? And they're like, hey, bro, we really like you, but no, we honestly don't believe you. So then Ryan and his friends were like, okay, right, we can't really believe you right off the bat, but if there's any way you can prove to us that you're actually Dream, like, we would love to see that because obviously, like, we don't totally believe you, which I hope you can understand. But if you're actually Dream, like, obviously that would be awesome. We love his videos. And look, Ryan's in 5th grade, bro. Like, Ryan didn't believe him, but he kind of wanted to. It would be really cool if one of his friends was actually like his YouTube hero, right? Like, that'd be pretty cool. So Ryan and his friends were like, okay, just come back with proof the next day. And then the next day rolls around and Ryan and his friends are waiting and they see Sam walk in with a big smile on his face. Sorry to interrupt the video real quick, but if you made it this far into the video, which you obviously did because you're listening to this right now, I would like you to go into the comment section of this video and comment door down below, like D-O-O-R, the thing you enter a room or a building with, right? Just comment door down below. It's kind of like a fun community thing we do just to see who actually watches the videos. And I've been trying to heart as many of those comments as possible. So if you want the top commenter achievement next to your name, go ahead and comment it down below. There's a good shot you'll get a heart this time, if not next time. And you can always comment it on old videos. I just comment heart whatever I see. Anyways, with that being said, let's hop right into the story. Right, so Ryan and his friends kind of get together because they see Sam walk in. Sam looks at them, and Sam has this big smile on his face. So Ryan and his friends were like, oh, wait, is he smiling because he actually has proof? And then for a second, they're like, and if he actually has proof, does that mean he's actually... Because look,
let's be fair, bro. In 5th grade, I believed a lot of dumb stuff. Like, I was super gullible in 5th grade, right? So Ryan still didn't really believe it, but he really wanted to, bro. So he was kind of excited to see what, the proof was going to be, because while he didn't believe it, he really wanted to. So Ryan basically goes up to Sam and is like, hey man, like, how are you doing? Like, do you have any proof? And he's like, by the way, if you were just saying that yesterday, like, we really don't care. Like, it's all good, bro. Like, it's fine. If you don't have any proof, like, don't worry about it. And Sam's like, no, I got proof. And he has a little smile on his face and he walks away. So all of a sudden, right, Ryan is like, oh my God, wait, he actually has proof? Like, he has to be, Ryan kind of jumped to conclusions. So what Ryan ended up doing is he told his friends this, and his friends were just super excited because, they, in the back of their minds, they really thought it'd be super cool if they were to know Dream in real life or something. So they ended up telling, like, the entire class that Sam was Dream and he had proof, right? So when Sam eventually finds Ryan and his friends again, basically the entire class comes over and more or less crowds around them. And all of a sudden, Sam's face, which used to be kind of like smug and like, ha ha ha, like I got proof, he seems to be evidently a little bit nervous because all of a sudden, it's not just Ryan and his few couple friends. It's basically like 70% of the class is just waiting for this proof. So all of a sudden, like, Ryan is like, okay, Sam, like, I got some other people here that are big fans of Dream. Like, it would be really cool if it's actually you. We're super excited to see the proof. And Ryan's like, Sam is like, yeah, no, of course. I mean, I'm planning on, I got you. Yeah. And then Ryan's kind of like, Sam, everything okay? Because Sam was like really wavering at this point. Sam's like, yeah, no, I got the proof. Let me just go get it. Let me get the proof. At this point, Ryan kind of realized that something was up because Sam was being very, very evasive, and he obviously was not confident at all. And he kind of thought that he just kind of like ran away to like recollect his thoughts or whatever. And obviously, if you're actually Dream and you're just trying to show someone that you aren't going to be super nervous about it because you're you, right? But anyways, right, so he's kind of like, okay, this is probably nothing. But he still wants to see it through. He's still kind of interested to see what Sam had in the first place. So eventually, right, Sam comes back, and I would say, I was told that, like, I'd say, like, a third of the group was still there. So still more than Ryan and his initial friends, but a lot less of the classmates. So all of a sudden, right off the bat, Sam is a bit more confident to show his proof. So he goes up to them, he says, hey guys, sorry about that. I just lost the proof for a second. Here's the proof that I'm actually Dream. So he pulls out his phone, and he shows a text message conversation. And the text message conversation basically reads like, oh, when do you want to play Minecraft next? I want to record a Minecraft manhunt video. And if you look at the contact name says George Not Found, which if you don't know, that's the guy that Dream, the Minecraft guy, normally plays with. But right off the bat, everyone was like, whoa, 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 whoa. If you're actually right, if this is actually George Not Found, Dream wouldn't have his contact labeled as his Minecraft username, right? So all of a sudden, they click into, like, they say, hey, can I see that for a second? And Sam's like, but he was too late. And one of the friends actually grabbed the phone, right? And when they grabbed the phone, they clicked into the contact to see what the number was. So they click into the number, and obviously it's a number that, they didn't necessarily recognize off the bat. But then Ryan realized that the area code was the same area code of, like, people and his classmates. They all didn't live exactly in the same place, but it was a familiar area code. So all of a sudden, obviously, there's a ton of red flags at this point. First of all, his proof is a text conversation, like, come on, man. Second of all, the contact is George Not Found. That's like if my mom had my contact as Connor Pugs, like, bro, that's just not how it's gonna work, right? So then Ryan decides to just call the number. He's like, hey, I'm just gonna call this number. And at this point, Sam was sweating. He's like, oh no, George is asleep. He's in England or whatever, right? Which obviously is not the case because it wasn't even like a British area code. It was literally the area code of like 20 minutes away from the school, bro. But anyways, they call the number and then they hear a phone buzz in class.
And then they look around and they see that one of the guys standing on the other side of the room, his phone is ringing. And the guy probably wasn't paying attention to what was happening because he picked it up. I guess he was like spacing out, or he's far enough away that he didn't totally realize what was going on. And he picks it up and he was like, "Hey, Sam, what's up?" And it was just over at that point, man. So after that, Sam basically explains that, yeah, no, he wasn't actually Dream. And Ryan was like, okay, I kind of knew that the whole time. Like, it would have been cool if you were, but I didn't really expect that. And Sam was basically just like, he saw how much, like, you guys liked the Dream, the Minecraft guy, and how he really just thought it would be fun to, like, if he could pretend it was him, and how you guys would, like, be so excited and whatever. And they all just kind of agreed that it wasn't a big deal. But I just thought that was kind of funny how the whole thing went down. And obviously it's not that big of a deal, but it was just a pretty funny story. And my friend's brother Ryan, right? He had a good story to bring back home, which was eventually brought to me and was brought to you on the channel. If you enjoyed today's video and want to support the channel, literally just go ahead and watch another one of my videos. I'm going to have some old Storytime videos up on screen right now, or if you don't see them on screen, just go ahead and click on my channel, or you can watch the Storytime playlist, which will be on screen, or it'll be linked in the description. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching. Like, subscribe, and yeah, see you in the next one. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a story time for you that was told to me by one of my subscribers, where basically the subscriber went to a summer camp and he met this guy, and this guy claimed that Dream went to his school, right? So it turns out that this guy that claimed that did not live too far away from my subscriber. So my subscriber actually decided to fact check his claim and showed up at his school one day, and it was absolutely hilarious, and I had to tell the story. If you enjoy Storytime videos, make sure you are subscribed to the channel with notifications on. You need to turn on notifications to make sure you do see all the new videos. And also, leave a like on the video as I'll give you nothing, which is pretty cool. Anyways, let's get right into the story. So this subscriber went to a summer camp, and the summer camp was towards the end of the summer, and he had to go back to school in about 2 weeks after the camp ended. And this camp was a sleepaway camp that was located about like 20-30 minutes away from his house, so not too far away. And anyways, he gets to the camp and, you know, he's a little nervous because he doesn't really know anyone there. And his mom drops him off. He's like, hey, and she's like, hey, you're going to be totally fine. Like, I'm sure you'll meet people, you know, all that good stuff. This subscriber was a pretty big fan of Dream. This was about like a year ago or a year and a half ago when Dream kind of like was really like popular for his Minecraft manhunts. And I'm not going to lie, like, I don't really watch Minecraft content anymore. But back when Dream's Minecraft manhunts were like super popular, like he just came out with them, they were pretty entertaining. I'm going to be honest. Like, feel free to hate on me, bro. Like, those things were entertaining back in the day. Anyways, he was a pretty big fan of Dream, so he gets to the camp, right? And that detail is more important later on. So he gets to the camp, and they basically say, okay, well, we're gonna have a little meet and greet thing before we head off into groups or your cabins, so you'll have an opportunity to meet people. And also, you'll have an opportunity to meet people at your cabin. And when they said that, the subscriber is feeling much better. He's like, okay, you know what? I'll definitely be able to meet people here, right? The subscriber goes to this area where all these other kids are, and he's kind of standing by himself, but he also notices that everyone else at this camp is more or less standing by themselves because no one really came here with friends except for a couple guys, right? But basically, what they do is when the camp counselors come out, and they're like, okay, guys, right? Let's break up into smaller groups. So they counted off like into 9 different groups. So they went around going like, you're a 1, you're a 2, you're a 3, if you guys have had that happen before. So this guy gets a 4, a pretty unnecessary detail. I just remember it from being told it, right? So this guy gets a 4, he's in group 4, he goes over and he starts talking to some of the other people. And they start off with like the hey, like, where are you from? What grade are you in? How old are you? What sports do you play? And then you kind of move on to what do you do in your spare time? And some people were like, oh, you know, I play whatever sport. Some people are like, yeah, I play some games, right? You know, kind of standard stuff. And then someone brought up how they watch a lot of YouTube. And then some people were kind of talking about like, oh, I also watch a lot of YouTube. And they're like, oh, what YouTubers do you like? You know, and some people said that they liked, I don't know, Logan Paul. Some people said that they liked like some kind of makeup YouTuber guru because it was a pretty diverse mix of people. But there was a couple people that were like, oh, like I really watching Minecraft videos. And then another guy says like, oh, which ones? And then like the subscriber actually pipes up and says, hey, I also like watching Minecraft videos. I like watching Dream's Minecraft Manhunt videos. I'm a pretty big fan. And then this kid kind of speaks up. And by the way, this kid lives near the subscriber because earlier they said where they're from, and the subscriber and this kid live basically in the same area. However, they're in like different area codes or districts, so they go to different schools, right? But they live in more or less the same area. So this kid kind of pipes up, and I don't think he totally realized how like close the subscriber lived, or he heard it and kind of just forgot. I'm not 100% sure how, but anyways, he says, oh, you like Dream? I know something very special about Dream. And then like the few people, including my subscriber who knew Dream, their ears kind of perked up because they're like, I like this guy. I watch him on YouTube. That's pretty cool. Like, I like this guy. What's the interesting thing? Like, I'm curious. And the guy said, Dream actually goes to my school. And they just kind of looked at him like, no, he doesn't. And he says, no, he really does. And he's being very firm about it. Like, he's being very matter of fact. And then they're just like, they're not 100% sure why he would lie. I mean, maybe because like he just heard that they like Dream and like he's trying to like impress them or something. But then he says, no, here's a photo. And he takes out a photo and he shows them some blonde guy. And you have to remember that at this time, and even at this time, Dream has never done a face reveal. I think he's maybe blonde or brown hair, but no one really knows what he looks like. So they're all like, okay, dude, we don't actually know what Dream looks like, but that could be him. The subscriber was thinking to himself, well, that could be him, I guess. Like, I don't see why it would be, but I also don't see why it wouldn't be. So if he's being so like, if he really thinks so. Anyway, so the breakout group ends, and then they're asked to go to their sections, which they were told in the beginning. Basically, that's where their like sleepaway camp area is. And they break up into groups, and the subscriber notices that the guy who claimed that Dream went to his school happened to be in his camp group. So he went up to him, and he's like, hey, I'm from the group earlier. And the guy was like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then they kick it off, right? He's a decent guy, like they have some good conversations, and he's kind of the friend that the subscriber has while he's at this camp. Well, he doesn't like press him right away because the subscriber thinks, okay, if Dream actually goes to his school, like I know he offered up that information, but he probably doesn't want me talking about it all the time to him. Like I'm sure that if it's actually true and he tells people that like people bug him all the time about it, and it's only going to get worse as he gets more popular. So maybe I'll just like let him chill out. Like I just won't. I just won't ask him for a second. Like, that seems fair enough. But after about a day or two of them just hanging out, they're at lunch together, and the subscribers is like, okay, it's been enough time. I gotta know. Like, I gotta ask some questions. This is just way too interesting. So the subscriber asks this guy, like, okay, well, how do you know that it's actually Dream? And so this guy goes on to say, like, Dream goes to my school, and I knew him for a long time. I was never super close with him, but, he was just telling people like that he had this channel and that he was posting videos about PewDiePie's seed back in the day before those videos blew up in popularity. So like he told people to subscribe and such, and then I did. But then his videos started getting really popular and I just knew about it before. And while he didn't really go around telling people this afterwards, I was just one of those guys that he told before because I totally had a class with him, and yeah. So that's just how it happened. So this dude was not sounding confident at all, but the story honestly wasn't that bad. The story somewhat made sense, and if I'm thinking about it now, that story would more or less make sense. Like probably Dream would tell his friends or people even he didn't know that well to give some of his initial videos a little bit of a boost, because if you don't know, the hardest thing about YouTube is starting, honestly. Like once you have an audience, it's not easy because like YouTube is hard no matter what, but it is so much easier to get your videos surfaced. So in the very beginning, even a small push from just a few people could be the make or break to get you a YouTube career. So the story actually would make sense that like if you were to know Dream before he was famous, it wouldn't like completely be not plausible that he went around asking people to watch the videos, and then when he got really popular, he didn't want to talk about it. So while the guy was not really confident and it somewhat sounded like he was making it up off the top of his head, the story kind of checked out. Real quick, I'm going to interrupt the video and ask you guys comment Christmas tree down below if you made it this far. Basically, around halfway or further through the video, I just have people comment to see who actually makes it this far into the video, because I do appreciate that. We're kind of going on a Christmas theme, so yeah, comment Christmas tree down below. I also heart as many of those as I can. I don't get to them all, but I do my best. So if you want to farm hearts and try and get top commenter on the channel, that's the best way you can go about it. And also, if you want to DM me a story and appear on the channel, my Instagram is linked in the description, or I give the handle, and just send me stuff there. With that being said, let's get back to the story. Anyway, so the subscriber at this point was not convinced, but he also was not convinced that it was fake. He was kind of torn. The story made sense. The guy had a lot of conviction, and he did show a photo of some random blonde guy, which maybe was Dream. Like, he was very confident about it. The story made sense, but he also wasn't sure because, one, it could totally be something you could fake, and also, two, when asked more questions, he was not confident about it. He felt very shaky and the story sounded a little weird. So anyways, the subscriber is kind of confused, but he goes on just being friends with this guy and hanging out because while he's a little, suspect about this claim, the dude's actually not a bad guy and he enjoys talking to him. They also have a lot of similar interests. They play Minecraft. They also both play baseball. Like, this dude's not bad. They have like genuine connection or whatever. And then the guy, the camp kind of comes to an end, right? It's about a week, and they're about to go home. And my subscriber says, hey, you go to such and such school, right? And because he knew that he lived close. The subscriber lived close to this guy, and there were a couple high schools in his area. He went to one of them, but there were also a couple others. And he was able to choose, he randomly chose one of two, and he knew that if the guy said no, then it was the other one, and he knew that if the guy said yes, well then he said yes, he went to that one. And the guy who claimed the Dream went to his high school was looking at the subscriber and was like, yeah, how did you know? And he said, oh, you don't remember, we both said we lived in the same area. And the guy kind of gets not shifty, but gets a little kind of not like, he's obviously not geeking, right? He's not geeking out, but he obviously is like, oh, you know where my school is and we live close to each other? And the guy's like, yeah, maybe I should, the subscriber says, oh yeah, maybe I should stop by sometime. Like, you were a cool dude. Cause they're kind of packing up, they're getting ready to go. And the guy's like, yeah, no, 100% totally. Like, we should 100% do that. We should 100%. Like, the guy was really trying to just dodge the question. He was trying to get out of there. And the subscriber was like, that was definitely a red flag because this guy was pretty reciprocal in their friendship. Like, the dude was not just hanging out with them. And trying to avoid him, the subscriber. This guy was actually friends with the subscriber. They related a lot. They had a lot of good times. So normally you would be kind of yeah, 100%. Actually, let's plan a time to hang out. The dude was just 100% avoiding the question. His answers were kind of shaky in response. It was a big red flag. So the subscriber actually had an idea because he really wanted to test the claim of the guy if Dream actually went to a school because one, he's genuinely curious, and two, he didn't really believe the guy, right? And he was interested enough that he wanted to go through with something. So the subscriber tells the guy who said that Dream went to his school, he basically tells this dude that, hey, I'm not too far away from your school, I'll stop by one day. And you don't have to tell me, you don't have to introduce me to the Dream guy, but I'd love for you to point him out. And the guy's like, haha, yeah, that's totally cool. My school has kind of a weird schedule, so if I'm not there, it's just because, I got a weird schedule. I got a lot of things I'm doing, a lot of random travel and stuff. But if I'm there, dude, 100%. So kind of a red flag of an answer, right? The subscriber says, oh, yeah, by the way, what's your Instagram? And the guy's like, oh, kind of happy that that the subscriber's changing subjects. The guy's like, oh, yeah, no, okay, here it is. So they exchange Instagrams. And then eventually the subscriber's mom comes, picks him up. They say goodbye, and the subscriber basically has 2 weeks before he goes back to school. So he's kind of sitting there. He doesn't really have anything planned for those 2 weeks. It's kind of like an awkward period of time because he has to prepare to get back to school. And it's also like not really enough time for them to like plan to do anything big. So he kind of is just like chilling for the last 2 weeks. So the subscriber decides to look up the school schedule for the friend he met at camp that claimed Dream went to his school. He wanted to look up the schedule for the school. And it turns out that that school was actually starting 2 days earlier than his. He wasn't 100% sure why, but for some reason they just were. And he's like, okay, I'll accept that. And he's like, oh, wait a minute. That means when they're in session, I won't be in school and I can easily go over. So he looks at the school and he looks it up on maps and he's like, okay, this is actually like a 25-minute walk away. Yeah, it's a bit of a hike for sure, but I'm kind of too invested in this not to go through with this, man. Like, I'm a little bit too invested at this point. So while the subscriber is planning to go, like kind of planning this out, figuring out what day, figuring out like if he's going to eat lunch before or after, trying to like figure out when's the best time to leave, he has the idea and just like casually looks on this guy's Instagram that he met at camp. And he's looking on the Instagram of this guy, and he's kind of just scrolling through. He's seeing photos of him with, like, his parents, with his cousins, photo of him, like, doing baseball, right? And then he sees a photo of him with some of his friends. And then something very interesting happens. He sees the guy who he met at camp with some friends. And one of the friends is a blonde dude. And this okay, no, it doesn't mean he's instantly Dream, right? But this blonde dude happened to be the guy that the friend at camp showed as like, this is Dream, guys. Like, guys, I'm telling you, Dream goes to my school. Look, here's proof. The guy that he showed as proof was one of his friends, which was interesting because when the guy was telling about like the story with Dream, he said that he didn't know Dream that well, and the only reason he knew that like he was the YouTuber is because he happened to be like in a class or something with them. So he was just like close enough that Dream asked him to like watch his earlier videos, but not close enough to really like hang out with him. So that was like red flag number like 900. So at this point, the subscriber kind of knew that he caught this friend in a lie, but he really wanted to follow through with it. He said, I put too much work into this, and I really just kind of want to catch him in the act. He thought he doesn't like dislike the guy, but like obviously if you're going around like lying about stuff and you get caught, maybe you'll stop lying. So he's like, you know what, maybe this is for the greater good before someone who actually gets upset, because the subscriber said, I don't really care, but maybe someone else will. So let's put an end to this. So the day comes, right? The guy's school is open. The subscriber is off from school for another day. And he eats lunch. He eats a big lunch where it's basically a brunch, so he can kind of have the whole day to, you know, scout out the school, try and find him, right? And so he makes the walkover. And while making the walkover, he actually sends this guy a DM, the guy he met from the camp. And he said, hey, I actually don't have school today. I see that you're in. I happen to be really close. I'm just going to stop by in like 10 minutes. Like, just let me know if you're there. I love to like catch up, right? And the guy responds within like 10 minutes. And he says, oh, dude, like, I'm so sorry. I'm still in one of my trips. I'm actually still in Europe right now. Flights got weird, man. They got delayed. I don't know what happened, but I just won't be there today. Like, I'm so sorry, bro. Like, maybe you can come later. I don't know if you can even get in right now because I'm not there. They're going to be so weirded out. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I'll see you soon. Like, guy was acting weird. Little spoiler, he was not in Europe. So the subscriber gets to the school and he's actually kind of curious about something. So he sees the guy and he seems to be about the age of the guy he met at camp. So he asked him, he said, hey, like, sorry, like, I'm looking for a friend here. Do you happen to know this guy? He pulls out his phone, and he doesn't show the guy the photo of the friend he met at camp. He shows the photo of the so-called Dream guy. And the guy looks at him, and he kind of just gives him this look. And for a second, the subscriber thought that, like, oh my God, what if this is actually Dream, and that's one of his friends, like, trying to protect him? Like, wait a minute, was this guy telling the truth the whole time? No. This guy says, look, that's like one of my best friends, and I think I know why you're here. So did so-and-so, and he lists the name of the guy. Let's just call him John. Let's say that the guy who said the Dream went to a school at the camp, let's call him John. So the guy that like the subscriber meets, he said, hey, did John say that this guy is Dream? And the subscriber says, yeah, he did. And the guy kind of lets out a sigh. He's like, oh boy, another one of these. So the guy says, look, this is one of my best friends. He doesn't even play Minecraft. We just play Call of Duty together. There's no reason for him really to be Dream besides the fact that he's blonde. So basically, John just goes around and tells people that at places where he doesn't think it'll get back to him like an idiot, man. Like, you're not the first person to come here. This has happened before. And my friend was actually confronted by another guy who thought he was Dream. And we told John to stop this, and John said that he won't do it anymore. But he told other people at camp this, so maybe he should expect it. And the subscriber was like, oh, wow. So I'm not the only one who came to the school to see if this guy was actually Dream or not. And the guy's like, no, John told like a bunch of people at camp. It's super annoying. My friend's really annoyed. And honestly, since there was this one guy, we really let him off. Like, we let him off. But since there's like multiple guys and you're the second guy and maybe there's going to be more people coming, you know what? I think we're going to tell on John to the principal. And then my subscriber is like, bro, like, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Like, John's a decent guy. I don't know why he'd lie about this. And the guy says, you know what? It's really been causing a lot of trouble, but maybe we won't tell on John. We won't tell on John. But maybe you should talk to John. And John's in class right now. And the subscriber says, he said he was in Europe. And the guy laughs. He said, Europe, bro? If he means Europe by over there, then maybe he's in Europe. But he's right there, bro. And he points to like a classroom. And he said, hey, they're out in like 5 minutes. Just stand outside. So the subscriber's like, okay, I got nothing better to do. And if it's really 5 minutes, might as well do that. He's like, sorry, man, for like bothering you. I probably shouldn't have actually come. Even if it was Dream, like, that's not cool for me to invade the privacy. And the guy's like, no, man, you're honestly fine. It's just not cool what John has been doing. So he says, like, all right, man, I'll see you around. Like, John should be out any minute now. So the subscriber goes over and walks outside and stands outside the door of John. And the classroom, you know, the bell goes, kids start filing out. John is walking out all casually, and then he just makes contact with the subscriber and just goes pale. And the subscriber's like, so you're not in Europe? And then John doesn't even try. He's not anything like, oh, my flight actually didn't get canceled. No, he's like, hey, like, I'm sorry. I lied to you about the Dream thing. I just wanted to make friends, and I thought you guys would want to be friends with me. Like, if I had something cool about me, I just don't feel like I'm that cool or have anything interesting, and why would someone want to be friends with me, right? So I thought it'd be a cool thing to say. And like, when I realized that you could actually come and see, like, I realized that, you know, my lie would not be able to stick, and I didn't want you to come for that reason, and I'm sorry. And the subscriber was taken aback by how honest John was all of a sudden, and he's like, dude, I'm kind of hurt that, you know, that you lied to me consistently and didn't eventually just tell me, like, right away. Like, but I do think you're cool, and you don't need to lie about these things, man. Like, I genuinely enjoy being friends with you. Yeah, I'm a little shaken because you lied to me, even though I kind of suspected that, but everything else was kind of cool. And he said, if you want to hang out, like, I'm down. Like, you know, maybe give me a sec to like get over this, but you're kind of cool, bro. Like, I would enjoy hanging out with you. And the guy, John, was like so taken aback by that he's like, yeah, man, I'm so sorry about that. We should really hang out. And that was the end of the story. So kind of a wholesome, good ending, but kind of a crazy sequence of events. And I thought you guys would really enjoy that. If you have a little bit of time and want to support the channel, literally just go ahead and watch another one of my story videos. Watching old story videos really helps promote the channel, and you can do that by watching any of the videos on screen right now, or even more easy, you can just click on the Storytime playlist that has all my Storytime videos together in one place. If you don't see it on screen, it's also first link in the description, so go ahead and watch that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Leave a like, subscribe, and yeah, see you in the next one. Peace.
Minecraft kid of, well, I mean, you can read the title. Normally, I tell you guys to grab something to eat, but dear God, please do not grab anything to eat while you listen to this story. Anyways, let's call the subscriber Nico, and subscribe if you like stories anyways. The subscriber who sent in today's story, which you can send it to my Instagram, we're going to call him Nico, right? So this all happened one day when, you know, Nico was in class, and he was kind of just chilling, thought it would be a normal day, but his teacher comes in and announces that today is going to be a really special day, and it's not even going to be a special day, it's going to be a special fun day. So not like, ooh, it's special because we have a massive final exam, but ooh, it's special because we're going to be doing only fun activities today. And it was kind of a surprise that the teachers of the 5th grade, by the way, Nico was in 5th grade when this happened, the 2 5th grade teachers decided that they wanted to collaborate and give their students a break and also make it kind of a surprise. So the teacher announces announces that the other class, the other fifth grade class, as there were two fifth grade classes for his fifth grade, the other fifth grade class was going to come into their room. They were going to randomly partner up, and then they were going to do a lot of fun activities today. The entire class was really stoked, and so was Nico, because like, dude, he didn't want to be doing any homework. He didn't want to be doing any math. You know how it is. And to be surprised with like a really fun day, it's just a good day, man. Things are going to be good. So anyways, right, almost on cue, within like, as like the teacher said, the other class will be coming in, they hear a knock on the door, and the other fifth grade teacher opens it up and says, "Hi guys, like, I hope you guys are ready for your surprise today." Everyone is like, "Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a good day." Well, it's not, at least not for Nicholas, or Nico as we're going to call him, because, I mean, everyone else is going to have a great day, but you already saw the title. You already know how bad this is about to get. Anyways, right, so they were assigned with random people from the other class. And there was this kid in the other class who every single day wore the same creeper hoodie, like every single day, without like a doubt. Like, he wore the same creeper hoodie. I think you guys know them. It's like, you know, the hoodie that you can buy that has like the creeper head on it and then the creeper design. I mean, look, if you wore that, that's totally fine. As long as you don't wear it every single day without washing it, you're fine in my book. But the thing is, right, this kid either had 7 identical creeper hoodies, or he just wore the same thing every day without washing it. And by the smell of it, not by the look of it, you could definitely tell that he was not washing it, and this was the 101 copy. Anyways, right, so being randomly assigned someone, Nico gets the gets the short straw, you know how it is, and he gets assigned with the Minecraft kid. We're just going to call him the Minecraft kid because he's always wearing that hoodie. And so the Minecraft kid walks over to Nico's desk, sit down, and says, "Hey man, how's it going?" And Nico's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And immediately as the kid sat down, Nico had to like prepare, he had to make sure he didn't like gag, just like gag on reflex, because there was like an aura of stench. Like, the odor probably had a mass that was heavier than the air around it. In fact, it was probably heavier than water. It would be sinking, the water would be floating. Like, it was that crazy, right? So he sits down and Nico's like, "Ooh, how's it going, man?" And the thing is, right, sometimes kids don't smell that good. I don't know, maybe you just didn't take a shower, maybe you forgot the deodorant. That's totally okay, but normally there's not an aura of stench, you know? Normally they're not so stinky that if you were like 5 feet away, you would smell them. Like, it's normally not that bad. And Nico wouldn't have really cared if the kid wasn't like the best smelling kid ever. He wouldn't really care if, like, I don't know, he lifted up his his underarms and oof, that kind of smelled kind of bad, right? But the fact was, the Minecraft kid literally had like an aura of stench around him. So Nico was like, "All right, I'm just gonna power through today, right? It's fine." And the teacher at the front of the class said, "Guys, like, we have some, like, you know, this is like, we have like a really fun activity. And the first activity planned for you guys, it's going to be an outdoor activity and it's going to be a fun game." And the whole class is like super excited. And the thing is, right, Nico's actually kind of excited too, because he's thinking, all right, outdoors. The stench will probably dissipate, or at least be less strong if it's outdoors. So this is a massive win for me. It was a massive win until the teacher announced that this special outdoor activity would be hide and seek in teams. And Nico's just thinking to himself, "Oh no, oh no," because he realizes, right, hide and seek means that like him and the Minecraft kid with his stench aura, or they're gonna have to hide together. Like, they're probably gonna have to hide together in very compact, close places. And the stench aura, Nico assumes, is only gonna get more and more intense and terrible the closer you get to the origin. Which, like, he was 5 feet away from the Minecraft kid and he was barely making it. So, like, imagine being, like, directly there. Nico was like, "Man, I gotta practice not breathing for, like, an hour at a time, because that's the only way I'm surviving this." But anyways, they all head outside. And real quick, the secret word of the day, it's Minecraft. I know, it's nothing that creative, but it is what it is. So comment Minecraft down below. I'll try and heart your comment as a way to say thank you for making it this far into the video. When you guys watch my videos for a long time, it really does help out the channel. And also, if you want to binge watch these videos, make sure to let me know in the comments and I'll try and say thank you back, as it really, really does help the channel. But anyways, right, they head outside and they're preparing for their hide and seek adventure type thing. And so they go out there and the teacher's like, "All right, so we're going to choose who is going to be the, you know, the one who's going to seek, and we're going to figure out, like, everyone else is going to go hide."
Nico was praying to God that he was going to be the one, or his team of him and the Minecraft kid were going to be the Seekers. Because if they were the Seekers, dude, they didn't have, like, Nico didn't have to worry about being in a tight, cramped space. He just had to, like, he could be literally, like, 20 feet away trying to, like, he'd be like, oh, let's split up so we can divide and conquer, which, aka, like, I mean, it is a more effective strategy, but the real goal, the real intention is to get away from the stench aura, because you already know what it is. But no, a different team was picked, and he was like, okay, great. And the Minecraft kid is like, dude, I am so good at hide and seek. I know the best hiding spots. And, you know, Nico's like, let's just hope that these hiding spots are not really kind of like cramped. And sure enough, the Minecraft kid is leading him. He's like, dude, let's go. So they got 60 seconds, or the hiding, or the Seekers had to count till 60, and they were counting pretty loud. And the Minecraft kid's like, come on, quickly, quickly. And sure enough, right, the Minecraft kid leads both Nico and him to this spot, and the spot was like, yeah, unfortunately, it was super cramped. So the spot was like behind the building and was behind this bush. And the thing was, right, the little spot behind the bush that like someone could hide in, it was really only a good hiding spot for one person, and it would have been incredibly cramped for two. The Minecraft kid's like, don't worry, man, like I can squeeze in. We totally got this. No one has ever found me in this hiding spot. And Zach is thinking to himself, wow, this is actually a really good hiding spot, because it was. However, the problem is, the better the hiding spot, right, the longer the duration that he's going to have to stay in that hiding spot. And also the longer the duration that, you know, he's going to be in that hiding spot with the Minecraft kid with his like literally like life-threatening stench aura. And he's like, okay, this is going to be the hardest challenge of my life. And the Minecraft kid hops in there. He's like, dude, come on. And Zach is like, I don't know. And the Minecraft kid grabs him by the hand and drags him in. He's like, don't worry, bro. I know this place is good. And Zach is like, whoa. And legitimately, Zach has to wait there for 15 minutes. And Zach is, he's not trying to be rude, but he's like breathing. He like pulls up his like sweatshirt and breathes into it. And that makes the air a little bit less toxic, but it's still really, really bad. And Zach is, not Zach, sorry. That was the guy in the last video. I stole my notes up from that one. Nico is struggling right now. He's just like, he's breathing in air. He's coughing it out. And the Minecraft kid's like, shh, stop coughing. You're gonna get our hiding spot. They're gonna figure it out because you're being so loud. And Nico's just thinking to himself, man, I'm just trying to survive this. I'm not asking for much, man. I'm just trying to survive. That's literally it, bro. I just want to see my parents, dude. So Nico and the Minecraft kid are just sitting there, and they sit there for legitimately like 20 minutes. And then eventually the Seekers come around, and they're around in the bush. And Nico's just like, all right, I'm going to have to sabotage this because this hiding spot is just too good. So Nico like forces out a fake sneeze, and the Minecraft kid is like, no! And the Seekers eventually come over and find them. And the Minecraft kid's like, bro, couldn't you hold it in? And Nico's like, sorry, man, I had to sneeze. Like, I couldn't hold it in, right? So then Nico and the Minecraft kid also become Seekers, because it was kind of like the zombie tag, where if like one person got tagged by the zombie, they would also become like someone who is it as well. It was like a massive swarm of zombies like that. It was the same thing with this game, where if you got tagged, you also became a Seeker as well. And the Minecraft kid was just ruthlessly just going around just like finding people, is like, got you, which, I mean, that's how you play the game. I can't really complain like that. But eventually everyone gets found, and the teachers are like, all right, guys, I hope you had fun with that. We're going to head inside for one last activity before the day is over. And so they head inside and they head back to the tables, and the teachers are like, all right, we're just going to have a nice little like kind of like arts and craft type thing. And they show these big bins with all these art supplies and whatever, right? They're like, all right, man, come up and make whatever you want to make, and just have a good time talking to your new partner, or not your new partner, but your new friend. It's not a new partner. Nico would have been so happy if he got a new partner at this time. But no, it's the same guy. So, you know, the Minecraft kid and Nico, they go up, they grab some supplies, and they sit back at the table. And Nico's getting more and more used to the smell. And he's like, you know what, man, I'm going to make it through the next couple hours. And while they're sitting there making whatever they're making, the Minecraft kid is like, all right, man, let's get to know each other a little bit better. Tell me some fun facts about you. So Nico's like, okay, I don't really know, but I guess like I got a dog.
I like to go on hikes. I walk my dog every morning. And when I do that, I listen to music. That's what I do personally. But back to the story. I don't know. I really, I enjoy playing Fortnite with my friends. What about you, man? And the Minecraft kid was like, well, I obviously am kind of a fan of Minecraft, as you can tell by my hoodie. By the way, nothing's wrong with liking Minecraft, bro. I love Minecraft. It's probably one of my favorite games of all time. It's the background gameplay I use for almost every video, and it has a lot of nostalgia. When I say Minecraft kid, I think you know what I mean. I don't mean someone who just plays Minecraft. But anyways, right, and he goes on to say, I also have these beliefs. And I don't know, people get really mad at me and they hate me for my beliefs, and it really makes me sad. And Nico, not really knowing what this guy was talking about, probably thinking that, I don't know, maybe he was religious and people were hating on him for that, which isn't okay. Nico was like, oh man, like, what's the problem? Like, what's these beliefs? I promise you, like, as long as they don't hurt anyone else, I'm all for you. I'll support you no matter what. Like, what are people hating on you for? And Nico, or the Minecraft kid, is like, well, I really believe in being natural. I think that we should kind of return, like, there's a lot in our modern day society that, we're straying too far away from like what we were supposed to be. He said, may that be from processed foods or stuff like that. And that's like kind of legit. Like, there is a lot of the food we eat is actually kind of poisonous because it is so far away from what we're supposed to be eating. That's pretty legit. But then he goes on to say, and like, my mom is such a hater because the truth is, I want to hear some facts. And, Nico was like, sure, I want to hear some facts, whatever. He's like, caveman, they didn't when they went to the bathroom, man, they weren't using these like really high chemical toilet paper. And Nico was like, bro, what? And the Minecraft kid is like, yeah, it's so crazy. My mom is such a hater about this. But you know what? I want to return to the good old natural days. And so I don't even wipe when I go to the bathroom. And when I take showers, I only let water pour on me, and I never use any of the chemicals and the soap or whatever. All these man-made inventions like soap and toilet paper, it's really just bringing us farther away from where we should be. And Nico was like, well, I can't say I'm necessarily shocked, but oh my god, what? And then the Minecraft kid turns to Nico. He's like, Nico, what do you think about this? Returning to the natural element. And Nico is just still stuck on the fact that the Minecraft kid is basically bragging about not wiping. And he's like, I mean, like, yeah, man. I mean, I think that, like, specifically with like a lot of like fast food and junk food and like trans fats and like dyes and whatever, like that's definitely something we should remove from the diet. I don't know if I'm 100% with you on not wiping and like not using soap, but I definitely am with you with the whole like, I don't know, artificial stuff in the food. And the Minecraft kid is like, well, I don't really care about the food as much. I mean, whatever. I bet the caveman ate dirt or whatever, and that can't be good for you either. I'm just more concerned with all the chemicals and artificial stuff in toilet paper and soap. And Nico's not trying to be rude, but he's like, man, I don't know how bad toilet paper is for you. I mean, I really don't think that there's like that harmful of chemicals in it. And maybe like it's going to be more harmful in the long run if you don't use it. And the Minecraft kid is like, no, you don't understand. I wouldn't really expect you to understand, as I've done a lot of research myself. Bro, just a little note from me. Whenever someone says they've done their own research, no, just stop listening to them. Just stop listening to them. But he's like, I've done some research myself, and I really think what I'm doing is going to be the healthiest for me. And that ended the day, but Nico was just so startled by what he heard that he actually contacted one of his friends who was in the other 5th grade class. Nico really was wishing that he was going to be partnered with his other friend in the 5th grade class, but it didn't work for him like that. And he said, hey man, that kid with the creeper hoodie? And the dude's like, yes, I saw you got partnered with them. You smelt it too. And Nico's like, yeah, do you know why? And the kid's like, yeah, because he doesn't wipe, lol. And Nico's like, bro, what? He tells everyone that? And the other kid in, like, Nico's friend in the other class is like, yeah, bro, he's bragged to everyone about it. Like, legit, everyone here knows. I should have given you a heads up. I just wasn't able to. I'm sorry about that. And Nico's like, wow, like, I spent a day with them. You got to spend, like, the entire year with them. You're a trooper. And he's like, dude, I know. I once got partnered with them. I had to go to the bathroom to, the insides of his stomach came out on the outsides is what I'm trying to say from the smell. And anyways, Nico was like, you know what? I'm so excited to go back tomorrow because we're going to have a normal day of school. And Nico never thought he'd ever utter those words.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
We get a story of these anime kids that go completely insane and try and like fight the subscriber with these really weird things. I don't want to spoil the story. I know you'll enjoy it. Subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call him Clarence. And right off the bat, I just got to let you know that like if you like anime, literally nothing wrong with that. In fact, I enjoy a little bit of anime myself. I mean, you got yourself some Death Note, some Attack on Titan. No spoilers, I've not finished the last couple episodes. I will ban you from my comments forever. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, this all happened one day when Clarence was just chilling in class. And there was a group of 3 kids who always sat in the back of the room, and they always wore like anime t-shirts or sweatshirts or whatever, and they were kind of known as like the anime kids. They were known for this not just because they would always wear like anime t-shirts and sweatshirts or whatever, but they would literally only communicate to each other with anime references. And one of them sat like L from Death Note, just little, which I don't know, that's just funny to me, man. I've tried sitting like that. It hurts, bro. I was like, oh, dude, I guess is this gonna give me 50% more brain power like L? No, it just makes my feet hurt. But anyways, right, Clarence didn't really interact with them that much. They kind of stuck to themselves. However, on one fateful day, when Clarence was walking in the halls and he accidentally bumps into one of them, and then the other 2, all 3 of them, the one he bumped into and the other 2 that were walking with him, right, they all turn and look at Clarence. And they give him this look. And Clarence is like, oh, my fault, like I wasn't looking where I was going. They don't say anything. They just stare at him intensely. And he's like, like, my fault, guys. Like, I'm sorry. That's on me. Like, my bad. Like, I'm so, like, why are you staring at me? This is making me uncomfortable. And the anime kids didn't say a word. They just kept walking. And Clarence legitimately thought nothing of it because dude just bumped into someone and then said, my fault, I wasn't looking where I was going. And yes, they were a little weird, not responding at all. It was a little creepy. It was a little uncomfortable. But Clarence legitimately, within 5 seconds, completely forgot about what just happened until the next day rolled around. So the next day, right, it's recess, and Clarence is just outside, and his friends, I don't know, they're doing something else right now, or Clarence does have friends, but for some reason, he's just alone at that very moment. And the 3 anime kids come up to Clarence, and remember, Clarence isn't like enemies with these people, or at least he didn't think he was, but he also never spoke to them, so it was kind of weird for them to kind of like just come up to him out of the blue and start talking to him. He was caught off a little bit off guard. And remember, he's completely forgotten about bumping into them until like they start talking to him, right? And they say, like, they come up to him and they're like, so, you chose to fight us. You chose to start the battle, and we're gonna finish it. And Clarence is like, I think you have me mixed up for someone else, bro. I'm pretty sure I'm not the guy who started this battle that you're talking about. I legitimately have no idea what you're saying. And they're like, no, it was 100% you. You bumped into us, which is a understandable battle cry. And yes, you're a fool for this, though, because we will absolutely smite you in battle. And Clarence is like, oh, no, that was like a mistake. Like, I didn't mean to bump into you. That was an accident. Like, I'm sorry, my fault. And they're like, no, you can't take back your declaration of battle. This battle was started by you, but will be finished by us. And one of the kids, the one who sits like L from Death Note, like kind of like reaches out of his backpack, and Clarence is like, hey, yo. And what he reaches out of his backpack was a black notebook. And on the front of the notebook says Death Note on it. If you don't know, there's like an anime Death Note where basically, I'm not going to spoil anything too important, but the main thing is there's a book, and if you write someone's name in it and like what they died from, like the person will die within like 40 seconds or something. I might have butchered that a little bit. It's been a second since I watched it. Great show, by the way. But anyways, he whips out like a replica Death Note, and the other two anime kids are like, you don't want him to write your name in this book. And Clarence has never seen Death Note before. He was explained the premise by his friend afterward when he told his friend about this story. But basically, right, one of the anime kids whips out a fake Death Note, and he's just like, you don't want me to do this, bro. You don't want me to do this. And Clarence is like, do what? He's like, write your name in the Death Note. And Clarence is like, bro, what? I don't know what that is. This is like a book or something. He's like, no, it's not just a book, you idiot, you fool, you simpleton, you moron. If I write your name in the Death Note, you will perish. And Clarence is like, what? And Clarence is just like, all right, bro, write my name in that silly book. He's like, haha, you fool. And so the anime kid writes Clarence's name in the book. And he waits 40 seconds, and he's grinning the whole time, and then 40 seconds passes, and nothing happens. And he's like, Ryuk must have just nerfed this one, ha ha ha. The other anime kids kind of look at him, and then they look back at Clarence, and they're like, you might have won this battle, but this is not simply a battle, this is a war, and we're coming back tomorrow with even more weapons and powerful, you will lose. And then they all kind of like Naruto dash away, and Clarence is like, man, why is this my life? Like, why am I here? Just to suffer? Real quick, comment anime down below if you want to heart in your comment. The secret word of the day is anime. And if you binge watch my videos, please let me know in the comment section. That's the best way to help me, to grow the channel, is by watching a ton of videos. Playlists are in the description to help you watch the videos easier. And yeah, back to the story. But anyways, right, Clarence is kind of just like, oh, so this is going to be like a thing. Because Clarence is this, he's hanging on to the words where the anime kids were like, oh, we're coming back tomorrow with even more. And Clarence in his head is like, bro, I don't want to have to deal with you guys tomorrow as well. Like, isn't today enough? Like, isn't like you writing my name in that book and then nothing happening? Isn't that enough for all this nonsense? But no, the days just get stranger and stranger because the next day rolls around. And once again, it is recess. And this time, Clarence is with one of his friends. And he notices out of the corner of his eye, the anime kids are rolling up. And he's just thinking to himself, like, bro, I'm not trying to do this right now. I'm hanging out with my friend. I'm having a good time. This is recess. This is supposed to be my break from the nonsense. This is not supposed to be the nonsense, ×2 extended edition. Like, I'm not trying to do this. And the anime kids come up to him and they're like, ha ha ha, you might have won yesterday's battle, but you will never win the war. And then all three of them whip out these fake plastic Pokeballs. And at this point, Clarence is like, bro, you cannot be serious. And they're like, oh, so you know what we're about to attack you with. And one of them yells, Charizard attack! And they just chuck the plastic Pokeball at Clarence, and it hits him. And look, it's not like actually like, okay, ooh, yeah, duh, Connor, it's not a real Pokeball, shut up, right? But it's like, it's plastic, it's hard, and it kind of hurt a little bit. And Clarence is like, ow. By the way, a massive real-life Charizard did not come out of the Pokeball they threw. It just kind of bounced off Clarence, and it hurt a little bit. So Clarence is like, bro, don't do that. That kind of hurts. And then the other one's like, Bulbasaur, attack! And just chucks the Pokeball again. And Clarence is like, dude, stop. That hurts. It's going to leave a bruise. The final one's like, Pikachu, I choose you. And just chucks the Pokeball. Once again, bounces off of Clarence. And he's just like, bro, can you not? And then another one takes out another Pokeball. Actually, it's the first one. And he's like, Blastoise. And he chucks it and just completely misses Clarence. He's like, bro, I'm going somewhere else. Like, screw you guys, I'm going home. So him and Clarence and his friend, like, they just walk away, and his friend's like, bro, what? So Clarence explains the story as I've explained it to you guys so far, and his friend is like, bro, that's so weird, like, I'm sorry you have to deal with this. That must be pretty annoying. So the next day rolls around, and this is like the craziest day yet. So once again, Clarence is at recess, and he's with a pretty big group of people. He doesn't know all of them super well,
but, he knows enough of them well enough that, I don't know, they're doing some big activity or whatever. And once again, the anime kids come over. And Clarence is like, guys, I'm sorry, I have to deal with something. So he walks over preemptively, goes over to the anime kids and is like, what is it today? What's the massive battle? And this time, right, the last 2 days, there was a teacher like monitoring everyone at recess, but they were kind of busy looking at other things or something. But this time, the teacher happened to be looking at the anime kids and Clarence. And one of the anime kids is like, today we will have our final battle. And he whips out this big long sash, right? And Clarence is like, dude, what? And he unsheaths a katana from it. And Clarence is like, yo, you can't have that here. And the anime kid starts swinging his sword around all like, he's like, you cannot control my power. My power level is over 25,000 right now. He's like, takes out his like katana, starts, and the teacher runs up, and the teacher like sees a kid with a massive sword. And the teacher's like, no, oh my God, like this is actually insane. So the teacher calls the freaking police, bro, because, I mean, look, you can't bring something like that to school. The teacher both calls the police, tells the security guard, and the school goes on lockdown. So basically, after that happens, like there's something on the loudspeaker saying, students report to like your classrooms, this is a lockdown. And like all the students start like running to the classrooms. And Clarence has a sneaking suspicion that the lockdown is due to the katana anime kid. Because you can't bring a freaking katana. By the way, that's a massive long like sword used in combat in like the 1600s. You can't bring one, even if it's like a replica, right? You can't bring that to school. So sure enough, right, all the kids, they're like rushing to their classes, and yeah, Clarence and the anime kid, they do have one class together, and it happens to be like their next class is after recess. So yeah, they all go to the same classroom to lock down. And dude, the anime kid who has the katana is legitimately sitting in class with his katana, like it's in his like container or whatever. But it's very obvious, right? So they're all like in lockdown. They're all sitting in their classrooms. They're kind of all like sitting in the corner of the room with the shades drawn. I'm sure you guys have at least had like a lockdown drill before. Or maybe if you're not in the States, you haven't. But basically, right, you have to go in your classroom, lock the doors, and just keep everything like very still and as if no one is in there, right? So eventually, there's a police officer that comes around unlocking each of the doors and going in and assessing the situation. And the police officer eventually comes to their door, knocks on it, opens it up, and sees, right, the kid with the katana. And the police officer points at the anime kid and says, hey, I'm going to need you to come with me. And the anime kid stands up and he doesn't grab his katana because he's obviously not going to walk over to the police officer with a katana, right? And the police officer's like, points to the other officer, like, go grab that. So the officer kind of like walks over, grabs the katana, and the anime kid is like, no, that is my weapon of choice. And the police officer's like, yeah, that's also the reason why we're doing this. And I don't think the anime kid knew that that was the reason why they were having a lockdown until then. Even Clarence was pretty sure it wasn't because of the anime kid, but he had a sneaking suspicion. So Clarence is like, oh, uh-oh, look at who won the war, bro. Nah, he wasn't like default dancing yet. Just give him a second, though. So eventually, right, the kid walks out and the police officer has a talk with him outside. And Clarence, like, presses his ear against the wall, and the walls of the school are pretty thin, so we can more or less hear what the police officer is saying. So the police officer is explaining to the katana anime kid that, dude, you cannot bring an actual weapon to school. That's insane. Like, look, it's like, yeah, I get it. It might be a replica, but it's still very sharp and it could really be used like super dangerously. And that like, bro, it's super, okay, the officer didn't say bro, but like the officer was saying, it's super clear that this is a rule, that you can't be bringing this to school. Why would you think that this is necessary? And the anime kid starts to say, we were about to enter an anime battle or something like that. And the officer said, what, you were going to like use this in combat against another student? And the anime kid was like, well, now that you put it that way, I mean, the anime kid was slowly understanding that he messed up big time. The officer's like, I thought you were just bringing this in just to show it around. You were going to use it in combat against another student?
student. Like, this thing might be a replica. It's still very sharp. You could definitely actually do some damage with this. Do you understand? Do you understand why everyone had to lock down? And the anime kid is like, well, I don't understand why everyone had to lock down. It's not like I was going to use it. And the officer's like, you just said you were going to use it. And the anime kid was like, yeah, but just on one student. And he's like, so you're going to use it on a student? And the anime kid's like, well, everyone doesn't need to lock down if I'm not going to like enter anime combat with them too. And the officer is just completely speechless. So the officer's like, all right, come with me, and kind of motions to the security guard to come with them. And they walk him over to the, the principal's office, or it's some kind of official place. At this point, Clarence was obviously not in earshot to hear what went down, but TLDR, because he did hear from other people and just kind of like figured it out. The anime kid got suspended for 2 weeks, and he was now, after this point, on extremely thin ice. If he even sneezed in the wrong direction, right, he was going to get in big trouble. For some reason, right, the anime kid never said that it was Clarence when he was being, like, interrogated. He refused to say the name of the student that he was fighting to keep the anonymity, and oh my god, you know what I'm trying to say. He's trying to keep, like, I don't want to reveal my fellow soldiers and also my opponent in battle. I have respect for him or whatever. So Clarence never was a part of this. He never was asked in, and he also was kind of lazy, so he didn't feel like getting involved, and the kid was going to get in trouble one way or another. But after the fact, the other two anime kids that didn't get in trouble came up to Clarence, and they're like, you think this is over? You think you can vanquish one of our allies and get away with it? And Clarence is like, bro, I literally did nothing. I just stood there, and he just self-reported. That's not on me. And they said, no, this is on you. You better watch your back, because we will strike again. Vengeance will be ours. And to this day, the subscriber was telling me over on Instagram, which is in the description, that's where you can send in some stories to be featured on the channel. He was telling me that to this day, the anime kids have not, given their revenge yet. So maybe one day they'll have their master plan unfold and Clarence will figure out what the revenge is. But until this day, they are yet to strike. So yeah, you might be seeing a part 2, maybe. I don't know.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
Today we got a story of probably the cringiest emo kid on planet Earth. This is probably one of the craziest stories I've received in a long time. So sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber who sent in this story, let's call him Logan. So Logan was in the 7th grade when this all went down, and in Logan's class there was an emo guy and an emo girl. Yes, I'm in love with an emo girl type emo girl. And I'm just gonna call them emo girl and emo guy, because you guys know if I have like a billion names for people, I swap them. And even if I have one name, I've even messed that up once before. My brain is very small. But this all happened one day when the emo girl and the emo guy were at recess together, and basically like Logan had recess for a very long time. I know a lot of people don't have recess past like 5th grade, but Logan had it all the way through 9th grade, which is pretty cool. So basically, right, the emo guy and the emo girl every single day at recess would sit at this bench, which kind of was like close enough to everyone else, but also far enough that they weren't going to like get, I don't know, hit by someone on the swing or have to like interact with people. And basically what they would do is they would sit on the bench together and they would be in each other's arms and they would be like, society, no, but they would be like randomly cussing out kids, and like literally some kid would walk by, let's call the kid Ben, little Ben over here, little Benny boy would walk by the emo girl and the emo guy, right? I'm just gonna call them the emo couple. And the emo couple would be like, oh, look at that Ben. He's such like a conformer to society. He's such a sheeple. He's the sheep and sheeple, bro. Like, he doesn't understand our suffering. He doesn't understand how society treats us, because society hates the emo kids. And Ben would walk by and like he'd be able to hear all this nonsense. He'd be like, bro, I can hear you. And they'd be like, oh, what is that, sheeple? And sometimes they would just like get really like aggro and cuss people out. They'd be like, hey, Ben. And he's like, yeah, you suck, bro. And Ben's like, all right, no one likes you guys. And they're like, society keeps hating on us. Bro, why do you think society hates you so much? If you're sending hate out, you're getting hate back at the end of the day. But this all happened one day when Logan made the mistake of getting too close to the emo guy and the emo girl. So the emo couple was sitting on their little bench, right? And they were just like, shashada, as always. And sure enough, Logan, he sees his friends at the tetherball. I don't know if you guys ever played tetherball back in middle school, but that was the most fun game ever. I would legit play it if I had it in my backyard right now. But his friends were over at the tetherball, and Logan was walking over. And Logan could either take the long route, having to go around the basketball court to the tetherball, or he could pass by on the short route. He'd have to pass by the emo bench, as I'm going to call it, because that's where the emo guy and the emo girl would always sit every single recess and complain about shashade or whatever. And so sure enough, right, Logan just, he doesn't know like the real deal with the emo kid and the emo girl, and he doesn't want to take the long route. So he decides that he's going to pass by the emo bench. And he passes by the emo bench, and the emo kid is like, because he gets kind of close to them, because, I don't know, he's been paying attention, he's just walking, and the emo kid, or the emo guy, I should specify, is like, hey man, wait a second. And Logan turns around and is like, oh, it's that weird emo-looking guy, like, whatever. By the way, if you dress emo, I really don't care. Like, you can do whatever you want, man. You're good in my book. Just don't act like these kids, and we're chilling, bro. But anyways, Logan's like, oh, it's these kids. Like, I know they're kind of weird or whatever. And the emo guy's like, dude, I saw that you were looking at my girl. And Logan's like, bro, what are you talking about? And the emo kid's like, bruh, it's obvious. You're in love with my girlfriend. And Logan's like, dude, what? Seriously, what are you even talking about? He's like, don't try and deny it, bro. You're only going to get into more trouble from me. And like the emo kid looks over at his girlfriend, and the emo girl's like, oh, you're my big defender against this guy in society. Dude, I'm sorry. I can't do the story with a straight face. So Logan politely explains to the emo guy that he has no interest in his girlfriend. And he's not saying, oh, she's ugly, lol. He's just like, dude, I was literally just passing by. Why would you think that, like, I have any interest in her? Like, why would that give off the impression that I want to, like, get with your girl? Like, why on earth would that give off that impression? And so the emo guy is starting to realize that he was overreacting and that, Logan was literally just passing by. But the emo guy starts to come up with a different theory in his head. And he's like, man, wait a minute. Are you calling my girlfriend ugly? And Logan's like, bro, no, like, she's totally fine looking. Like, so, and then he's like, so you're in love with my girlfriend? And Logan's like, no, bro, I'm not. I'm trying to go play tetherball with my friends. And the emo kid is like, so you disrespected my girl? Turns over to his girl, gives a little wink. You're hot, beautiful. She's like, oh, shiny. And he turns back around, and he's like, that's it. I don't stand for this type of disrespect and slander against my emo girlfriend, because I'm in love with an emo girl. You and we're gonna fight tomorrow for her honor and respect. And Logan's like, what? And the emo kid's like, yeah, bro, we're gonna fight. You and me at recess at this time, it's you versus me. I don't want to see you chicken out because I'll find you either way. And Logan's like, all right, bro, whatever. I'm gonna go play some tetherball. Logan thought that was it. Logan thought the emo kid was just being like, I don't know, overreacting just to like impress his girlfriend. But unfortunately, he was wrong. Real quick, comment emo down below if you want to heart on your comment. I'll try and heart as many comments that say emo as possible, as that is the secret word of the day. And by the way, if you really do want to support the channel, binge watch a bunch of my videos. I got playlists, or just watch videos in the recommended from me. It really helps the channel, and please leave a comment telling me that you're doing it so I can personally thank you. Recently, I've also been getting a lot of comments of people saying that they put on my videos to go to sleep, which I don't know if that's an insult or a good thing, but either way, like, here's the thing, man. Watch time is watch time, and it supports the channel, so look, I'm not saying to put on a playlist of my videos, turn the volume down to 1% while you're sleeping to boost the channel, but I'm also not saying to not do that. Wink. Anyways, back to the story.
So anyways, right, the next day rolls around and Logan doesn't think anything of it. Yes, in the back of his mind, he's thinking about the crazy experience of when he passed the emo kid bench, but he doesn't really think anything of it, and he really doesn't think that the emo guy is going to, I don't know, oh my god, I got hiccups. But he doesn't think the emo kid is actually gonna do anything, man. Like, he's just like, okay, whatever. He's just trying to impress his emo girl. So, like, whatever, bro. Like, it really doesn't matter. And anyways, the next day rolls around and it's recess. And sure enough, you know, Logan goes out once again to go to the tetherball because that's where the boys were at. And he had a great day at tetherball the day before. That is a really fun game. I don't know why I keep bringing it up. I just really enjoyed it as a kid. But anyways, Logan goes over and he's just planning on walking to the tetherball, having a good time with his friends. But you know who's standing there blocking his way? Yeah, it's the emo guy. And the emo girl is sitting on the bench and she's looking at her emo boyfriend, right? But the emo boyfriend is standing there and he's like, yo, do you remember when you disrespected my emo girl? And Logan's like, what? And the boyfriend takes out, like, you know, there's like at the Halloween decoration stores, those big like foam fake skull swords. It's like the big gray swords that are made of foam and super bendy, but have like the skulls on them or whatever. So the emo kid must have bought one of those or had one of those already, because he whips one of those out and he's just like, it is time to battle, man. And Logan's just like, bruh, like, what? Man, I'm just trying to play some tetherball, bro. Like, I don't know about you, but... And he's like, no, you disrespected my emo girl. Like, so sure enough, right, the emo kid, or the emo guy, I should be specific, is like, and you will pay the price. And he runs in against Logan, and he takes the foam sword. He starts like going whap, 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 whap. Just starts like beating him with the foam sword. But bro, it's a foam sword. It literally bends on impact. So when he hits him, right, the sword just bends in half, right? It just kind of whaps around. However, he's kind of whapping it pretty hard. He's like pop, 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 pop. So it's like almost like slapping him. And sure enough, Logan's getting kind of little red marks. It's like if someone was like, you know, they're slapping you. I slapped my knee, by the way. Don't be weird. If someone's like slapping you, they might leave like some red marks. They're not going to do any actual damage, though, unless you're in a professional slapping contest and your head explodes or something. But yeah, sure enough, the teacher saw that and is like, hey, you there, stop that. And, you know, the emo kid's like, dude, this guy started it first. And the teacher's like, no, I saw the whole thing. You just came up to this kid and you were just slapping him. Go to the principal's office. You have detention for the rest of recess. And the emo kid looks at Logan and is like, this is not over, man. This is not over. A week goes by and nothing happens to Logan. Logan kind of purposely avoids the emo bench. And he does look over and he sees the emo boyfriend and the emo girlfriend all cuddled up, cursing out society, as always, right? And sure enough, right, he just thinks he's done. Logan thinks he's in the clear, that the emo kid has stopped his nonsense. But no, wrong. The emo kid has not stopped his nonsense. It's about to get much worse, believe it or not. So sure enough, a week goes by, and during that week, nothing happens. So Logan literally forgets entirely about the whole emo kid, whatever, disrespecting his emo girl type thing. He just doesn't even, like, think about it. Like, at the end of the day, he's just like, all right, whatever, man. I'm going to go play some tetherball, go hang out with my friends, play some, like, Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't even know, whatever they do at recess. But one day, a week later, you know, Logan walks into school, and Logan has a couple classes before recess. And Logan is just in the hallway, and this big, like, emo-looking kid who he has never seen before walks up to him. Is like, hey, I'm the emo kid's cousin, and I'm gonna beat you up. And Logan's like, oh my god. Because this kid was massive. The emo kid was kind of built like me, like a spooky, scary skeleton. But this emo kid, bro, he was like, I don't know, he was like a linebacker for, like, I don't know, the Patriots, dude. He was a big guy. He was big guy for sure. And Logan was pretty medium-sized, but he was about to get obliterated by this guy if he actually did do anything. So Logan's like, what?
And the emo kid's cousin, who is also emo, he's like the emo, I'm just gonna call him the emo cousin, right? The emo cousin, who is super big, comes up to him and is like, you, me, boxing. Logan's like, bro, am I supposed to be Logan Paul? Like, boxing? Huh? But sure enough, the emo kid's cousin is like, yeah, you, me, recess, boxing. This is for disrespecting my cousin's girlfriend. And he gives him a little shove. And Logan, like, feels the vibrations through his body as he kind of stumbles back a little bit, kind of sizes it up and realizes, oh my God, this is not going to end well. So Logan is kind of struggling to pay attention in class because he's kind of thinking about, you know, what's going to happen at recess. This big guy, the big emo cousin guy, said he wanted to box him, whatever that even meant, but he was a little scared. I mean, he didn't think he was going to do that well if he actually did end up boxing this guy. Just because this guy was big and he was kind of medium big, or he was kind of medium small, to be honest. So he was like, all right, man, I'm not going to do so hot. And Logan really knew that he was in trouble when he walked out, like, kind of like, because he walks out of the building to go to recess, as he's trying to avoid the whole thing and maybe hang out with his friends instead. And normally people are kind of like, I don't know, dispersed around. Some are at the swing, some are playing basketball, some are at the tetherball, some are at the emo bench, you know, whatever, right? But at this point, they were all huddled around. And when Logan walked out, they all turned to look at him. And Logan just knew at that point on that things were about to be, they were about to be pretty bad, if he's being honest. So Logan kind of just walks out there, and the crowd that's kind of circled around that was looking at him kind of steps to the side to show the emo girl, the emo guy, and the emo guy's big emo cousin all standing there. Apparently word got out that there was going to be a big boxing match or whatever. And here's the thing, right? Stuff like this never happens at Logan's school. So when people heard that this was potentially going to happen, everyone was like, all right, man, the basketball, the tetherball, the swinging, that can all be on hold because that can happen any day. But a boxing match between this kid and this big, like, emo guy who's like, doesn't even go here, this is not something that happens every single day. So sure enough, right, they were tuning in, they wanted to see what happened. And the emo kid is like, or the emo guy's like, oh my God, Logan, are you ready to get on for disrespecting my girlfriend, my emo girl? And Logan's like, bro, like, I didn't even say anything. And the cousin's like, yeah, you're just saying that because you're scared. Everyone's like, heh, 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 heh. Okay, not everyone was laughing. It was literally just the emo kids. But at the end of the day, right, everyone was still watching. And so the, the emo guy, like, takes out his backpack, because, like, normally you didn't bring your backpack to recess, but for some reason the emo guy brought his backpack to recess. So, that was a little confusing. And yeah, so sure enough, he opens up his backpack and he takes out 2 pairs of boxing gloves. And Logan's just like, oh, so we're actually doing this. Oh, okay. So this is actually something that's okay. Huh. So Logan, like, starts to put on the boxing gloves and is kind of like in his head, what am I doing? If I go along with this, I'm going to get destroyed. So Logan, midway through putting on the boxing gloves, is like, wait, I didn't agree to do this. He starts taking out the boxing gloves, and the emo cousin is like, well, then I'm going to fight you either way. If we do this officially, it'll be a fair fight. If you try and run away like a little weasel rat boy, then I'm just going to come after you either way. So you got no choice. And at this point, Logan, like, is actually really concerned. Like, the whole thing was kind of a joke, and it was becoming less and less of a joke up to this point. But at that moment, he realized kind of how serious the situation is. Just a little word of advice for me. Don't get into any, like, fights at school. Just please, for the love of God, avoid all that stuff like the plague. If it's happening, just report it. Just get away from that stuff. But anyways, Logan's like, oh God, like, this is really bad. And he was starting to get pretty nervous. And that's when like his guardian angel came, in a sense, because this the school principal, 2 teachers, and 6 security guards, the entire security guard force at the school came in. People started dispersing. They started running away. The teachers pointed at all 3 of the emo kids. They also pointed at Logan, and the security guards kind of like didn't like apprehend them. They didn't like tase them and tackle them to the ground or anything. But they're kind of like, you four, you gotta come with me. And the emo kid's cousin's like, I don't even go here. And the security guard's like, yeah, you still gotta come with us. And he's like, no, I don't. And they're like, we'll legit call the police on you if you try and leave. Like, don't even try. He's like, okay, whatever, man. So sure enough, all four of them, they were sent to the principal's office. And the principal and all the security guards were sitting around, kind of sat them down, and kind of just wanted an explanation of what happened. So the emo kids explained from their perspective, and then Logan explained from his perspective. And obviously his perspective is the perspective I just told. And apparently the emo kids' perspective was the same thing, but a little bit more dramatic of like Logan disrespecting the girlfriend or whatever. But honestly, the stories were practically the same, which is a little weird. Like, why would the emo kids say exactly what was happening when obviously they were in the wrong? Apparently they didn't realize how dumb they were being. But yeah, sure enough, the principal's like, wow, that's insane. So you might be thinking to yourself, how on earth did they get an entire like security task force and all the teachers and the principals together when they were only out there for like 5 minutes? Well, apparently, since word spread of this quote unquote boxing match, that word spread, like it spread to the principal and they took it very seriously. So they had an entire team ready and they were monitoring the situation very closely to see if anything was going to happen. And obviously, if some kid comes from out of school to like try and attack another student, of course, they're going to have an issue with that. So what happened was Logan, since he was totally like in the right, you know, he was set free. He was totally fine. But and so was the emo girl, because she was kind of just a bystander, even if she did cheer it on. You could say the same for Logan for not standing up earlier. So those two were totally fine. But the emo guy, he was suspended for an entire week since he kind of orchestrated the whole thing. And the emo cousin, couldn't be suspended or expelled because he didn't go to the school. But basically what happens is they ended up actually calling the legitimate police about this whole thing, explaining what happened, and the police ordered kind of like a semi-restraining order. I don't know if it was super official, but basically it said if this big emo cousin ever stepped foot on the school again, he would be like trespassing, and the police would have their rights to come and arrest him or whatever. So yeah. What even happened? That's what I'm asking myself.
Click on the video
right
on
now.
screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
Today we get a story of a Minecraft kid that gets angry at his teacher, so decides that, you know, his revenge will be farting in the teacher's face and then going completely insane. This is probably one of the weirdest stories I have ever received, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber Noah. So this all happens one day when Noah is just chilling in his class, and there's another guy in his class, and we're gonna call this guy the Minecraft kid because he's obsessed with Minecraft. He's always wearing the creeper hoodie. You already know how it goes. And obviously, right, if you like Minecraft, this video is not against you because, bro, I love Minecraft. Look at the background gameplay. But anyways, right, so Noah was just chilling in class. And he looks to like his left, and directly like to the next of him, directly adjacent to him, is the Minecraft kid. And him and the Minecraft kid weren't like best friends or anything, but he had nothing necessarily against the Minecraft kid. And the teacher was beginning the lecture on whatever it was, and he sees the Minecraft kid, you know, he had his computer out because everyone had their computers out. It was like 6th grade, and that was like the first time that, like, you know, they were given school computers or whatever, or Chromebooks, or I don't even know. He had his computer out though. And like, you could have your school given Chromebook or school issued Chromebook, or you could bring your own computer. So the Minecraft kid, you know, brought his gaming computer. And the difference with today and any other day is Noah looked over and saw the Minecraft kid reach into his backpack, pull out a mouse pad and a gaming mouse. You know, one of those like gaming mice that like all light up and glow and all that stuff? Yeah, he whipped out one of those. And at first Noah's like, oh, he just wants to use a mouse instead of the trackpad. Like, that's totally understandable. Trackpad sucks. I 100% agree. And anyways, right, you know, Noah doesn't even really pay that much attention. And that is until he hears the Minecraft soundtrack. Super, super, super loud. Minecraft soundtrack is beautiful. I've actually like gone to sleep to it a couple of times on Spotify, but that's beyond the point, right?
Anyways, right? So Noah is like, he realizes that the Minecraft kid next to him is not only like not really caring that, he has his entire gaming setup out, he also just doesn't care that Minecraft music is blasting away. And sure enough, right, you hear the Minecraft soundtrack, you hear the walking footsteps in Minecraft, you hear him beating up some chicken and the chicken making like squeaking noises or whatever. And so Noah's just like, oh my God, like this kid's gonna get in a ton of trouble. But sure enough, right, the music was just so loud that the teacher like turns around and like looks at like the Minecraft kid and is like, Minecraft kid, like turn down that music. Like you can't be playing music in class. So the teacher didn't realize that this was just like music to a video game. The teacher just thought that the Minecraft kid was playing like music in class, which, sometimes kids have like tried to like listen to music, but normally they'd use headphones or whatever. And the teacher says, hey, no listening to music in class, you gotta be paying attention. So the teacher kind of doesn't think anything more of it and goes back to their work. And so the Minecraft kid, sure enough, just turns off the volume, but keeps on playing Minecraft. And it's super obvious because he's like whipping his like mouse around and like clicking really fast and doing all this stuff. And obviously if the teacher paid like really close attention, he would realize that the Minecraft kid was not just listening to music, but was not listening to music at all, but instead was playing a video game with music in the background. So anyways, right, Noah's like, dude, this kid's gonna get caught. And sure enough, right, the Minecraft kid, I think in the beginning was playing like normal Minecraft, but then he goes on to one of those servers. I think he's playing bedwars or something. And this kid is like really good at bedwars. And when you're really good at bedwars, a lot of times you'll be clicking super fast so that you can place more blocks. Or maybe when you're fighting someone, you take less knockback and you might get more hits. So this kid starts butterfly clicking, which is when you take two fingers and rapidly slam your mouse with it. And sure enough, right, the kid in the middle of class starts spamming his mouse like, and Noah was just like, dude, that's so loud. And sure enough, the teacher turns around and is like, hey, Minecraft kid, are you playing video games in class? And the Minecraft kid legitimately keeps on clicking because apparently he's in the middle of like a fight or something, like a PvP fight, and keeps on clicking, ignores the teacher for a good 10 seconds. The teacher looks at him in disbelief, and the Minecraft kid looks up and is like, huh? And the teacher's like, shut off your computer. You're not allowed to be playing video games in class. First you're listening to music, now you're playing video games. Like that's super disrespectful and distracting. You're not just distracting yourself, you're distracting everyone else in the class, and that is totally not fair for them. And he said, and then the teacher followed up by saying, Minecraft kid, you're on super thin ice. Turn off like your video game. So the Minecraft kid is like, whatever, man. And like, closes the computer, closes the computer screen, whatever, and kind of like slumps back in his chair with his arms crossed because, man, he just, he wanted to play Minecraft. He didn't want to pay attention to whatever was going on in class, right? So at this point, Noah thinks that the Minecraft kid is done being stupid in class, but Noah was very, very wrong to say the least. Because anyways, right, Noah kind of goes back to paying attention to the class, trying to like take some notes. He's trying to do well in this class. And then Noah, to his surprise, hears clicking noises. And he's like, all right, there's no chance that like the Minecraft kid is back to playing his video games. But sure enough, the Minecraft kid had taken out his computer again and went back to playing Bed Wars. And once again, he's on his mouse going like clicking it literally as fast as he possibly could. And that he's not being slick. He's not being like anything like, he's not being clever or anything like that. Because the teacher immediately turns around and is like, Minecraft kid, I told you, like, you can't be playing video games in class. I already told you you were on super thin ice. Like, that's it. If you can't like pay attention and you're going to be distracting everyone else, then you can't be in this class. Go to the principal's office and she'll deal with you. And the Minecraft kid just looks at him and says, what did you say to me? And the teacher's like, no backtalk. Go to the principal's office now. And from here on, things were about to get much, much worse. But real quick, comment Minecraft down below if you want to harden your comment, as Minecraft is the secret word of the day. And by the way, if you've been binge watching my videos, please leave a comment like this down below so I can heart it, maybe reply, just so I can know that you're doing it and say thank you. Because when you watch a bunch of my videos in a row, it really does help out the channel more than you can even imagine. And I mean, also, if you want to be like this guy, I'm not saying to leave a playlist of my videos on overnight when you go to sleep with the volume on 1%, but I'm also not saying not to do that. Wink, 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 nod, smile. Anyways, back to the story. This is where it gets crazy. So at this point, the teacher has told the Minecraft kid that, he needs to go to the principal's office right now. And the Minecraft kid is not happy about this at all. And so sure enough, the teacher, let me just paint the picture for you guys. The teacher is sitting down at their desk, at their chair, whatever, right? And the Minecraft kid walks up to go to like the door to leave the class, presumably, right? Because he has to go to the principal's and whatever, right? So he walks up to the front of the class. At this point, everyone has kind of been paying attention. Noah's like, wow, like this kid, whatever. I mean, the punishment fits the crime. If you're being an idiot, like play stupid games, expect stupid consequences, like it is, or expect stupid prizes. That's the actual phrase. My fault. But anyways, right, the Minecraft kid does something absolutely crazy because he walks up to the front of the class and he slows down as soon as he gets to his teacher. And the teacher's like, keep moving. Principal's office is that way. And as soon as the teacher says, keep moving, the principal office is that way, the Minecraft kid runs over to the teacher. And the teacher, remember, is sitting down at a pretty low desk/chair. And the Minecraft kid stands, whips out a chair, puts it down in front of the teacher. And the teacher is in the middle saying, hey. And the Minecraft kid steps on the chair, turns around, and rips the biggest fart you've ever heard in the teacher's face. Like, this is the most ridiculous thing Noah has ever seen in his life. And in Noah's head, he was like, huh? What? Huh? And the teacher was just as shocked. The teacher's just in a state of disbelief, also a state of stink, because man, the Minecraft kid was eating mega I don't know, he was eating premium beans for the last 7 months before doing this fart, bro. I swear to God. Noah said he could legit smell it from being 20 feet away, and the teacher's like, oh God. And then the Minecraft kid's like, yeah, and then runs away. So the teacher is now steaming mad because he's got this big old fart that was just landed in his face. This kid is destroying his entire class. So now the Minecraft kid is like, catch me if you can, and starts running around the class. And the teacher is so mad right now. The teacher is so angry. So the teacher starts sprinting after the kid. And the Minecraft kid is like, it just starts running around the class, pushing over chairs to make it harder for the teacher to get. And the teacher's like, that's it. You're gonna be suspended for so long. You'll be lucky if you don't get expelled. I'm calling up your parents and I'm writing a full report. And Noah and everyone else in that class was just sitting there with their mouths dropped their mouths dropped open to the floor. They were just like, what is going on? Oh my God. I knew this kid was a little weird, but seriously, what is going on right now? So the Minecraft kid is sprinting around the class, kind of doing like in football where you kind of psych them out and then you go the other way. And the teacher is kind of lumbering around every second that you're running, everything that you're pushing over, every millisecond that you're not obeying me and going to the principal's office, your punishment is increasing by 100%, which really doesn't make a lot of sense because there's a cap. You can't really punish someone beyond expelling them. So what's 300,000% beyond expelled? I don't really know. You tell me. So anyways, right, the Minecraft kid's like, and then eventually, right, the Minecraft kid accidentally trips on something. The Minecraft kid falls, and at this point, the teacher has made up enough ground to grab the Minecraft kid by the hood of by the scruff of his creeper hoodie, and it's like, you are coming with me. And the entire class is so silent, as this is the most ridiculous thing they have ever seen in their life. And Noah is just like, oh my God, do I have a story to tell my mom? So anyways, the Minecraft kid is being dragged out by his creeper hoodie, and all 4 legs are flailing. He's like, no. And then the teacher goes out the door, slams it shut. The entire class is silent. No one's mumbling. You would have thought that people would have been like, wow, that was crazy, guys. I wonder what's... No. Nope. It was dead silent. Nobody uttered a word. And because of the silence, they were able to hear very clearly the teacher yell, hey, get back here. And within about 20 seconds of them hearing the teacher yell that, they once again see the class door slam open, and the Minecraft kid, with his hair all messed up and his clothes all kind of like ripped up a little bit, runs into the classroom, slams the door shut, and then locks it, because for some reason this door locks from the inside, which actually I guess that does make sense, but he locks it from the inside. You didn't need a key, you just need to press something. And the Minecraft kid goes over to the teacher's desk after locking the door, literally takes his foot and kicks off everything, including like a $500 Chromebook, right? That kind of breaks on the floor. All the books fall over. The teacher's coffee mug flies off the desk and like smashes on the floor. And the Minecraft kid steps on the teacher's chair and then steps on the desk and is like, attention! I mean, dude, he didn't really need to say attention to get their attention, because literally everyone was paying attention to this guy at this point. The Minecraft kid goes on to declare himself as the ruler of the class, and that he is now the dictator and they must do what he says. And everyone in the class is just like completely silent, because they're just so shocked by the chain of events that just happened. And the Minecraft kid says, now, as ruler of the class, you must refer to me as Lord. You will not call me by my name. Let's call him Joseph. You will not call me by my name, Joseph. You will only call me by Lord. And everyone in the class is just like, huh? This has been like, they're just like, what happened in the last 7 minutes of this class? How did we get from learning about the quadratic equation to this, to having a kid like fart in the teacher's face, run away from them, close the door, slam all their stuff off the desk, and declare himself ruler of the class? How did we get here? So anyways, right, they're basically held hostage by the Minecraft kid, because, sure enough, like, people come to the door, they're slamming on it, they're like, hey, let us in, and the Minecraft kid's like, nobody go to that door, like, nobody dare do it. And one kid is like, hey, like, I gotta go to the bathroom, because at this point, they were kind of like accepting that the Minecraft kid was the de facto ruler, at least for the next like 10 minutes or so. And, the Minecraft kid's like, no, that's treacherous. You just want to let them in. And the kid's like, dude, no, like, I really gotta pee. And the Minecraft kid's like, that's too bad. You should have thought of that before I took over. And the kid's like, bro, like, how would I have known that any of this nonsense was going to happen? The Minecraft kid is like, too bad, so sad. So at this point, Joseph was sitting in, or Noah, not Joseph, sorry, that's the name I gave the Minecraft kid. At this point, Noah was sitting in class, and he was getting he was getting pretty upset. He just didn't want to deal with, the Minecraft kid anymore. He was like, this kid is a menace, he's totally insane. The thing is, Noah's actually trying to pay attention in class. Like, Noah is trying to, get his grade back, because he was struggling on the first couple tests, so he was really committing to learning the material. And he was getting kind of angry that he was kind of being robbed of this experience. As funny as he thought it was, he really didn't want to have to deal with this much longer. So Noah was thinking to himself, all right, there are most likely security guards at the door, if not some kind of adult that can help us in this situation. Because for the last couple of minutes or so, people have been slamming on the door, let us in, Minecraft kid, or Joseph, let us in, Joseph. Like, you gotta let us in, man. Your punishment will be worse. Or it will be your punishment will be worse the longer this is. And so, at this point, Noah is like, all right, I think I'm just going to make a dash for it. But I got to cover it up so this crazy kid doesn't, fart attack me or something. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't want freaking pink eye, bro. That's disgusting. So Noah's like, hey, do you mind if I sharpen my pencil? And the Minecraft kid's not the brightest man ever. So he's like, sure, peasant, go ahead. And then he's like, wait. No. And then Noah's like, dude, what? He's like, ask me again, but you must refer to me as Lord. And Noah in his head is like, all right, this kid freaking sucks, but I'm about to ruin him. So yeah, whatever he wants for his next 30 seconds of rulership. So he's like, my lord, do you mind if I sharpen my pencil? And the Minecraft kid is like, fine, peasant, go ahead. And the Minecraft kid is sitting on the desk, and he's kind of made it like a king, like a king throne in a sense. and everyone is kind of like whispering to each other, like going on their phones, like trying to like contact people. But sure enough, right, Noah kind of walks up and is very calmly walking towards the pencil sharpener, which was on the other side of the room as the door. It was towards the front of the room, which means he didn't have to do a massive sprint, but it was kind of on the other side. So he's walking very slowly to the pencil sharpener, and that's when he's able to look out the door, and sure enough, there are like, he sees the outlines of two pretty big guys, and he's like, all right, these are the security officers. And, as the Minecraft kid is like disciplining someone, being like, no, you must refer to me as Lord, because they asked a question or something, that no one realized that was his moment, that was his opportunity. So he changes direction incredibly quickly, sprints towards the door, and the Minecraft kid is like, peasant, what are you doing? And at that point, Noah goes to the door, quickly unlocks it, opens it up, steps aside, and two big security guards run into the room, and they just grab the Minecraft kid. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, my peasants, fight for me. I have been a great ruler. I've been a great king. No. And he's dragged out. And at this point, right, the teacher returns to the classroom, completely out of breath. Her hair is all frizzed up. And she's just like, class, I don't think I have it in me to finish the class today. I will allow you guys to have recess or a break period. I will have to monitor you guys, but please don't ask me to do anything. I don't have the energy or willpower right now. And the entire class was very understanding, as this, when you go to teacher school, when you take the final exam for being a teacher, there's no final trick question of what do you do if a Minecraft kid farts in your face and then literally starts a coup and takes control of your classroom? That's not on the final exam. That's not in the job description. So everyone was they're pretty forgiving. What ends up happening, however, is the teacher doesn't monitor them. The teacher just gets another person to watch after them, because the teacher's actually going to the hospital because her eyes and her entire face were feeling weird. What ended up happening was both the teacher ended up getting had to go to the hospital and got pink eye, a very severe case, and got an eye infection. She's totally fine now apparently, but when the Minecraft kid farted in her face, all these gross, disgusting germs got in there, and it could have been really bad. And because of all the nonsense that the Minecraft kid was doing, he was suspended for 2 entire weeks. Honestly, he's lucky that he didn't get expelled, but he was also afterwards, after those 2 weeks were up, he was invited back to the classroom, and he had to also during those 2 weeks write a paper saying why what he did was wrong and apologize to everyone, and he was forced to read that in front of the entire class. And Noah tells me that it was probably the most awkward experience.
Click on the video
on
screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. Today I got a story probably one of the craziest emo kids of all time, and I've told a lot of crazy stories, so strap in, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call her Luna. So Luna was a tennis player and was pretty good at tennis, and over the summer, her mom sent Luna to a tennis camp, and this story starts pretty far through the tennis camp. So the tennis camp lasted about 1 week long, and on the last day, which was Friday, all the parents would come and they would watch kind of a tennis tournament of all the kids who were playing and learning how to play and getting better during the week. There would be a big tournament. They would have I don't know, a fake little trophy thing, but the main important thing was that there was a big tournament at the end of the week and all the parents came to watch. So this story starts on that Thursday. So this is the day before the last day, which is the big event. And this tennis camp took place at a college, so they had access to a college dining hall, and Luna and her 2 friends were walking, to go try and find a table, and Luna's 2 friends said, oh, look over there, or one of Luna's friends said, oh, look over there, there's a table. So Luna's 2 other friends, went over and sat down at the table. Luna said, I'll be right back, I'm gonna go get something. So Luna walks over to the dining hall, grabs something to eat, and is walking back. And while Luna's walking back, she's not really paying attention. She's kind of I don't know, spacing out or looking on her phone, or for some reason she's not paying full attention to her surroundings. So unfortunately, she bumps into this guy, and the guy had a tray of food, and the food, honestly, it wasn't even that bad. The food, sure, a little bit got on his shirt, but it wasn't the entire tray exploded all over his shirt and his clothes were soiled and ruined beyond repair. Yeah, dude, you got sprayed a little bit, that sucks, but it's time to move on. And Luna was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, that's so embarrassing. And she's I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
And this kid, Luna's looking at this kid, and this kid is very clearly like an emo kid. And by the way, there's nothing wrong if you dress like goth or emo or whatever. It's a style, and I think a lot of my viewers have the style. And I don't personally do it myself. That isn't my style, but I rock with you if you do that. No hard feelings. However, if you're like this emo kid, bro, you got to change some things in your life. That's all I'm saying. Because this emo kid looks at Luna, looks her dead in the eyes, and then takes out a book. And Luna's like, what? And the emo kid, so he has this book in his hand, and Luna notices that there's like ancient hieroglyphics. Dude, my brain is not working right now. There's like ancient like letters and all these like symbols on the book. Basically, it looks like a wizard or witch book or something. And Luna's thinking to herself, all right, there's no shot that like that's actually like a wizard book or something. And the emo kid reaches into his back pocket and takes out a wand. So he opens up the spell book and he's waving his wand around. He's like, you have made a great enemy. You have made a great mistake bumping into me on purpose. And Luna's like, it wasn't on purpose, man. Like, I swear to you, like, I wasn't paying attention, and I apologize for that. I should have been paying attention. You're right. Like, that's on me. However, like, come on now. It was an accident. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what kind of nonsense doobly-doop you're doing right now. But he's like, silence, mortal. And he's like waving his wand around. He's like, hibbity-bibbity-bobbity-boo. I put a something like super goofy, but like supposedly like, I don't know, wizard tongue or something. He's like, beepity boop, boppity bee. I'm like, okay, bro, like, let's calm down now. And he's like, there, you've been cursed. And he slams the book shut with one hand, puts the wand back in his pocket, puts the book back into his backpack, which he was carrying around. Or I guess not a backpack. I guess it was like a tennis bag with a racket in it. And the emo kid walks off. And Luna is just standing there, just kind of like, what just happened? Like, can we just have like a little pause and a rewind of what just happened here? Because I don't think that like I really understood what was going on, because there's not a shot that actually just happened. So Luna goes back to the table with her two friends, and her two friends are like, what took you so long? And Luna's like, well, I actually have a very interesting answer that I bet you guys were not expecting. So Luna tells them the story, and they're like, one of them was just like, oh my God, that's crazy. The other one was like, dude, like, I know that kid. Like, I was in a tennis group earlier this morning. We're practicing forehands. I know that kid. He was so weird, bro. He was all like, shusha. Okay, he wasn't like the other emo kid, bro. I'm just playing around. But he was like all like in the corner, hushed away. And when the coach like said to him it was his turn, he kind of like looked up at him and flicked his long dark hair back, kind of sighed, and then like, hit a forehand or something. And they're like, that kid was super weird, but I had no idea that he was like that weird. Because there's a difference between being kind of weird and putting spells on people randomly. Like, that's just two different ballparks, bro. Quick comment emo down below if you want to harden your comment. That is the secret word of the day, and I will do my best to heart as many comments as possible. I'm still getting over some complications with the wisdom teeth, and that might take a couple days. So please don't take it personally if I don't heart your comment. Do know I still really appreciate it. And also, shout out to all the people who've been binge watching my videos, like going through and watching a ton of them, either via the playlist or just through the recommended. Please let me know in the comment section when you're doing this so I can heart it and say thank you, and just know that you're supporting the channel more than you can even imagine at this point. I really appreciate it. Back to the story. It gets crazy. Anyways, right, so the next day rolls around, and remember that, Luna was at a tennis camp, and on the last day, which was the next day, because this whole spell incident happened on a Thursday, and the last day was on a Friday. So it was Friday, it was the last day, and it was only like a half day because the parents would come and pick you up by the end of it. But anyways, right, there was a big tennis tournament, and all the parents came to watch. So it was a pretty big deal. And so everyone was sitting around on the tennis court, and like the coach was standing at the very front. Everyone was sitting on the tennis court, and he was reading off his list of like, all right, guys, like, thank you for all your hard work this week. And finally, it pays off. Just know that, win or lose, like, we just want to make sure you have a fun time, and that, there can only be one winner, so you can't take it that personally if you don't win. The most important thing is to, like, good sportsmanship and have a fun time. And anyways, let me read off the pairings. So the pairings were read off, and Luna had a first round match where she played against some random guy or something, and she was better. She was probably one of the top 10 people at the camp. She didn't expect to win the tournament. I mean, the other people, were some people that were much better than her, and maybe they're having a bad day or whatever, but Luna just wanted to go out there, have some fun. So Luna's first round match went down really well. She won 6-2, 6-3, which is pretty solid win. If you guys know tennis, I used to play tennis a lot back in the day. That's why I can tell this story so well, at least the tennis parts. But anyways, things get really interesting when Luna goes into her second round match. The second round match is against a familiar character that you guys may or may not remember from earlier in the story. Yes, Luna is playing the emo kid, and let me just say that Luna did not forget the emo kid, but very well the converse is true too, because the emo kid had not forgotten about Luna either. Which means, yes, Luna versus the emo kid are about to play after the emo kid put a spell on her. And Luna's just looking at her opponent like, there's no way. There's no way, man. There's no way. So anyways, right, Luna, so when you play tennis, you normally, you will warm up with your partner and then you'll get into playing. But basically, you both stand on two sides of a net, just very quickly for people who don't know. And so Luna was standing on one side of the net, and the emo kid was, sulking over and kind of, was all hunched over and kind of, wandered over to the other side of the net. And so Luna walks up to kind of, the net in between, and the emo kid walks up as well. And Luna's like, all right, do you want to warm up? And the emo kid is like, insert maniacal laugh. I can't do a maniacal laugh right now. I just can't do it. So insert the most evil maniacal laugh from TV shows and movies you can think of. And dude, out of all the responses Luna was expecting, okay, Luna was either expecting yes or no. It was a yes or no question. But out of all the responses that Luna was expecting, let me just say that a maniacal laugh was not on the list, dude. It just was not on the list. And so Luna's kind of just thinking okay. And then the emo kid goes on to say, finishes up his maniacal laugh and is like, why would I need to warm up when I have the curse on my side? And Luna was just like, oh, so we're still going with that. We're not just going to because Luna was kind of thinking, all right, well, let's just put yesterday behind us because that was very weird. You know what? Luna gave this guy, the privilege of allowing, just to put that behind them. Because normally that's not a thing you just put behind, right? The fact that, you got a spell put on you, normally you don't just forget about that. But Luna was like, oh, okay, so no warm-up? And the emo kid said, yeah. Well, I mean, I have the curse on my side, so why would I need to warm up anyways? And Luna was like, all right, fine, I really got to smack this kid. So Luna and the emo kid kind of go immediately into playing the match, and so Luna spins the racket, and sure enough, it is the emo kid's choice. So basically, in the beginning of tennis, you spin heads or tails, and if you get it right, you can choose to serve or have the other person serve. And the emo kid starts maniacally laughing. So once again, insert the maniacal evil villain laugh after the racket is spun. And, Luna's just kind of looking at him like, dude, what? And the emo kid is like, looks like my curse is already working. Insert again another maniacal laugh. And Luna's just thinking to herself, all right, bro, let's not jump to conclusions. There's a 50-50 chance that you were going to get that. Come on now. In the back of Luna's mind, she was like, well, I wonder if the curse is real, but her rational mind was able to take control and be like, all right, let's just smack this kid. I know I'm better than him. So sure enough, right, the emo kid starts serving. Basically, that's the way you start a tennis point. So the emo kid throws it up, bops it in, and the serve is not that good. Serve is the hardest part of tennis, in my opinion, but the serve is not that good. And Luna, really wanting to have a good impression to kind of quote-unquote break the curse, winds up a massive forehand, completely crunches it, and obliterates the emo kid in the first point. This ball is blazing off of Luna's racket and just smack right past the emo kid. The emo kid wasn't even, the emo kid plus the curse were not good enough to give him the reaction time to be able to deal with it. That's how bad this whole thing was, dude. So Luna looks up at the emo kid, giving her the dirtiest look ever, because I don't think the emo kid realized that Luna was one of the top players at the tennis camp, but he now realized that, he was probably not going to win this. I think he walked in with a lot of confidence, also trying to scare her off because of he remembered, oh, this is the girl I put the curse on. Odds are he would have, if this was a different person, he would have put a curse on them beforehand. He would have walked up to the tennis net, whipped out his magic wand, and been like, blah, blah, you're now cursed or something, just to mess with their head. But since he's already done that, right, he was trying to use that as leverage. But anyways, the match continues, and the emo kid is getting destroyed. So at this point, the emo kid is down about 3-0, and they're only playing one set. Basically, in tennis, you play to 6 games. Whoever gets to 6 games first but win by 2 wins, and if you get to 6-6, you play a tiebreaker. But anyways, right, Luna's up 3-0, so absolutely smoking the emo kid. And it's Luna's serve, and she serves it in, and it is very clearly a winning shot. However, it was close, right? It wasn't it was clearly in, but it wasn't in by so far that you'd have to be crazy to say that it was out, right? And the emo kid was out, because if you don't know, you make your own calls when you play tennis. There's no umpire unless you're really good. And this was a lower level. I think in the final match, the final match of their big tournament, they might have someone officiating it. But the emo kid was out, and Luna kind of looked at him no, dude, that wasn't. But she can't really do anything. So they keep playing, right? And Luna continues to crush this kid, continues to crush this fool, bro. And the emo kid continues to cheat. However, the emo kid is really only cheating when it's I don't know, kind of close. So if Luna hits a really good shot, but it's kind of close, the emo kid will just call it out. And this is super frustrating to Luna because she's losing a lot more points than she needs to, but she's still winning. It's currently 5-1. So if Luna wins one more game, then it's over, right? She wins the match, and it's done with the emo kid. And at this point, right, I think other matches were kind of getting on with, and there were more people were finishing, so parents were kind of coming over and they were watching, and more of the staff officials decided to watch this game just because less matches were being played, because more people were winning and losing, and kind of less matches were going on. So at this point, right, it was 5-1 Luna, and there were a bunch of people watching at this point. And so Luna hits a shot that is very clearly a forehand winner. She hits it, smacks it. It's not even like the other ones that is kind of close. This one was so clearly in, it was in by 2 or 3 feet. And the emo kid is that was out, by the way. And Luna's dude, I've been letting you have some really close calls recently, but that was so clearly in, I don't know how else to say it. I give you the benefit of the doubt of all the other stuff, but that one was so clearly in, I can't let it stand. Luna basically slips, and she's nah, I'm done, bro. And the emo kid starts getting mad, and he's hey, you must respect my authority for point calling. And I guess technically you do, but then again, one of the camp people was watching the whole thing go down, and he started to pay more attention. So he's watching the emo kid, and the emo kid is getting so angry. So once again, they start another point. The emo kid takes that point, even though he's obviously losing, right? And Luna hits another shot, and the emo kid, it's not even that Luna's shot was good. The emo kid just shanks it into the net, he completely misses it. And the emo kid was oh, by the way, your shot was so out, and it was so clearly in. And Luna's dude, you can't just call everything out when you lose. And at this point, the emo kid said, I'm going to do what I want because it's my authority and you have to deal with it. And at this point, right, the camp counselor had kind of noticed what was going on and was all right, I got to come in here. I got to put a stop to this. So the camp counselor, starts to walk on the court and is what's going on, guys? And the emo kid is so angry at this point because he's losing and he's just mad. And oh my God, this is where the emo kid snaps. So the camp counselor is walking over to the emo kid and is all right, can you explain what's going on here? It looked like that point was very clearly in. Why did you call it out? And when the camp counselor says to the emo kid that it was clearly in and asked him, kind of questioned his call, the emo kid, already super salty and already molding super hard, being super angry already, just completely loses it, and he takes his racket and he goes, rah, and he whips around and he smashes it into the camp counselor. And like the camp counselor stumbles back and it's like, oh my God. Because like the racket had hit his arm. It had like broken the skin a little bit. So it was a little bloody and it wasn't that bad. He didn't break anything. He didn't like hit a major artery or something. But the racket smashed into the camp counselor and like kind of like broke into his skin. So the camp counselor starts yelling like, are you crazy? Like, why would you do that? I was literally asking about a call and you attacked me. And there was another camp counselor watching the whole thing and he starts walking in. But before they could do anything, you see this woman with kind of like a side part, like it kind of like the Karen haircut. Maybe she was a nice woman, but I'm just describing what I was told. By the way, the story was sent into my Instagram. Go ahead and follow me there. It's in the description. Even if you don't want to send in the story, just follow me there. It makes me feel good. But anyways, this woman walks on the court. She kind of looks like a Karen. Maybe she's super nice. I'm just saying it how it is, right? Walks on, grabs the emo kid by the back of by like the scruff of his shirt and drags him away. And he's like, ma'am. He's like, ma'am, I was winning. The emo kid literally had the audacity, as he was being dragged off court for attacking one of the camp counselors, to say that he was winning. What? Yeah, so the other camp counselor, I mean, the one that got hit with the rackets, like, I got to get this checked up. Like, I think I'm fine, but, like, I just want to make sure that, like, it didn't break anything farther because his skin was kind of bloodied up. And the other camp counselor, the one that was not attacked by the emo kid, walked up and said, hey, Luna, like, sorry you had to deal with that. We're giving you the win, obviously. And so sure enough, Luna went on. Luna didn't win the tournament, but, did pretty well. And the emo kid was nowhere to be seen after he's dragged off by his mom. Presumably, his mom was like, all right, like, we're done. Grabbed him and just dragged him off.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Today we got a story of this kid who thinks that he's a wizard and tries to put spells on the subscriber, bro. It's pretty funny, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber who sent in the story, let's call him Jacob. So Jacob's in middle school. I don't know exactly what grade, but there's this kid in his class that was always kind of known as like the strange kid, and he was kind of known as the strange kid because he was known as the kid who ran in, like, last year, ran into the girls' bathroom and said, hi ladies, how's it going? And then obviously got escorted out by the security guard, sent to the principal's office where they were like, bro, what are you even doing? Like, that's super weird, yada yada. And from that day forward, he's kind of just known as the weird kid. So fast forward a year later, and this happened at PE. So Jacob still had PE class, aka physical education, for any of you guys who don't call it PE. And today, what they kind of did was they mixed it up every single day. They play a different sport or some different activity that was kind of like physical exercise or whatever, right? And today was dodgeball. And so basically, the class was split in two, and half the kids went on one side, one of the teams, and the other half of the kids went on the other team, and Jacob just happened to be on the weird kid's team. And we're no longer going to call him the weird kid, we're going to call him the wizard kid, as you will see quite soon why he's called the wizard kid. So anyways, right, they're playing dodgeball, and Jacob and the wizard kid are on the same team, and it's pretty close. Like, it was divided up randomly, however, it just happened to be like a super even, like, division. So anyways, right, Jacob's team, which is also the wizard kid's team, was starting to, like, fall behind a little bit. It was like, I don't know, 5-4, and there was a lot of pressure being put on the team. And if you don't know, in dodgeball, at least the rules that they played by, you were allowed to deflect dodgeballs with your own dodgeball and you wouldn't get in trouble. But if a stray dodgeball hit you in any part of your body before rolling on the ground, you were basically it, or you were tagged out. So anyways, this all went down when Jacob and, the wizard kid and the other two people on his team were kind of like prepping and preparing for the other team to start throwing dodgeballs at them. And one of the team members on the other side threw a dodgeball really hard at Jacob, but Jacob was pretty good at deflecting the dodgeballs with his ball, so he kind of like outstretches his hand and he deflects the dodgeball. And you would be probably thinking, oh, this is a good thing, right? But no, because the dodgeball, yes, the one coming at Jacob, deflects off of Jacob's dodgeball, so Jacob is not it. However, the dodgeball deflects off of Jacob's dodgeball and hits the wizard kid. And unfortunately, by the rules that they played by, that was considered a point for the other team. So the wizard kid basically got tapped out. And Jacob felt really bad because, one, I mean, that's harming his own chances for his own team. But also, he's like, dang, I just got my own teammate out. So he looks at the wizard kid. He's like, bro, that was an accident, my fault. The wizard kid doesn't really respond, but Jacob just assumes that he was busy walking to the, where all the other team members were that were tagged out. But anyways, right, Jacob and the three remaining teammates actually end up winning. It's super close, and it's like Jacob has a 1v2 at the very end. But Jacob's probably one of the most skilled dodgeball players there. Will those skills transfer to other places in his life? Who knows, man. But at the end of the day, he was pretty good at that dodgeball. So, his whole team rejoices except the wizard kid, who is apparently still pretty mad. Jacob doesn't blame him, like the wizard kid wanted his glory too. The wizard kid was pretty good at dodgeball too, so maybe he would have been the one to do the miraculous 1v2. Who knows, man? But anyways, right, so PE is over and they're walking back to class. And Jacob is kind of walking by himself for a second, and the wizard kid runs up behind him and taps him on the shoulder, and Jacob turns around. And the wizard kid looks at him and says, bro, you just messed with a wizard. That was the worst decision of your life. Jacob at first is like, bro, what? Because he knew that this kid was weird, but he didn't know that this kid was pretended to be a wizard and put spells on people, right? So he was like, bro, I'm sorry, it was a mistake. Why would I want to get my own teammate out? And the wizard kid's like, because you wanted all the glory, right? You wanted all the glory for yourself, and you got it. And you will pay the price. You just didn't know that you were messing with an actual wizard. And once again, Jacob kind of just assumed that he misspoke the first time when he said, oh, I'm a wizard, bro. But then when the weird kid, aka the wizard kid, said it again, Jacob started to realize that no, this kid was not joking. He actually thought that he was a wizard. So Jacob's like, man, seriously, I didn't mean to do it. I wanted my team to win. I didn't care if I was to get out for my team to win, I would have done it. I seriously don't care. And Jacob wasn't even lying. Sure, the glory of being the one who came back for a 1v2 to win for the team. Yeah, he's not going to lie. It was pretty sweet. However, still wasn't worth, it still wasn't worth, it wouldn't be worth losing, right? The glory, he would much rather win than have the glory taken away. But anyways, right, the next day rolls around, and this is when Jacob starts to understand why the wizard kid calls himself the wizard kid. Because he's sitting in class, and Jacob was kind of sitting towards the back of the class, and he happened to have a seat next to him open. And sure enough, right, he had one class with the weird wizard kid, right? And the wizard kid normally sat at the very, very, very front of the classroom, right? But this time, he walked all the way back and sat right next to Jacob. So Jacob right away kind of realized that this was not a coincidence. And the wizard kid is like, hey, do you want to see something? And Jacob's like, bro, what? Class is starting. Because the teacher had already started to be like, all right, class, turn a page, whatever. And Jacob's like, bro, we got to pay attention. Sure, maybe after class, but not now. And the wizard kid's like, all right, too bad then. And Jacob's like, okay. So Jacob takes out his textbook and is starting to open to the page that he's supposed to be. And then sure enough, right, the wizard kid says, hey, Jacob, turn, look at me. And Jacob's like, dude, what? And as he turns his face, the wizard kid blows a pile of glitter into his face. And Jacob starts coughing. He's like, bro, what did you do that for? And then the wizard kid starts going, oobly doobly, oobly doobly, just some real nonsense, pretending it's wizard speak or whatever. And he's like, you just got a curse put on you. And sure enough, right, the teacher looks over, and I think the teacher was just having a bad day, because the teacher's like, you two, go to the principal's office. You're being a distraction. And I mean, Jacob is kind of looking at the teacher like, I was just here, I was just sitting here, and the teacher's like, did you not hear me? Both of you go to the principal's office. Kind of just because I think the teacher was having a bad day and just assumed that they were both being distracting and disrespectful and not paying attention. And the wizard kid is like, look, the curse is already working. And Jacob turns to the wizard kid and is like, bro, if the curse is working, why are you sent to the principal's office as well? And the wizard kid really didn't have a reply besides, the curse is working, bro. I'm sorry that you're so mad and can't accept it. Real quick, comment wizard down below if you want to heart in your comment. I'm going to be out most of the day, so I don't know how many comments I'll be able to heart, so please don't take it personally if you don't get a heart. But I will be looking for comments that say wizard to go ahead and heart them. And also, if you want to support the channel in the best way you possibly can, binge watch some videos either via playlists or in the recommended. And if you're doing so, please comment that you're doing so like these people so that I can heart your comment, reply and say thank you, and let me know what you're doing when you're binge watching the videos. It's always cool to know. Anyways, back to the story. So anyways, Jacob and the wizard kid are walking down the halls to the principal's office, and Jacob is just like, bro, like, I'm not trying to, like, mess with any of this. Like, I'm just trying to learn in class. I'm trying to, like, get my hours in. Why are you doing all this to me? And the wizard kid is like, because you decided to disrespect me in dodgeball. And I told you you'd suffer the consequences. It looks like one of my spells is working. Maybe if you're nice enough to me, I will issue a counter spell. And Jacob does not believe it. And it's like, bro, you're obviously not a wizard. Like, oh, a counter spell would do as much good as, like, an actual spell. And the wizard kid gets really butthurt at this. And it's like, I am a wizard. Can you not tell that, like, the curse I put on you sent us both to the principal's office? And Jacob goes on to say, as they're walking to the principal's office, bro, I don't believe it actually worked, because if the curse was actually effective, it would just be me going to the principal's office, not both of us. Sure enough, they eventually get to the principal's office, and the principal is kind of just like, all right, guys, I got a note from your teacher, or an email, I guess, not a note, that you were, like, being distracting in class and distracting others and distracting yourself. Like, can you just tell me what was going on? And the wizard kid is like, ha, I put a spell on him. And the principal's like, okay. And then turns to Jacob, like, why are you here? And Jacob's like, I don't know why I'm here. Like, I was just sitting here, and this kid decides to, like, quote unquote, put a spell on me, which basically just means blows, like, I don't know, not fairy dust, but, like, sparkles and stuff into my face and then say a bunch of nonsense. And then for some reason, I got in trouble too. And when, like, Jacob said for some reason, the wizard kid turns and says, not for some reason, because of the curse. And Jacob's like, you're not a wizard, bro. Like, there's no curse. And the principal's like, guys, I don't know what's going on. I think it's just like, both you guys just go to detention later today and we'll be done with this. And Jacob's like, what? And the wizard kid is like, heh. The curse continues to work. And Jacob once again says, I will reiterate this, but if it was actually a curse, why are you receiving the same punishment as me? And the wizard kid is like, you're just mad because you're realizing the curse is real. And Jacob's just so mad at this point. He's like, bro, this is so stupid. So sure enough, Jacob and, the wizard kid, they go back to class, and, Jacob he's just not paying attention because he's just so mad that he has to go in and, he has to go to detention later that day. He's not trying to do that. And sure enough, time eventually comes around, and it's time for them to go to detention. And Jacob and the wizard kid, they get up and, they walk over and they go into detention, and there's like a few other kids there or whatever. And sure enough, right, Jacob sits on the back, and the wizard kid sits right next to him, and Jacob's like, bro, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to sit next to you. Can you please just leave me alone? And the wizard kid's like, well, if you don't believe in my spells, I'm going to keep putting spells on you till you believe it. And Jacob's like, fine, put as many spells as you want on me. Like, trust me. Anything that's happened today is just bad luck on my part. And the fact that you're getting the punishment too kind of proves to me that these spells aren't real. So the wizard kid's like, fine, well, I'm going to, how we're getting. So basically, they had a pretty big test that they were getting back. They did it about a week ago, but they were receiving their grades back the next day. So the wizard kid's like, fine, well, I'm going to put a spell on you. And because of the spell, you're going to fail the major test we're getting back. And Jacob's like, well, I know I did pretty well on it because I knew the answers to basically every question, and the teacher's already graded them, so it's not like the grade will be changed, so sure, let's, put a spell on it, right? And Jacob's like, well, how about you also put a spell on your test to make you do well, so that I'll fail and you get an A. And if that actually happens, both of those things happening, right, I'll believe that you're a wizard, I'll bow down, I'll accept your glory as a ruler or whatever, right? The wizard kid's like, fine, like, fair enough. And the wizard kid, like, takes out a little stick and starts waving it around as, like, biddly boodly, goodly billy. It just says something like nonsense or whatever. And so at this point, Jacob was like, all right, well, this is going to prove to this kid that, like, his wizard powers are fake, because I know for certain that, I did well. However, Jacob is starting to feel like, wait, Because remember, dude's in middle school, don't make fun of him, but he's like, wait, what if this kid actually does have wizard powers? What if this kid can actually put a spell on me, right? And he's like, no, that's ridiculous, Jacob, come on now. But Jacob's like, wait, did I just give myself an F? But then he realizes, wait, no, like, come on now, like, okay, obviously, I did well on this test. And the kid's gonna realize tomorrow that he's a fraud. Sure enough, eventually, detention or, I don't know, whatever they were in, it ends, and the next day rolls around, and they go back to the class where they both had a major assessment being passed back. And this time, right, Jacob makes sure that the wizard kid sits right next to him. He's like, all right, well, we're gonna see if your spell actually works. And the wizard kid is like super, I don't know, he's like, super full of himself. He's like, I don't know why you'd want to fail an assignment you work so hard on, like, just because, like, you wanted to test if I was actually a wizard, like, that's so ridiculous. You just played yourself, bro, stuff like that. But sure enough, right, the teacher eventually goes around and starts handing back the tests. And the first test that was handed out was Jacob's, and yeah, Jacob got an A on the assessment. So he takes the paper, flips it around, and shows it to the wizard kid. He's like, oh, looks like your spell didn't work. And he's like, well, so, and Jacob's like, all right, just admit it, checkmate, I got you. And he's like, well, I actually, the problem is actually that, I just didn't do the spell properly. And Jacob's like, all right, well, did you do the spell properly for your test? And the wizard kid's like, oh, yes, 100%, I'm getting an A on this. And to be fair, Jacob was definitely kind of like, he was kind of being a little risky here because the wizard kid maybe was also like really smart or cheated or something, but for some reason, maybe the wizard kid actually did get an A. But Jacob was kind of like assuming that the kid was going to be too busy doing spells to actually study. So sure enough, the teacher hands back the wizard kid's paper, and you could already tell that the kid did not do well because the teacher handed back every single test face up except for the wizard kid's test, handed that one face down. And yeah, sure enough, the wizard kid flips over the paper and Jacob is watching and there's a big F in a red circle. And the wizard kid, after seeing the F, quickly flips over his paper again and is like, look at that, I actually got an A. Looks like my spells are right. And Jacob's like, bro, I saw the F. Like, I know you failed this. You're probably too busy doing the spells to actually study. The wizard kid's like, no, bro, I got an A. And, like, I think Jacob did this quick enough that the wizard kid was just not able to react. Because sure enough, right, Jacob reaches over and quickly flips over the wizard kid's paper. And there's a big, massive F and a circle on it, being like, oh, so you got an A now? The wizard kid's like, that's just a typo. You can ask the teacher. And the wizard kid kind of just said that because, like, obviously Jacob's not allowed to say, hey, what did this random classmate get on this major assignment? Like, the teacher's going to be like, mind your own beeswax, bro. Like, obviously. So Jacob's like, all right, wizard kid, you proved to me that you are not a wizard. He's like, no, I'm going to keep putting spells on you till, like, you realize. And, yeah, so for the rest of the week, the wizard kid would come in and blow, like, bubbles on him or, like, I don't know, fairy dust or all this kind of stuff and like say a bunch of random stuff. But yeah, Jacob did not have any other negative side effects that happened that week. And the wizard kid eventually realized that, yeah, he was not a wizard and that he was not able to convince Jacob that he was a wizard. So eventually the dude stopped and yeah, Jacob was able to get back to his normal life and would not be sent to the principal's office because someone put a spell on him
Click on the
anymore.
video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. Okay, how do I introduce a story like this, man? I mean, you guys can read. You've read the title. All I can say is strap in, buckle up, because this is going to be quite the ride. Subscribe if you're new and you enjoy stories. And let's call today's subscriber who submitted this. Let's call this guy Mason. So this all happened one day when Mason was in class, and Mason was in 4th grade when this whole thing went down. And there's a kid who, once again, kind of like wore the same creeper shirt every single day. And it was like the creeper hoodie, and really that's not a big deal. They're like, if you want to wear the creeper hoodie, I don't really care. However, we're just going to call him the Minecraft kid, right? Because of the creeper hoodie. He wore it every single day, and maybe, right? Maybe he has a closet full of like 18 different varieties of the creeper hoodie. Or maybe his mom does a load of laundry every single day.
Or maybe he's just wearing the same creeper hoodie every single day. I mean, you guys can believe whatever you want, but I think one of those three are a little bit more likely than the other. But anyways, right, so there's this kid called the Minecraft kid because he wore the creeper hoodie every single day. And he was a little bit strange. And there's nothing wrong with you being a little bit strange. Like, I'm a little bit strange. I mean, I run a YouTube channel, man. I mean, that's already putting me in the strange category, unfortunately. But hey, man, I love the YouTube too much to like drop it or anything like that. But sure enough, this all happened one day when the Minecraft kid was in class with Mason. And the Minecraft kid raised his hand. And another thing you need to know about the Minecraft kid is he would take bathroom breaks like 6 times per class. And I don't know about you, but back in the day, I definitely used to go to the bathroom to like go on my phone or just take a break from the class. However, I would be very like strategic with it. I wouldn't do it every single day. I'd do it like every other day. I would make sure that I wasn't away for too long, like maybe 5 minutes max. But this kid, bro, would just abuse the bathroom break button. He was like spamming it, just try to like, I don't know, man. But every single day, go to the bathroom, minimum 2 times, maximum like 6 times. That's what I'm told at least. And sure enough, once again, one day, the Minecraft kid raises his hand for the 3rd time in class. And this has been going on for months. And I just think at this point, the teacher kind of just snapped. And he looks at the Minecraft kid. He's like, yes. And the Minecraft kid says, hey, can I go to the bathroom? And here's the thing, right? The teacher should not have reacted in the way that he reacted because maybe this kid has like IBS or something. Maybe he has to go to the bathroom like a ton per day. However, if he did, it was not registered with the nurse, or even if it was, the nurse did not communicate that properly to the teacher, which she probably should have, or he probably should have, just because, I don't know, if a kid's going to the bathroom 7 times per day, that might be a little suspicious to the teacher. However, the teacher was kind of just assuming that the kid was just going in to like go on his phone or whatever. And that was probably the case, but I mean, you really don't know. But after the Minecraft kid says like, hey, can I go to the bathroom for like the 3rd time? The teacher's like, you know what? No, you can't go to the bathroom. And the whole class kind of turns around and is like, wait, whoa, pause. Like, hold up now. Like, this kid's been asking you to go to the bathroom like 7 times a day for the last 6 months. And now you're saying no? Like, what changed, man? And the teacher's like, you're going to have to wait till the end of class. You've been going way too much, way too often. I think you're missing too much of classwork, right? And the Minecraft kid was not happy to hear this. For all we know, maybe he actually did have to go to the bathroom. But Mason, to be fair, right? Mason has gone to the bathroom. He's the subscriber who submitted this story. He's gone to the bathroom at times when the Minecraft kid has been in there. And Mason can hear the volume from his iPhone up all the way. The Minecraft kid is in there playing like Flappy Bird or watching TikToks or whatever, man. He's just going on his phone. Maybe he also has to go to the bathroom, but the Minecraft kid obviously definitely was kind of like, most likely was abusing it just to go to the bathroom. But sure enough, the Minecraft kid raises his hand again. He's like, I gotta go. And the teacher says, like, Minecraft kid, you've gone like 6 times during class, every single day for the last 6 months. You're missing out on class time. Please try and like conserve your like bathroom breaks. I will let you go, but just give it a second. I just can't let you go and disrupt the class like 1,000 times every single day. And the Minecraft kid was getting kind of angry. And he didn't say anything. He wasn't like, no, I really gotta go. And the Minecraft kid also didn't just stand up. Unfortunately, I think the Minecraft kid watched a little bit too much South Park. If you guys know what I'm talking about, there's an episode of South Park, which is a TV show, kind of aimed for adults, so I wouldn't go search this up if you're too young, but there's this kid named Cartman. And one time, Cartman needed to basically go to the principal's office, so he decided to do number 2 on the desk of a teacher. And I think the Minecraft kid got a little bit too inspired by Cartman, because the Minecraft kid is like, you're gonna want, like, I need to go to the bathroom, and you're going to regret it if you don't let me. And the teacher kind of turns around kind of sharply and looks at him and says, like, you shouldn't be threatening people. Like, that's a very bad thing to do. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. He said, you know what? Just because you're threatening me and said in such a threatening voice, you're not allowed to go to the bathroom for the rest of the class. And this only made the Minecraft kid even more upset. And Mason is just sitting here watching this back and forth. And Mason kind of feels a little bit for the Minecraft kid because maybe he really needs to go. Maybe the first 2 times, yeah, I mean, it is kind of karma if you were just going to the bathroom 6 times per day just to go on your phone. However, right, I mean, maybe he really has to go, man. It's kind of cruel to like not let someone go to the bathroom when they really need to. But he did just go like 5 minutes ago and 10 minutes before that. So, I don't know. Anyways, right, Mason was sitting there, and the Minecraft kid raises his hand for a final time and says, You're going to let me go or you're going to regret this. And once again, the teacher's like, if you threaten me again, you're not going to be allowed to go to the bathroom ever again when you're in my class. And at this point, the whole class is like, oh, I don't know if they're actually like hyping up like that, but things were getting legit and they could feel it for sure. They're like, oh, dang, dude, like stuff's getting real, right? And sure enough, the Minecraft kid says, very well, have it your way. The teacher kind of like has a little bit of a smile, but quickly brushes it off. Probably because he felt like he won that discussion. Like, all right, well, this kid who's been abusing the bathroom system has lost. And I won as a teacher and I asserted my dominance. However, right, dominance was not asserted. In fact, I don't even know how to explain what's about to happen. So I'm going to do my best. Bear with me. Because the Minecraft kid, he kind of like stands up. And the teacher is currently facing the board, so the teacher doesn't notice the Minecraft kid stand up. However, Mason, the subscriber who submitted this story, as well as a bunch of other people, by the way, Mason submitted this to my Instagram. It's in the description. You should go follow it, even if you're not going to go submit stories. Give me a big number and make me feel good. Anyways, Mason is watching this whole thing go down, and he sees that the Minecraft kid stands up from his desk. And then the Minecraft kid stands on his chair. And then the Minecraft kid stands on his desk. And at this point, almost half the class is turned around watching the Minecraft kid because he's making enough of a commotion. In the next, YouTube, please be nice. YouTube, man, I'm going to describe the next thing without making you mad. So the Minecraft kid, well, he drops his pants. He drops his pants. And he says, teacher, and the teacher turns around and is about to be like Minecraft kid for the last time. And he turns around and is like, what? What the, huh? And the Minecraft kid is like, teacher, I told you you would regret not letting me go to the bathroom. And just to put it very, just to be point blank, just to be straight up, just getting right to the point. Yeah, he just, number 2 on the desk, man. It wasn't like anything crazy, right? It was pretty, just a little bit, but yeah. And everyone in the class starts like screaming. Like some of the girls are like, ah! Some of the guys are like, yo, what? That's disgusting, dude. And the teacher's like, Minecraft kid, what on earth are you doing? And the Minecraft kid's like, I told you you should let me go to the bathroom, dude. Now you're just paying the consequences. The Minecraft kid was like feeling all full of himself. And the teacher was like, go to the principal's office now. And I don't think the Minecraft kid totally realized what was going on. And the Minecraft kid starts to panic. And the Minecraft kid looks to his left and looks to his right. And when the Minecraft kid looks to his right, you know who he sees? He sees the subscriber. He sees Mason. And he makes eye contact with Mason. And Mason is looking directly at the Minecraft kid and is thinking to himself, oh my God, what? Wow. But then he's like, wait, why is this kid making eye contact with me? And he's like, Mason made me do it. He dared me. And the teacher's like, Mason. Mason's just like, dude, I swear I was just sitting here. What do you mean? And the teacher's like, you know what? Minecraft kid, Mason, and anyone else involved, go to the principal's office right now. And Mason is just like, why? So he gets up, and because he's not going to fight with his teacher when the teacher's literally going through a massive rage moment. And, he starts walking up, and he walks up to the Minecraft kid. He's like, dude, I don't even know who you are. The Minecraft kid's like, just doesn't say anything. So he walks up to the principal's office, and he sits down. And the principal's like, what happened? And Mason explains the side of the story, that he was just a bystander sitting there. And then, eventually, the Minecraft kid walks in, because he had to, it wasn't like he could, okay, I'm not going to explain why it took him longer, but he got there, right? And sure enough, the principal's like, Minecraft kid, why would you do that? And the Minecraft kid's like, explains the side, and then she's like, and why is Mason here? And the Minecraft kid, who kind of panic blamed him to kind of lesser the punishment on him, is like, Mason dared me to do it. And Mason's like, dude, I don't even know who you are. You're just in my class. And the principal's like, I don't know, Mason, why would he lie about this? There's literally nothing for him to gain. And Mason's like, dude, I don't know. Real quick, comment Minecraft down below if you want to harden your comment. That will be the secret word of the day. And I'll try and heart as many of those comments as possible. And also, if you want to help us get to 600,000 faster, binge watch the videos. YouTube really likes promoting my channels when you guys like binge watch a bunch of my videos. So after this video, or when you have the time to sit down and watch a bunch of videos, I've made playlists. You can just like go to my channel page and let me know in the comments when you do this so I can heart it and say thank you and just give a little bit of appreciation for you guys really helping me out. And I really do appreciate it. Anyways, the story gets even more insane, so stay tuned. So anyways, right, back to the story. Mason is in a position where he was just dragged into this. Honestly, Mason to this day doesn't totally understand why the Minecraft kid even singled him out. Mason and the Minecraft kid weren't close friends. They didn't even really know each other. And Mason just assumes that he randomly looked around and picked someone who he just happened to remember the name of and blamed them just to kind of like lesser the punishment on him. In his mind, or I guess in his panic, the idea was like, oh, if I blame someone else and say that they forced me to do it, my punishment will be lesser, right? Which is like, bro, why? Why would you do that? But anyways, sure enough, the principal, unfortunately, is not believing Mason because Mason is explaining that he doesn't even know this kid and he has no idea why he would lie. And the principal's kind of doesn't believe him because he's like, Mason, like, why would the Minecraft kid lie about this, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And the principal's like, well, I guess I just have to make a judgment call in this situation. And Mason, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to give you a punishment too because I don't believe you. And Mason is just like, what? Are you serious? And then Mason said, even if I did like dare him to do something ridiculous, it's still up to him. Like I didn't, for the record, and I stand by that because I don't even know this kid. But if someone was to, why would that even matter? And the principal's like, so you're admitting it. And Mason's like, no, I'm just saying it'd be stupid even if I did. But it's double stupid because I didn't even do it. And the principal's like, don't say stupid to me. Mason's like, I'm in 4th grade. And also this is double stupid. What can I say? So eventually, right, the principal's like, all right, well, I'm going to have to call both your mothers and explain what happened. And Mason's just like, dude, this is the most ridiculous day of my life. So sure enough, the principal calls up both their mothers saying, hey, both your sons got in trouble. If you're not busy, can you please come in? And the Minecraft kid's mom was busy at the time, but Mason's mom kind of either had the day off or for some reason wasn't really needing to like be wherever she was. And she said, yeah, I'll come in right away. Maybe she was busy and she thought that this was a good idea to go see like what happened to her son. So Mason's mom comes in and she's like, looks at Mason with this look of like, what have you done? And Mason looks at her with these like eyes of like, bro, I don't know what's going on, confusion, whatever, right? The principal is like, all right, hi, Miss Mason's mom, or, whatever. Well, I'm so glad you could come. And the principal explains what happens. And then she kind of explains how she doesn't believe Mason. And Mason's mom started with a look of concern, and then she almost got a look of like annoyance. And the look of annoyance grew and grew the more the principal told the story. And Mason was looking at this and was like, okay, is my mom on my side? Or is the look of annoyance because she's so annoyed with me? Either way, this is just the worst situation ever. So sure enough, right, by the end of the story, Mason's mom's like, why am I here? The principal's like, well, didn't you hear like your son supposedly dared him to do it? And Mason's mom, like, first of all, my son disagrees with that statement. You don't really have any proof, but let's say he even did. Why would that matter? And the principal kind of was a little shocked. And Mason's mom's like, isn't it like a cliche saying for parents to be like, if your friend jumped off a bridge, would you as well? Like, are you really just supposed to do whatever the popular kid does? And then Mason's mom's like, even if my son did, which I'm not convinced he did, dared him to do what he did on the desk, right? Why is that my son's fault? Is this kid not like able to function by himself? What, like, is the blame 100% not on, the Minecraft kid anymore? Is any of the blame really supposed to be on my son? And the principal's like, well, I'm sorry you feel this way, but I've made up my mind. Like, your son's going to be suspended for the day. He can come back tomorrow, but he can't come back today. And the Mason's mom is like, are you serious? Like, really? And she's like, yeah. And then Mason's mom's like, all right, what punishment did the Minecraft kid get? And the principal said, well, we're doing equal punishment. And Mason's mom's like, you can't be serious, man. You can't be serious. And the principal's like, I'm sorry you disagree, but this is the punishment. So Mason's mom's like, Mason, come with me. And Mason's like, oh, I can't tell if my mom's mad or not. So Mason gets up, kind of all scared or whatever, and he sits in the car. And Mason's mom's like, well, this was unexpected, but Mason, Today, you got a day off. It is your vacation day because that punishment is ridiculous. And then and Mason's like, okay, she's on my side. And Mason's mom is like, Mason, please be honest. Did you dare him to do it? Mason's like, Mom, I promise. Since look, it looks like you're not angry at me either way. Why would I lie about this? Because I didn't do it. I don't even know who this kid is. Why would I dare him to do something so ridiculous? Mason's mom's like, yeah, that's what I thought. But even if you did, like, who cares? And this punishment's ridiculous. So you and we're going to get ice cream. Because today, you learned a very good lesson. Sometimes there are rules that are ridiculous, and you'll be punished. But stay true to your convictions, man. Stay true to your convictions. So Mason and his mom went and got ice cream. And I don't think the Minecraft kid's mom was as excited or as pleased with her son. But
click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Today I get a story time of another one of these Minecraft kids deciding to fight back against his babysitter in a quite unconventional way, you might say. I mean, I bet you can read the title right now. So yeah, with that being said, sit back, relax, subscribe if you haven't already, and let's call today's subscriber who submitted this story to me, let's call him Ryan. So Ryan was friends with this kid who really liked Minecraft. So we're calling him the Minecraft Kid because that always works in the title, and you guys like the Minecraft Kid stories, and I like telling them. But anyways, right, Ryan was invited over to this kid who he didn't know that well, and we're just going to call him the Minecraft Kid. So anyways, right, Ryan was invited over to the Minecraft Kid's house to, well, you know, play Minecraft with him. The idea was he was going to go over on a Friday night and play some bedwars with this kid. Honestly, sounds like a pretty sick Friday night, if you know what I mean. However, he didn't really know much about this kid, and he only kind of just started to know him because Ryan's mom and the Minecraft Kid's mom became friends like a couple months ago when they were both volunteering for something, or maybe they just met. I don't know why, but Ryan's mom and the Minecraft Kid's mom became friends, and for that reason, you know, Ryan's mom's like, oh, I have a son about your son's age, they should totally hang out. And since Ryan knew nothing about the Minecraft Kid, at their first like interaction, which wasn't like a sleepover playdate type thing, he was like, so what do you like to do? And he's like, I like to play Minecraft. He's like, cool, do you like to play bedwars? And he's like, yeah, it's my favorite game. So they bonded over it. So anyways, Ryan was heading over to the Minecraft Kid's house. And Ryan's mom told him, hey, just so you know, the Minecraft Kid's mom is not going to be there. She's going to be out for something. However, they hired a babysitter, and the Minecraft Kid's mom should be back by like 10 or 11. And Ryan was like, all right, that's totally fine. I don't really care. It's not like we would have been hanging out with the Minecraft Kid's mom and having her play in our bedwars trios or something, man. So it's fine. So Ryan gets over to the Minecraft Kid's house, and when he gets there, no one greets him at the door. He kind of stands there for a second, and he knocks on it, and he stands there for like a little more time, and he hears noises coming from upstairs. And it's a two-story house, and there's a window right above him, and the window is open, and he can hear noises. And you know what noises he hears? He hears block placing noises. He hears golden apple eating noises. He hears bed break noises. He's like, wait a minute. Bro, the Minecraft Kid is playing bedwars right now. And, you know, Ryan was thinking that he would have yelled up to the Minecraft Kid, but the door eventually opened, and presumably the babysitter, or who we thought the babysitter was, which, no, was the babysitter. That isn't, like, the big secret of the story, but the babysitter comes and, you know, opens the door and says, hey, so sorry, Minecraft Kid's upstairs. I'm, you know, making dinner right now for you guys. It'll be ready in, like, 30 minutes, so make sure you're not in the middle of the game in, like, half an hour. And Ryan's like, all right, that sounds pretty cool. So he goes up the stairs, he opens the door, and the Minecraft Kid's like, what's good, bro? I'm in the middle of a game. Get your, like, laptop out and set your stuff up, and we'll go into, like, doubles in just a second. And so sure enough, and by the way, guys, bedwars it's a Minecraft game where you can, like, it's fun. You should go look it up and play it maybe. But just for context, it's a video game on Minecraft. But anyways, right, so he sets up his gaming setup or whatever. He gets that all ready. And yeah, sure enough, the Minecraft Kid eventually wins his game. Great work, Minecraft Kid. Not so great work at later the night, as you can tell by the title. But yeah, anyways, Ryan and the Minecraft Kid, they start playing some Bed Wars duos. Life's pretty good. And that's until they're in the middle of a game, and it's really, really intense, right? It's getting really down to the wire. If you know a thing or two about Bed Wars, all the beds have been broken, and they're really just both of them. Ryan and the Minecraft kid are super stacked. They have their golden apples. They have their diamond armor. Yes, they sweated to diamond armor. And the two people that were remaining were about as good as they were. And they were playing for all the marbles at this point, man. This was pretty intense. And that's when the babysitter yells, "All right, guys, time for dinner." And the Minecraft kid's like, "Well, 1 second." Yells down that, and Ryan and the Minecraft kid are like, "All right, how are we gonna do this? Do we go in? Do we wait?" And the Minecraft kid is a big fan of like camping, which in a video game, when you're camping, that basically just means that like you're staying on defensive ground and you're waiting for the opponent to come to you, which in Bed Wars, if you're super stacked, that can kind of give you the advantage because you can always drop golems. You got hometown advantage if you have the regen thing. Camping is an okay strategy, super late game, but that also means that the game's going to be a long time. And Ryan says to the Minecraft kid, "Hey man, do you think we should like be aggressive and we should be the one attacking them because like, our food is like dinner is ready. Do you think we should just go do that for the sake of doing that just so we can, and we'll play another game when we come back?" And the Minecraft kid's like, "No, like I know that we'll win. Like we have prot 4 diamond, they don't. But if we go to them, there's a chance that they knock us off, we fall while going, they fireball us over. It's just a lot more dangerous to go over." He said, "We're staying here." And Ryan, who doesn't really care, he's like, "All right, man, sure, we'll stay here." And then, a minute later, the babysitter says, "Guys, you don't want dinner to get cold." And the Minecraft kid's like, 1 second. Which it wasn't going to be a second. Like, it was going to be probably like 5-10 minutes on average remaining of the game. And Ryan and the Minecraft kid were waiting it out. And the thing was, the other team was camping too, which basically means that they were both just collecting gear and such, and they weren't attacking each other. So then the babysitter was, yelled up again, like, "Guys, like, come on, like, I made you something. Like, I told you not to be in the middle of a game." And he's like, once again, the Minecraft kid, instead of saying, "Hey, I'm so sorry, can we be down there in 5 to 10 minutes? Like, I apologize." He's like, 1 second. He just keeps yelling down 1 second. And the babysitter kind of did something that she probably shouldn't have. Like, it just wasn't that deep, but I think the babysitter was kind of getting mad that, they just were refusing to come down when, she was sweating out some good food or whatever. So the babysitter, what she does is she goes to the Wi-Fi router, and yes, you can probably already guess, unplugs it and replugs it, which basically, if your Wi-Fi, at least in my case, whenever my Wi-Fi is super slow or just kind of sucks, I go to the Wi-Fi router or whatever. What am I saying? I go to the Wi-Fi router, and I think I combined router and modem. My fault. I go to my Wi-Fi router or box, unplug it, replug it. Wi-Fi's down for like 5 minutes, but then it comes back nice and fresh and clean. However, the Wi-Fi goes down. So basically, right, Ryan and the Minecraft kid are in the middle of a match, and like they start to go to like buy something from the store, and Ryan's clicking on it, but it's not registering it. And Ryan's like, dude, I think I'm disconnecting. And at this point, right, if you disconnect, you lose. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, it's not working. Why can't I place blocks? Why are things not registering? And then both at the same time, they get a message, like, not kicked, but like, it disconnects from Hypixel, like no connection. And the Minecraft kid's like, no! Starts slamming his fist. And Ryan, who doesn't really care, and looks at the Minecraft kid, and Minecraft kid was like, "I was on a 99 win streak. I won 99 games in a row. I was going to go to 100. I've been recording the whole thing. I was going to clip it and post it on YouTube, man. I was about to get 100. Basically, he was pretty upset. So Ryan and the Minecraft kid, Ryan just looks at the Minecraft kid and be like, "All right, man, I'm so sorry. Like, we'll grind it out tonight. We'll get you back to at least halfway," which was a lie. They were not going to play, nevertheless, win 50 games in a row. But, Ryan's just trying to calm the air. And he's like, "Yeah, man, don't worry. We'll get back to it." So they walk down, and the babysitter is waiting there. And she's like, "Guys, like, I asked you to come down. If you weren't going to come down, you should have at least told me. And I would have put it back in the stove. Now the food is cold. It really took me, turning off the Wi-Fi to get you guys to come down." Teenagers these days. Or not teen, I guess. She's a teenager. She's the babysitter. I guess preteens these days. And that's when Ryan is like, "Oh my God, she turned off the Wi-Fi. That's why we froze in the game." And Ryan looks over at the Minecraft kid, whose face, he's just stood there. Like, he's been frozen by, like, a spell that turns you to stone. He's just frozen there, looking at her. His, like, jaw starts to slack a little bit, like, oh my god. Oh my god, it was you. It was you who got in between me and the 100 bedwars win streak. Real quick comment, Minecraft, if you made it this far into the video, as that will be the secret word of the day. And if you want to support the channel, as always, just go ahead and binge watch several videos or a bunch of videos whenever you have the time. And let me know in the comments if you do this, because it really does support me more than you can probably even imagine. It boosts the channel. YouTube likes watch time anyways. So right now, remember, Ryan and the Minecraft kid just lost in a very important game for the Minecraft kid. He almost got a 100 win streak, which is pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie. But unfortunately, the babysitter, who kind of like overreacted a little bit, got mad and unplugged the Wi-Fi, and that made them lose the game that they probably were actually going to win. And so when they walk down, they have no idea that the babysitter was the reason why they lost the game, until the babysitter is like, oh, guys, like, I really had to pull the Wi-Fi plug to get you guys down here. Like, crazy how like preteens are these days, or kids on their phones too much, like one of that, like, old man behavior type thing, even though this girl was, like, 17 or something. And the Minecraft kid is just so angry. And he's like, you're the reason I lost my Minecraft game. And she's like, sorry, like, should have come down faster, or should have at least told me. And she goes to sit down, and Ryan is also like, all right, well, this is going to be a little awkward, but whatever. I'm still going down to sit down, like, whatever. Like, he's not going to react that ridiculously. How do I say this? Yeah, no, he acted ridiculously. The Minecraft kid waits until the girl sits, or the babysitter, she's 17. I guess she's still like a girl, I guess. She is on, I don't know. So he waits till the babysitter, right, sits down. And when the babysitter sits down, the Minecraft kid runs up to her, grabs a chair. This is like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Grabs a chair, turns around, pulls down his pants, and rips up. Dude, I'm 19 years old, and I'm telling you about Minecraft kid revenge farting in someone's face. I'm doing it. I'm going through with it. I'm too far in the story to turn around. The Minecraft kid, after getting on the chair, ripping down his pants, farts in the babysitter's face, directly her eye while it was open. If you don't know, the reason why the fart smells bad, because there's a lot of gross particles in it. And when the gross particles get into your eye can get infected, and it can be really bad. So the babysitter legitimately falls out of her chair and starts, like, screaming. Because, like, because apparently he really ripped one. He really ripped one, man. And her eye was open. And it was really close. And Ryan was like, well, so this kid and I have one thing in common. We like bedwars. And we have nothing else in common. And this will probably be the last time I ever hang out with him. And, yeah, so the babysitter's like, what did you do? Why would you do that? Like, that's so ridiculous and disgusting. Like, my eye, it burns. Oh, my God. Oh, my eye, it burns. Like, why would you do that? Like, And Ryan looks at the Minecraft kid, and the Minecraft kid is literally laughing. He's like, and Ryan's like, oh my God, this kid's because the thing was, Ryan's thinking to himself, dude, this kid must do this all the time, because, like, you're not just gonna think to yourself, wow, I'm so angry at this person. Let me wait until they sit down, grab a chair, stand on it, turn around, pull down my pants, and fart directly point blank into their face. That's just not something that comes to you in the heat of the moment. That I mean, maybe I'm just built different from all you guys. I really don't know, but that definitely doesn't come to me. But sure enough, right, the babysitter eventually gets up, and Ryan and the Minecraft kid look at her face, and her left eye is red and swollen. And Ryan's like, oh my God, that is definitely not a coincidence. And the babysitter is like, move out of my way. And she moves past both of them, goes and finds the home phone, because I guess her phone wasn't on or something, and legitimately calls 911, an ambulance. Which, okay, that was maybe a little excessive, but maybe I wouldn't drive if my eyes were impaired and I thought that they were going to be infected and it would have been bad. And she walks back in the room, and she's, like, angry, but also very clearly in pain, right? And she's, like, her hand is over her eye, and she's like, you, like, why would you do that? The Minecraft kid's like, well, I was actually on a 99 win streak, and you pulled the plug, and I lost my 99 wins. She's like, and you projectiled all your stuff out of your butt. Oh, God. How can I have a straight face and tell the story? Anyway, she's like, and you probably gave me a raging infection. My eye burns. Like, if I lose sight, I'm suing your She was getting mad. And eventually, right, the ambulance does come. She explains the ridiculousness of the situation. The guy, she sits in the ambulance, drives to the hospital. They check her out or whatever. But remember, this is from Ryan's perspective, so we don't exactly know what the doctor says. Ryan's mom, who got really invested in the situation afterwards, said that, like, the doctor's, like, her eye is fine now, but the doctor said that, like, it really could have gone south if she didn't go there, like, immediately, which is insane. So anyways, right, Ryan and the Minecraft kid are legitimately just in this house alone, and that's when the Minecraft kid's mom comes back early, super angry and upset, because the babysitter sent a message to, his mom explaining everything and why that she had to leave the premises immediately. So the Minecraft kid's mom had to leave whatever she was doing to come back, and she was like, walks in, she's like, you, turns to the Minecraft kid, like, you did it, you pulled a face fart on someone again, we've already talked about this. And Ryan, who is still there, he's already texted his mom to come pick him up, is just like, again? I mean, he had a sneaking suspicion that this was not a first-time thing. As I said, in the heat of the moment, you don't think to, use your butt as a weapon. But he's like, again? This is a thing? And the Minecraft kid's like, but Mom, I was on a 99 bedwars win streak. And she's like, that's enough. No more bedwars for you forever. And the Minecraft kid's like, Mom, no, Mom, I promise I won't fart on anyone else's face again. What am I doing with my life? Anyways, right, so Ryan's mom comes, and Ryan's mom's like, hey, so sorry, things were weird today. Like, I'm just gonna pick Ryan up. Thank you so much for having him over. Ryan, come with me now. And, Ryan walks over and goes in the back seat of the car, and Ryan's mom is like, so, do you want to elaborate on, I need to pick you up right now. My friend farted in the babysitter's eye, and now she's at the hospital. And Ryan did elaborate. And it really didn't add any clarity to the situation. In fact, Ryan's mom just became more
Click on the
confused.
video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. How's it going, everyone? Hope you're having a good day, because today we have a pretty crazy story of this Minecraft kid who believes that after playing Minecraft that he needs to go back to his caveman roots. And going back to his caveman roots literally just meant not showering, I guess. And he thinks that this will get him all the ladies. Let me just say that that may or may not be the case, but you'll have to wait and see. So anyways, sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and let's just jump right into this. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Alex. And by the way, my Instagram is in the description. It's also Connor Pugs. Go follow me there, and you can submit stories like this to me on there. I'll get to them when I get to them. And anyways, so Alex was in 8th grade, and he had this kid in his class who we're going to call Ben. Yes, we're bringing back the name Ben for random secondary characters. And anyways, right, Ben was like, he wasn't like super into Minecraft. Actually, he knew nothing of Minecraft until like a couple weeks before the story. And that's when he was introduced to the game by one of Alex's friends. We don't need a name, right? And anyways, right, Ben got super, super into it. Alex doesn't really know how Ben didn't know what Minecraft was. Like, it wasn't like Alex wasn't, or it wasn't like Ben wasn't on the internet. Like, I think Ben might have heard of it, but he didn't know what it was. So when one of Alex's friends introduced Minecraft to him, Ben basically disappeared for like 2 weeks. Like, he went to school and everything, but he stopped being on social media, disappeared as soon as he could, like, didn't show up to anything. He was just in his room for as long as he could, playing Minecraft. And I don't mean, like, I don't know, like parkour servers like this, or player versus player servers. I mean, he was playing, like, vanilla, straight up, your traditional Minecraft. That's all he was doing, and he was in love with it. And 3 weeks later, he came into school one day, and he's like, Alex, buddy, I need to tell you something, a revelation I've come to. And Alex is like, yeah, what's good, dude? And Ben's like, brother, we need to return to the caveman days. I was playing Minecraft a couple days ago, And I came to a realization that we need to return to our caveman roots. And I have started that already. Alex is like, what do you mean by that? And at this time, Alex was noticing quite a pungent aroma coming from Ben, right? You know, he didn't want to say anything. He didn't want to be mean. He didn't want to be, cruel or anything. But let's just say that, Benny, old boy, was not smelling the greatest. He was kind of, he had this essence, this odor, this aroma, some might call it, that wasn't the greatest, to put it lightly, right? So anyways, Alex or Ben goes on to say, yeah, so I've been playing Minecraft, and it just feels so good. It feels so natural. I mean, yeah, playing a block game feels natural, but whatever. I like Minecraft. I'm not saying it's not, but he goes on to say, and I realized that, my failures in the lady department, the reason why women don't love me is because I'm not like the natural man. And when they see me as the natural caveman, they will instinctively fall in love with me. And Alex just looks at Ben. It's like, Ben, I don't know where you're going with this, but I really don't have a good feeling about this. And Ben's like, Alex, I'm here to convert you to my ways. And Alex is like, what? And he's like, are you trying to like sell me an MLM or something? Like, where are we going with this? And Ben is like, no, Alex, return to the caveman. Return to the caveman, Alex. This is what Steve has taught me. And Alex is like, Ben, are you okay? Like, if you need help, like, I can help you get. He's like, no, you need help, man. You don't understand. He said, look, I've returned to my caveman roots by not doing any of the showering that is in our modern day societies. You really think putting chemicals in our hair and rinsing it with fake water? Alex is like, fake water? What do you... He's like, these are details. These are details, Alex. Don't question it. It's whatever. You don't understand. The natural aroma that comes from the human body has been programmed for trillions of years. And Alex is like, I don't think humans have been around for trillions of years. And Ben's like, that's not the point. The point is the aroma, the natural musk. Sure, you can buy cheap garbage from, like, I don't know, Armani or Gucci. Their fragrance is terrible. They'll destroy the brain cells. But the true caveman odor is what Steve has taught me. And Alex is like, so are you going to, like, I don't know, spend more time outside, get more sunlight, exercise, eat, like, not processed stuff like the caveman too? And Alex is like, whoa, or Ben is like, whoa, Alex, chill out. Let's not go crazy. Let's not go cuckoo banana mode on me, okay, man? Okay, man? Is that good? Like, let's not go crazy. I'm not dropping everything for this caveman thing, but I am embracing the natural musk. And Alex just looks at him and says, so Ben, you're not really changing anything about what you do besides not showering. That's the only difference. And Ben's like, well, no. It's not just not showering. It's embracing my natural musk, my natural odor. It will instinctively make women love me. And Alex is like, Ben, as your friend, I guess, I strongly suggest you don't do this. And Ben is like, you know what, Alex? I understand that you're a hater, and that's okay. Alex is like, I don't think I'm a hater, and Ben's like, silence. Look, you know that girl over there, Ava? You know how, the prettiest girl in our class? I've always had a crush on her, and I never had a chance. And Alex is like, well, that's also something that has not changed. And Ben's like, look, I'm going to go up to her, and you're going to see. I'm going to go up to her. I'm going to lift up my arms so my armpits are bare. Let her embrace my natural aroma, my natural odor, and you will see that she will just fall in love with me. I'm going to ask her out, and she's going to say yes. It's not even going to be her saying yes. It's going to be her subconscious breaking through to the surface and convincing her that I am the true man for her. Alex is just looking at Ben. It's like, dude, did playing Minecraft make you think this or something? And Ben's like, no, it encouraged me to remember my true caveman days. And, Alex is like, yeah, okay. That's cool, man. Like, I'm cool with that. Like, you're cool. That's good. Okay, actually, Ben, yes. Let's see it. I will, too, embrace the caveman if Ava goes out with you because you smell bad. And Ben's like, I don't smell bad. I smell natural. If that is bad to your nose, then you have a you have a bad nose. And Ben's like, or Alex is like, all right, I got bad nose. That's not great. Ben's like, you'll see. Anyways, next day comes around, and Alex is sitting with his friends, and he explains like, yeah, so you know Ben, right? And they're like, yeah, we know Ben. Alex is like, yeah, so he's doing something crazy. And they're like, well, I don't know what he's been doing, but he's been smelling like garbage recently. And Alex is like, it's related. You're not going to believe this. He played Minecraft, and then he believed he had to go back to the caveman era, like he had to be a man again. And that doesn't mean working out or, reading. It just means not showering for some reason. It's kind of ridiculous. And they're like, yeah, I mean, Ben has been smelling a little bit more musty, and it kind of smells like spoiled milk at this point. But I guess, I guess that makes sense now. And Alex goes on to say, yeah, and Ava? And they're like, yeah, of course we know Ava. Hottest girl in our class, beauty, right? 10 out of 10. They're like, Alex is like, yeah, so Ben is going to ask her out later today. They're like, he's going to do what? He's going to do, and Alex is like, yeah, so Ben thinks that because he smells like he does, she's going to instinctively say yes. They're like, dude, why did you say yes? Why did you allow him to go on with this? At this point, Alex's friends are like, bro, you're kind of being a bad friend of Ben. And Alex is like, dude, he was so confident. He was being so cocky. And they're like, dude, he's going to get rejected. And there's a chance he gets rejected really hard and really embarrassingly in front of everyone. Do you want that for him? And look, Alex was not happy with the way that Ben went about explaining or teaching him, quote unquote, the ways of the caveman, aka no shower, no more, right? But at the end of the day, they were still friends, and Alex knew that Ava was not just going to say no, but, she developed a bit of an ego because she did know that she was, the most beautiful girl in the class, and she could have any guy she wanted. She was not going to be nice about letting him down. She was going to be cruel, she was going to be mean, and she was going to crush him, dude. She was going to freaking crush him. And Alex is like, all right, I got to find Ben. I need to find him before he asks Ava out. And as Alex was saying that, he hears, or he looks up, and he looks at the table across, because they're sitting at lunch. He looks at the table farthest away, and that's where Ava and her friends were sitting, and Ben was walking up to her table. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment Minecraft down below. And if you want to support the channel, one of the best things you can do is binge watch the videos. And please let me know in the comment section what you're doing while watching these videos. And also, final thing, a bit of a new request I have. If you haven't already done so, if you have a TikTok account, go follow my TikTok. It is Connor Pugs. I have about 7,000 followers on there. I'm reposting clips from here. I'm just trying to reach a new audience on TikTok and hopefully bring them to the family over on here. And if you could even just following me in there and occasionally watching my videos, basically no one watches them on there, and I need a little bit of traction from you guys to help them reach new people, and I really would appreciate it. Anyways, let's get back to the story before I bore you guys. And also, if you're going to buy some gamer subs or any of their stuff, wait about a week. I have a pretty cool surprise coming for you guys. But anyways, enough of teasing that. I can't say too much right now. Anyways, right, so Alex looks over and he notices that Ben is walking to Ava's table. And he's like, oh my God, no, this can't be happening. And he goes and he starts to like walk over, and the people Alex was sitting with are like, Alex, go, he's gonna do it, don't let this happen. So Alex is basically sprinting over to the table, but he doesn't get there in time, and he kind of stops. He's like, no, I'm too late. So Ben goes up to Ava and goes, Ava? And Ava looks up and is like, yes. Oh my, the next part's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Ben goes up to her and literally lifts up both of his arms. You know how, like, after you run and you're, like, really exhausted, you'll put your arms above your heads to, like, make it easier to breathe, right? Or you're told to do that or whatever, right? That's basically what he did. And you could see Ava's face. Like, first you saw her nose kind of twitch as she was smelling what was going on. And then you saw her eyes water, her face crunch up. And you could almost hear like like it was a bad smell. It was not good. And Alex is like, oh no, oh my God, I'm partially responsible. Oh my God, I'm partially responsible, man. This is on me. Anyways, Ben goes on to say, so Ava, now that I've let your senses acclimate themselves, and if you have any primal urges, wink wink, that are coming up from the surface that are breaking through, would you like to go on a date? You know what, let's just skip that. Would you like to be my girlfriend?
And Alex is like, in his head, he's like, no, no, Ben, no, Ben, no, no, no. And so sure enough, you know, Ava's just looking at him, blinking. Not even responding, not laughing or anything. She's just blinking. Because she's just so dumbfounded by the, did this kid just straight up ask me out? Because remember, Ava and Ben, they're not friends. They're not dating each other. They're not close like that. What? And he also smells terrible. And Ben is like, if you don't know your answer yet, maybe you'll know it in a second. And Ben literally gets closer to her and, like, pushes his armpit in her face. And she's like, ew, get away from me. And kind of pushes him back. He's like, looks over at Alex. And Ben's like, yells over, don't worry, Alex. Don't worry. Give it a second. You'll see, man. You'll see. It's crazy. You're not going to believe it. She's going to fall in love with me. And Ava looks up. Fall in love with you? I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. I just know that you're a guy who came over here and is smelling terrible and is pushing his stinky armpits in my face. No, I will not go out with you. And, like, at this point, everybody in the cafeteria has turned their heads. Everybody has turned their heads and is looking at this because it's a scene. It's a spectacle. I mean, Ben is standing up there with his greased out armpits, and Ava, known as the prettiest girl in the class, has just demolished him.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today we have a story time of the worst teacher ever. You guys might think that you had a really bad teacher, but this teacher is genuinely probably one of the worst teachers to ever exist. As you guys will see in today's story, I know you'll enjoy it, so sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new, leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing, and let's jump right into it. Anyways, so we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Mike. So anyways, this all happened in an 8th grade class. So on the first day of school, that's kind of when you tell, like, I don't know, you try and get a sense of, like, what your teachers are like. You're trying to figure out if you got the hardo teacher, if you got the chill teacher, if you got the teacher who's so old that they don't even know what's going on, so you can kind of coast in class. Well, you're trying to figure out what kind of teacher you got. So anyways, who are we going to call the teacher? We're going to call the teacher Mr. Pugs. So don't confuse that with me. Yeah, so we're going to call the teacher Mr. Pugs because, like, why not? Anyways, Mike walks into class. He has one of his boys in the class, which is always really cool. For some reason, I usually don't know anyone in any of my classes. I don't know how. It just always happens. And all my friends have all their friends. And I'm like, come on, dude. Anyways, Mike walks in with one of his boys to Mr. Pugs' class. And he sits down. And immediately, like, Mr. Pugs just seems super chill. Like, he's like, yes, I scored. I got a great teacher. The reason was, like, this guy, he seemed kind of fresh out of college. Obviously, he's a bit older than just fresh out of college. I don't even know you can just... I think you got to go to grad school to become a teacher or something. But anyways, right, this dude seemed pretty chill. He was, like, very much, like... I don't know, he like spoke with a little bit of like college bro slang, just like a little bit, not so much that he sounded necessarily unprofessional, but just enough that he sounded like he got you, man. He was just in college, so he gets what like a really like annoying teacher versus really cool teacher is. Kind of like that type of vibes. So Mike was like really hyped because he's like, all right, finally, I got a cool teacher, whatever. Another kind of important piece of information is Mike went to a private school. The reason why he went to a private school, well, a lot of the kids in Mike's class, they just, like, their parents just had, like, a lot of extra money and they wanted to put their kids through a better school. Mike just happened to live in the area, and there was, like, a special kind of, like, thing at that private school. If you lived in the area, you could go basically for free, but it was a fairly, like, expensive school to go to. You might be thinking this is kind of like a really weird extraneous detail. It is super important for later on in the video, trust me. Anyways, right, so Mike is like, gets in there, he's like, all right, so I got a pretty cool teacher. On the very first day, the teacher's like, go around, tell me, like, something about yourself, and, like, I think some kid, like, I don't know exactly what the joke was, but he cracked some, like, relatively inappropriate joke, and Mike started to, like, cringe, because, like, basically every teacher at the school would be like, you can't say that, go to the principal's office, or they just very awkwardly reprimand them. But basically what the teacher did was he basically cracked, like, an equally inappropriate joke back. Super risky move, because if you get the wrong student who, like, really doesn't like that type of stuff, they could have easily reported this teacher, Mr. Pugs, to the front office, and he would have gotten, I don't know if the teacher would have been fired, but we would have been in hot water, right? So right off the bat, Mike's like, all right, this guy's definitely a chiller, like, this is great, you know, you love to see it.
However, this over time would slowly become more and more apparent that this was simply just not the case. Yeah, so anyways, right, sure enough, just let's go a couple weeks into school. So the actual day-to-day of Mr. Pugs' class is pretty chill at first, or it actually is always chill, and the reason why he's the worst teacher ever is a little bit more interesting, as you'll see. But the day-to-day is pretty chill. So it's an English class. They have an assigned reading, and up until this point, all they had to do was read, quote-unquote read, which I think a lot of you guys know. Reading in an English class basically means, okay, discussion time, you wait for the tryhard, which, like, shout out to the tryhard. You guys always do well and go to good college or whatever. But for the average person like me, the person who actually applies themselves, which shout out to them, I'm not going to say try hard because that has a negative implication. I was a try hard towards the end of my high school. I was actually kind of a try hard. But the people who apply themselves, right, and actually did the reading, you wait for them to go first, and then you say, yeah, to piggyback off of so-and-so, and then you just reword the whole thing. And some teachers will kind of get on you and be like, oh, what did you actually think? What about the specific details? And they try and fish information out of you to catch you if you didn't actually read it. But I think Mr. Pugs kind of knew what was going on, but was also just kind of a chill dude. Or he seemed like one. Yeah, so Mr. Pugs was like running a pretty cool class, or at least Mike really liked it. So that's until they had their first assignment, right? Their first paper, their first graded essay. So they were given a reading, and this time Mike actually did it because they had to write a paper on it. And so basically what happened was, Mike had to write a paper on this, reading. And so Mike did a pretty good job. Mike's like a relatively good writer. He definitely has more of an, like, if you had to say, what are you good at? Like foreign language, math, English, writing, something like that, science, like what are you good at? Mike would definitely say he's good at writing. So this is a proclivity for writing, like a tendency to have really good writing, right? Anyways, so he submits it and he feels pretty good about himself. Anyways, grades come out the next day and Mike receives a 75. So you might be thinking, okay, got a C, whatever, cool, okay. I just want to say at this high school, it just socially, no one got C's. C's were super rare. You might get a C or something like that on a math test. I just feel like in math and science, it's a lot easier to get super low grades because a lot of times the grading is really subjective it's really subjective or objective, I should say. Sorry. And it's like, did you get the math problem right or wrong? So yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, just kind of you can't really be like, oh, well, I had good intentions with my math problem. Oh, okay, then you get an A. Or it's also I showed my work and got the perfect answer. Well, I didn't like the way you thought about it. Even though you got the right answer, you're getting an F. You can't really do that in STEM in rare cases. But overall, the grades are kind of based on what you do. But I've always found in English classes, definitely at least for me, that the grades were always in a very tight range. They were always A's or B's, no C's, no really high A's or anything. And for some reason, I feel you could, I had one English class or history class, but you had a lot of essays in high school my freshman year. The thing was, I talked to a bunch of other people, and this was true for me too. The first grade you got on your essay, you literally never went up or down. If you got an 87 on your first paper, you would get an 87 across the board. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that getting a 75 at this school in an English class is unheard of. So after so Mike comes in, he's a little worried, right? He comes into class and he sits down, talks to his friend. He's like, dude, how'd the paper go? And his friend's like, dude, I got a 74. Mike's like, dude, I got a 75. And he's like, dude, what, this English, Mr. Pugs seems so cool. What happened? Yeah, so anyways, right, Mr. Pugs kind of just is all right, guys, settle down. I know you guys all received your grades, and probably not all of you are super happy with it, which was a fair assumption. The whole class was pretty much freaking out at this point. And Mr. Pugs went on to say, hey, sometimes, the grades are just what the grades are. I have pretty high standards for you guys, but I want to let you know that there's an opportunity for you guys to improve your grades. You'd assume it's extra credit, right? I don't know. Redo the assignment, maybe do a write-up of what you would have done differently, maybe make all the edits and submit it again for a 10% boost. I don't know, right? These are very standard things teachers would do. Sometimes teachers just straight up give curves. They know that, they're really supposed to be given an average of a B, and if they gave an average of a C, maybe they just graded too harshly. That happens too. But Mr. Pugs had a different idea in mind. He said, if you guys want extra credit, see me after class. So about half the class showed up, because I think some of them got low B's and were whatever. I think some got C's and were meh, don't care. But a lot of kids showed up for the extra credit opportunity. So anyways, Mr. Pugs is like, all right, guys, well, I just thought I'd be straight up with you guys. Yeah, so I actually am going to give you an opportunity that you can take whatever grade you have now and receive a 92. So immediately Brett's like, or sorry, not Brett, that's the last guy. Mike's like, yeah, of course I'm going to do this, right? A guaranteed 92? Like, yeah, all right, I'll hear you out, man. And this is where Mr. Pugs really goes off the rails. And this is where he kind of really does truly expose himself for being a not so great guy. So Mr. Pugs says, all right, well, just want to let you guys know, if you come into class tomorrow and you come in, and when you're at home, you take $20, you put it in an envelope, you write your name on the envelope, so I know whose envelope it is, and put it on my desk. And by the end of class, I will check who's done that. And whoever's done that, whatever grade you have in the books will be changed to a 90, a 91, or a 92. It's got to be a little random so things don't look suspicious. You got me, guys? So everyone was standing there like, at first, like some kids were like, haha, whatever, right? This got to be a joke. But they all looked at Mr. Pug's face, and he was like dead serious. Like he had that look of like, I'm not messing around, bro. I just want you to know, I'm not screwing around. I'm dead serious with this. So slowly but surely, people were starting to realize that Mr. Pugs was dead serious with this. And some kids were like, all right, cool. Like, we'll keep it a secret if you do. Because like, here's the thing. I said a detail earlier on that like a lot of these kids, it was like private school. So a lot of the kids went there, had a lot of disposable money. Their parents would just give them whatever. And especially if they said, hey, like, I got to do this for school. I mean, I don't know. These are probably the parents of the people who like paid money for fake SAT scores. So who even knows at this point? Yeah, but anyways, so some of the kids were like super quiet because they're like, what is like this got to be a joke. Like he's definitely trolling. But I think some of the other kids were starting to realize that no, like Mr. Pugs was not trolling. But some of the kids were totally fine with it. They're like, oh yeah, I don't have to work and I just have to pay $20 for a free A. Sure. So yeah, here's the thing though. Mike barely has like $30 in his bank account. So Mike's family's pretty middle class. Like they're very kind of like, they get by, but he can't really have much more. So he can't ask his mom for like, oh, can I have $50? Like that's just not a thing, right? So Mike is in a position where he just simply can't pay this amount. Because yeah, sure, totally. Some of Mike's friends, maybe they could do it. Mike's friends could just go to their parents and be like, yo, I need $50. Like, I mean, if Mike's friends' parents were probably going to try and like cheat him, like them through like SAT stuff that like cost $50,000, $50 for an A per paper, like that's nothing to them. Mike was not in this situation. Remember, the only reason he is able to go to this school is like the tuition he has to pay is like 1% of what the tuition normally is because he lives so close. So now Mike's in a situation where he's going to get screwed over because it seems like this teacher like just will, I don't know, it seems like he's going to discriminate against Mike for not paying, right? Or for not being able to pay. So Mike kind of waits till all the other kids leave. And Mike goes up to the teacher, he's like, hey, look, I totally would do this, but you got to know that like I just don't got the money like these classmates do. And the teacher is Mr. Pugs. Everyone thought he was cool, but he was super candid. And he looked at Mike. He's like, well, can you just ask your parents for that? Like, you're going to the school. I know the school isn't cheap. So now it's very clear Mr. Pugs had a plan the whole time that he was going to run a racket and make a ton of money going to one of these private kids, like private schools with all the rich kids, whatever, and just basically squeeze them dry. Honestly, Mr. Pugs probably just saw like the college admission scandal or whatever on TV and thought, oh, that's actually a great idea. Let me be like that guy who's being arrested right now. And also it's pretty, I mean, you guys could, I mean, at least Mike's kind of had a feeling that Mr. Pugs was a lot more risky. Because remember, I told you guys a little earlier on the very first day of school, Mr. Pugs responded to a very kind of questionable joke with an even more questionable joke. Like I said, if one kid in that class didn't like the questionable joke that Mr. Pugs made, it would have been over for Mr. Pugs, you know? So he's obviously more of a risk taker type of guy. So anyways, Mike explains to him, like, look, I live in the area. I'm one of the few kids who gets here basically for free. And Mr. Pugs is looking at him. And Mike was really hoping that, like, okay, Mr. Pugs just wants to get the bag. I can respect that. But hopefully deep down, he's still a chill guy. Mr. Pugs looks at Mike and says, hey, man, I can't help you here. I can help you, though, if you give me an envelope with $50 in it to buy tomorrow. And Mike's like, what? Anyways, right, so when Mike gets home, he calls one of his friends who's in the class but wasn't there that day because he was sick or something. Mike explains everything that happened. The friend is like, oh my God, this teacher's actually insane. Like, this is terrible, right? And Mike goes on to say, like, look,
I don't know what to do. I just don't got the resources for this, and I'm not going to like fail a class because I can't pay off the teacher. So here's the thing. Mike realizes that, Mr. Pugs is being very blatant about it, and that probably the best route of action for Mike to take is to go to the principal and basically tell him Mr. Pugs, right? The first thing, Mike wants to do is like, first of all, let me collect some evidence, let me build up a case so that, I'll basically pressure Mr. Pugs. And this was the plan. So this one friend, Mike was talking to this one friend. He said, look, say that you want to go meet with Mr. Pugs and ask about the offer. Have a recording device so you can get proof of it. Maybe take some photos, whatever, when he's gone of like the envelopes or whatever to kind of back up the story. And then if you could send that over to me, and then I'll go up to Mr. Pugs and basically say, hey, I want the same treatment, but I can't be paid. And I'll use that as a bargaining chip. And if Mr. Pugs refuses, then I'll go to the principal. Okay. Should Mike have just gone to the principal in the first place? Should Mike maybe have just gone there and maybe Mike should have just gone to the principal, because this is a pretty unethical thing Mr. Pugs is doing. But I can't blame the guy for being like, you know what, let me see if I can get an easy A without having to pay. Like, Mike isn't like the villain of this story. He might not be a perfect hero. It's a complicated hero, you know what I mean? Yeah, but anyways, right, so Mike's friend the next day, goes up to Mr. Pugs and says, hey man, like, I heard a little bit about like you're doing some extra credit stuff. Can we talk about it? Mr. Pugs is like, yeah, just wait 5 minutes after class. So sure enough, right, Mike, has like kind of like explained or instructed to his friend, like, okay, you have your iPhone on you, you put it in your pocket, or no, you hold it in your hand, because like holding an iPhone in your hand isn't sus at all, right? People just will have their phones out, have voice memos on, and record the conversation. I'll get the photos of like the envelopes with the names and the money on them, so then we can match video proof with photographic proof and physical evidence, and then I'll get a pretty good case. Anyways, though, so yeah, Mike's friend goes up to Mr. Pugs. They have a little meeting, and afterwards he meets up with Mike, and Mike is like, dude, did you get it? Did you get it? And his friend's like, I don't know, like, let me check my phone. So Mike's friend pulls out his phone, and they check the audio recording. It's not perfect, but it is very clearly Mr. Pugs speaking, and it's basically Mr. Pugs says the same thing that he said to all Mike and all of his friends in the class. He's very straight up. He's very much like, look, I'll change your grade if you give me $50 in an envelope with your name on it by tomorrow morning. Like, he is very straight up. That's one thing about Mr. Pugs, is he is strangely confident. So here's the thing. He is very confident and he's very bold, not because necessarily, he probably is a little bit of a risk taker, irrational, whatever. Mr. Pugs has something that Mike does not know. Because even at this point, Mike is like, why is he being so straight up about it? Why is he just saying it? Like, why is he so bold? Here's the thing. As you guys will hear in just a second, there is a reason why Mr. Pugs feels as if he can be as bold as he truly is. So anyways, right, Mike has already gotten photos of like, I don't know, like the $50 in the envelopes with the names. Now he has the audio recording. He backs that stuff up on some Google Drive. So he's got it, right? So Mike goes up, he says, like, sends an email, maybe talks to Mr. Pugs. I don't know. Somehow he gets in contact with his teacher. It's like, look, we got to talk for a little bit after class. So after class, Mr. Pugs is sitting at his desk and he's like, hey, Mike, like, well, what's up? And it's it's a super weird dynamic because Mr. Pugs is actually still very chill in class. He feels like one of the boys until he's basically forcing you to pay him to get a good grade, which is ridiculous. But, Mike's like, hey, man, like, I just want to say, I really think you should reconsider, like, the whole $50 thing when it comes to me. Like, I promise we won't have any, like, issues, but, like, I just can't, I don't have the same access to these as these other kids do. And Mr. Pugs is like, hey, man, like, I'm just trying to make, like, some money here. You know how it is. I'm sure you know how it is. So Mike's like, all right, well, since we're on the same page, you can't really take this too personally. Yeah, so then Mike goes on to basically say, hey, look, I don't want to do any of this, but this is pretty unfair for me. So he says, look, I got some proof of what you're doing. And he says, look, yeah, I get it. Like, you're kind of a newer teacher here, and I'd want you to stay here. And Mike's starting to say this with a bit of confidence because Mike feels as if that he has the upper hand. But the thing is, he doesn't know what Mr. Pugs has up his sleeve. And Mr. Pugs has quite the Uno reverse card up his sleeve, as you'll see. So Mike basically goes on to say, look,
I have evidence of what you're doing. It's a pretty solid case. It's pretty sealed. And he said, look, I am going to go to the principal if we can't work something out, right? He says, I can't pay you. I'll still do the work. I'll still do the project. I'm just being asked to be graded fairly. And, Mr. Pug looks at him and says, so Mike, are you threatening me right now? And Mike's like, well, I mean, that's a harsh way to put it. Maybe relax a little bit. I don't know if I'm threatening you. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just encouraging you to make a good choice here. And Mr. Pugs is like, all right, go to the principal. And Mike's like, what? Mike's like, no, you don't understand. I have a solid case against you. I have audio evidence. I have physical evidence. And Mr. Pugs is like, I can go to the principal with you and I can tell him what I'm doing. Won't matter. And Mike's like, no, this has to be against the rules of the school. And Mr. Pugs is like, oh, yeah, totally. This is super illegal. And at this point, Mike is just so confused. He is so taken off guard right now. Real quick, comment school down below if you made it this far into the video. That'll be the secret word of the day. And while you're in the comment section commenting school, make sure to check out the pinned comment as there's a link to the Spotify page in which I upload all these videos on Spotify. Please follow me on there and watch some podcast style whatever on Spotify from my account. If you use Spotify, I'm trying to build that up. And then also a link to my Storytime animated channel. I only post once a week and I really do appreciate the support. Anyways, though, Mike's just so confused. He's like, well, why is Mr. Pugs so confident? And Mr. Pugs looks at him and says, Mike, you look confused. And Mike in his head is like, yeah, I'm confused. He's like, did you not just say that what you're doing is super illegal? Mr. Pugs is like, yeah, man, it is. He's like, did you not just say that this is damning evidence that could totally get you? And he's like, yeah, I did. And he's like, and do you just think I'm not going to go to the principal with it? Do you just think that I don't have the guts? Because I will do it. And Mr. Pugs is like, yeah, of course, I'll go with you. I'll tell him everything I'm doing. He already knows. And, at this point, Mike is just so confused. And, and Mr. Pugs is like, well, Mike, you're probably not the first guy to go to him. You're definitely not the first guy to say, hey, I'm going to tell someone. But it really doesn't matter. Because, Mike, I want to let you know something. Human beings are complicated individuals. We have a lot of good. We have a lot of, questionable motives. Look, I'm a school teacher. I think I'm a pretty chill guy. I came to the profession. I want people to learn. I think you guys learn a lot in my class. I really do. But the other thing is school teachers, we don't get compensated that well. And I know I'm getting paid a bit more than public school teacher, but still not enough for, the sacrifice I'm making. So I'm just trying to make a little more money, man. I know this is not the most ethical way, but I just want to let you know, if you know enough about someone and you know someone for a long enough time, and in the principal, I've known him for quite a long time, man. I've known him for a long time. And when you know someone for long enough, you start to realize that they are just like everyone else. They have their upsides, they have their positives, but man, they also have their drawbacks. They also have the skeletons. And let's just say that the principal probably wants to keep those in the closet. Those skeletons, they're not going to be unearthed. We have a little relationship. We have a little bit of a deal going on. That he lets me do my thing and I let him do his. So go ahead, Mike. Go tell him. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll go with you, man. I'll go say that I did it too. I'll tell him everything. I'll say, Mike got me. Look at that. And I guarantee you, Mike, you will not get the result that you wanted. So Mike and Mr. Pugs, after Mr. Pugs finishes his freaking villain speech, right? They just kind of stare at each other for a second. Because remember, Mike went into this interaction with the upper hand in his mind. Mike went in thinking, okay, I got the edge in this combo. I basically got him by the nuts at this point. He's got to do what I say. Or, suffer the consequences. I win either way. Because in Mike's mind, he would either be able to turn in work or not turn in work at all and get a good grade for free. Or Mr. Pugs would be fired and he'd get a new teacher who's actually fair, right? So win-win. But what ended up happening was he realized that Mr. Pugs, right? Mike was playing checkers, but Mr. Pugs was playing frickin' 3D chess. He was 10 moves ahead at all time. This was Emperor Palpatine level of planning. And Mike just stands there. He's a little bit like an awe. He's kind of like, this guy's low-key my hero, bro. But he's my villain. He's my enemy right now. But I'm kind of looking up to him a little bit. But mostly Mike was just, he got. Mike was got. And Mr. Pugs knew this. Mr. Pugs wasn't gloating. He wasn't smiling too heavily or anything. He wasn't like dancing, doing a little Fortnite default dance or something. But Mr. Pugs kind of just stood there with the same air of confidence as he's always had. And now that confidence made sense to Mike. Now Mike understands why Mr. Pugs is so confident. Because Mr. Pugs realized that he's good. Mr. Pugs could hit a teacher over, or hit a student over the head with a textbook. Being like, wrong answer. Let me beat it into you. Wouldn't matter, right? And Mike was like, all right, I see. Mike gets up and leaves. Mike goes back home, feeling absolutely defeated. I mean, understandably so. I mean, Mike went into this, putting in all this effort to try and get himself a good position. Mike did not see a scenario where he did not walk away winning. He was either going to get a free A's in the class or get a new teacher and be treated fairly. Now Mike's walking away feeling as if he can do nothing. So he goes back home and immediately he gets a call from his friend on Discord. So he's in his chair, goes over, picks up the call. And this is a friend who got him the information and everything. And the friend's like, dude, did it work? Like, what's up? And Mike just goes on to just tell him everything that happened. By the end, so the friend entered the Discord call with all this excitement, giddy, joy, whatever. By the end of the call, the friend was dead silent. You could tell that this story knocked the wind out of his friend. And Mike's just like, and man, I just don't know what to do. There is nothing I can do. So in a dire situation like this is why, like, look, sometimes you just don't have good relationships with your parents, and that's out of your control. But if there's any amount of control you have over that, I'm talking to you guys right now. Sometimes it's way too hard. It's way too complicated. I'm sorry for you guys who are in that position. But if you're in a position where your parent really wants to have a good relationship with you, you're not putting in the effort, please put in the effort. And this is an example of why. Mike had a good relationship with his dad. Very wise guy. People who live along... A lot of wisdom is through life experience, and it compounds over time. Your parents have had a lot of life experience for the good and the bad. And so Mike goes down to his dad, who's always kind of like his trusty navigator in times of crisis. And Mike sits down. He explains everything to his dad. And his dad kind of like thinks about it for a second and is like, wow, you know, this is a situation you're in, Mike. This really is. And Mike's dad is like, well, Mike, we're playing the leverage game here. And it seemed that like the circle that you went to apply leverage was just too small. Mr. Pugs, your teacher, had already gotten that covered. But Mike, the world is a lot bigger than your school. And Mike is kind of looking at his dad with a very confused look. Like, what are you trying to say? And Mike's dad is like, well, Mike, I don't think you're out of the game. I think you could still win very easily. And Mike's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, Mike, did you ever think beyond your school? And Mike's like, what do you mean? Like, what? And Mike's dad is like, you know the local paper. You know that like the guy who writes most of those stories or approves most of the stories, I'm actually close friends with. I used to go to school with him. You know, we were fraternity brothers together, and we just ended up in the same neighborhood. And I get coffee with him once a month. We catch up. Actually, I was going to see him in a couple days. I think you should let your principal know that, you know, you have a pretty good relationship to the local press here. And that a story like this is a story that they're looking for. They're looking for something like this. In the era of click-through rate and you need really exciting news stories, well, this is pretty exciting. And that's when Mike realized, instead of applying pressure against the Mr. Pugs, he now has to apply pressure against the principal. So anyways, the next day, Mike sends an email to the principal, asks to get a meeting. Principal's very like, yeah, of course. Like, come on in. Mike sits down. He's like, hello, realizing he's about to go to like one of the most high stakes, stressful, like something that you never expect when you're in 8th grade, man. So Mike explains to the principal, look, I'm in a situation. All I want is to not have to, and by the end, like he basically explains what Mr. Pugs does, and the principal is looking at him very like, kind of like a very awkward, like, I can't do anything about that. And he explains like, look, I know you can't necessarily do anything about that because you want to be on good terms with the teacher. And the principal's like, yes, fair enough. And, Mike's like, I just really want to go about just not having to pay for my grades. The principal's like, that is fair. Principal's like thinking about it. It's taking the principal like 30 seconds to respond to each prompt, even if the principal just says yes. He has to think about his words very carefully. And Mike's like, look, here's the deal. I need you to talk to, your teacher friend about changing his mind about me specifically. And the principal's like, well, I don't know. Like, Mr. Pugs is, he's very, very stuck in his ways. He's got a lot of personality, as I'm sure you know. And Mike's like, all right, I'll cut to the chase. My family knows the publications around here really well. He's got a really close personal connection with the head editor, whatever it's called, right? I have extensive and damning evidence against Mr. Pugs. It will be the top headline on Friday if you do not figure this out. And when Mike said that, the face in the print, like the face of the principal, all the color in it drains away slowly. The principal now realizes that this is dire. So yeah, let me just say that the rest of the story goes something along the lines of, nothing was ever aired in the newspaper. Nothing was ever run, right? The principal kept his job. Mr. Pugs kept his job. And Mike, well, let me just say that he got an A in that class. This was an absolutely crazy story. I appreciate you guys for submitting the most insane stuff that has ever happened to you. Submit stuff to my Instagram in the description.